Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Manor Lords, to one of my all-time favorite city builders at this point, and welcome back to probably the biggest update this game has received so far. We're already looking at one of the new maps that came in with this update, and it's a beautiful, gorgeous map with a huge lake in the center, towering mountains in the background, lots of forests and resources. And beside all of that, if you're looking closely, you can also see something else, and that is that other players are on this map. Here, for example, we have one of my opponents that is starting to settle here right away. And a bit further down on this map, we do have the exact same picture over here. In total, there are 3 opponents on this map that are competing with us. I have no idea how we interact with them later. Do we need to conquer them? Do we need to trade? Or do we even have diplomacy in this game now? We'll just see and find out all about this as we're heading back to our starting location. And this game received with this update so many changes that I actually didn't even test all of them, right? So there's so many things. We got a new UI, or well, partially new overlays, more beautiful things. We got new specializations for our villages and cities. We have environments now on this map with meadows and woodland and farmland and whatever we can choose for, wherever we can settle. That is that. We have an overhaul of the resource system that we're also going to check out. And yeah, in the middle of all of that, it's us once again with this small camp right over here. And of course, the goal is to start a beautiful medieval village and even then a city down the road. Let's just have a quick look at the territory that we're in. So the game is still divided into territories. We can also have a closer look up here. This has also been overhauled. Beautiful now, I think, and we can also see all the different fertilities that we have. So that was a lot of work they put in here. Looks very sophisticated, I think. We do have some iron, some stone, clay, berries, and fish. We do not have any wild animals. That's a problem for leather production, but it's a problem I'm sure we can overcome. There's also a beautiful smaller pond over there that we can use for fishing. By the way, the graphics have also been improved again with that. Performance is just absolutely flat stable, which is beautiful. And look where we are here on this beautiful cliff. And right here, we can definitely, well, build a city along those cliffs. Of course, I don't want to babble too long now here. We really need to get started. Let's start with our first basic roads. For this, we're gonna take into account here all of the resources that we have close by. So we can see that we have some berries over there, the fish and the stone. And for the very first industry, of course, that we built, that's the logging camp. I gotta make sure that we take the forest. That does not cut away the berries though, right? So we need to take the forest, but not the berries. We also have this pond here. So I wanna preserve some of that idyllic scene that we have over there. So just chopping away all the trees here is not an option for me, right? This area here at least we could keep available, whereas this area is probably going to be cut away over time together with the berries. Let's get going. We do have the pond over there for my fish that I would definitely like to take in, and then we get our first main road kind of like here along those resources all the way then into this area here. Here we do have then our first field camp, so I would probably like to have my first market somewhere here as well, right? Wonder if that is too big. Nah, that looks fine. Also down here we got the clay pit, so let's also make sure that we do keep a road available all the way to it, because there will be a mining site then at some point. And so it's also important to start with our first industry, which is the logging camp, of course. The logging camp is going to get moved again over time, but for now I think I'm just going to have it somewhere here. The reason for that is that we can cut away this area here, which we need to cut away, right, to expand our city. But at the same time, I'm trying to preserve those berries here as long as possible. So that's something. At some point we'll need to move them over here, and then we also will have a reforestation area somewhere there. But that's a long way off indeed. Besides the logging camp, let's also just have the woodcutter working for us right away. It's always safe to just go ahead and also build me a road here, where we have then the woodcutter's lodge. And also what we can already start with is the fisherman's hut somewhere over here towards that pond. It's beautiful spring weather, just perfect for the first construction. Now look at that view that we have over there. And if you're just up for a little hike, you can also just walk all the way there to our beautiful, glorious cliffs that we have overlooking that lake. There's just no other game like this. That logging camp really is the foundation of everything. It's the most important early structure, so it's important that we get this going right away. There it is, and assign 2 families to this to get enough logs out of that. Very important, what we need to do here is define the work area. So it's going to be this one here that we want to chop away without affecting the berries, which are here. Can we see them? I think we can see them if we're looking close, but there's no overlay or anything like that. My berry bushes, there they are. Still, we have 3 families left. One is now finishing the woodcutter lodge. We should also work on some water. For this, we get the water vein layout or overlay to see where we can have our first well. And I probably would like to have this as centrally as possible right over there to get the water into any location in the city. And this is also with the logging camp where the first new addition comes visible right away, or one of the major additions, and that is that industrial buildings now need tools as a maintenance. And we can also assign then how much maintenance they get. If they're not maintained, they will have a reduced effectiveness over time. And right now we have a normal maintained status on the logging camp. This is 1 tool per year that it costs me, right? And we are starting with 8 tools right away. But you can see that we will need to provide tools pretty soon. I might actually, just to do it, put this one to low maintenance for the moment, until we have a steady tool supply or production going here. Woodcutter lodge has been finished. Also gonna assign someone to this right away and assign also a work area. And for this, I might actually just go over here for this work area, where I can find some firewood for the first winter that we need to prepare for. It's March, winter is still a bit off, but of course, it always comes faster than you anticipate. And very important, the fisherman, let's assign someone to that right away. He will now start fishing at the pond. It's a rich fish deposit that we have over there. And this will provide food, which we need because we are running out of it in 3 months' time. And as always, it's a full family that is assigned to a building, not single workers. That means husband, wife and kids need to work this one. Basic industry is set up. We wait for a bit of timber now. The first trees are falling right over here. And this is also just really cool. They need to chop the trees themselves then to generate logs for us. And these logs will need to be transported with the oxen back to the city, or yeah, the village. Let's call it a camp for the moment. Once we have the first 10 timber, it's time to start building burgage plots, the first homes. I think this is a great location for them, and that's 6 burgages in fact, so that we have all 5 families housed, plus 1 in addition that can move in. And yeah, let's go ahead and build this one right away. Gonna take quite some time to get a smaller neighborhood like this going. For this we need an available family. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna unassign a family from the logging camp that focuses on construction work now. Yeah, gonna take some time. The oxen needs to get the logs over there. 1 out of 2. Where's the construction worker starts? So this is husband and son actually, right? And the wife gets the oxen and gets the logs over. I just love the system behind all of that. I have never seen this before, and it's just working so well. And it's always a lot fun to watch all of that as a family works on that, on building something or producing goods or fishing. You know, that's the fun of it. Yeah, they're quite busy with digging. It's gonna take them some time. It's April now, plenty of time. No one will freeze outside this winter. Ah, very good. Also, no one will starve as more fish is coming in now. So we have this one here, 27 fish right now. The problem with the fish, of course, is that the spoilage is very high. But this would be a problem later down the road, having fish without any storage, right? Because it's spoiling rather quickly. But in a small village like this, it's fine, especially since we have a rich fish deposit. We can definitely let some fish spoil as well. They're just regrowing again anyway. The first home is being finished already, while the wife brings the logs to the next construction site. This one here has been finished, and the first family moves in. And what we can see here right away as well is, yeah, this has been overhauled, right? We have now different categories here for food, for fuel, and for services. And we see that we need forage goods, that's vegetables, grains, and fruits for this one. And we need meat, like fish or animals, out of this one here. All of this needs to be fulfilled for this building here to level up to tier 2. Fuel, church, and water. The water is already there, the fuel is already there, and the first food type is already there, that's meat. So we need to work on a second type of food then as well. Perhaps we can actually make this work this year, that would be lovely. Bit of rain that damages my supplies, especially my logs, firewood, and especially also my fish. Nothing I can do about this right now. Just fish more, I guess. The homes are coming along splendidly. We have a lot of logs in stock, so that means I can assign a second construction team now to building a saw pit, which is my next industry building. Let's also have this one right here beside my firewood cutter. And this will then process logs into planks, my next construction material. Also, all of this has been overhauled, right? Different categories now. More visible, I think. Beautiful work. Very good. As the next home is about to be finished, more and more families can move in now. We have one more homeless after this. And that also improves my approval rating now. As we can see, homelessness is the biggest factor here right now. We want to keep this above 50% so people move in. New people move in. Another thing I can prepare already then is the stone gathering camp somewhere over here. And with the next burgage, we've actually leveled up to a small village. And with that, we probably should give this village now a name. And of course, as usual, it's going to be Sleepy Hollow. And we can now unlock our very first origin. And this is really interesting, right? We can now have an origin of this village that has a focus on something, right? Like the Bamberg smallholders. Driven from Bamberg by the bishop's heavy tithe, we learned to keep our hearths warm and our table full by our own hands. And as we can see, this has different outcomes now. We have an upgrade here for the burgage plots that get the small holding upgrade. That treat their backyards as permanent jobs, increasing their yield. This increased the approval rating from food variety, increased the success chance of tree planting, but the tithe approval malus is increased with that. There's a total of 9 origins right now, so lots of stuff to choose from. And since we have only a limited amount of iron, I'm actually going to go with the Regensburg guildsman. We settled here as we have always traded with ledgers in hand and profit in mind. The Danube carried wealth to Regensburg, and so it flows in us. Our houses rise with little, our purses swell with plenty, and our bargains always hold true. And this one increases the regional wealth we gain from burgage plots. I like this. It reduces the burgage plot upgrade cost, and this is important. Salt and iron ore import value is reduced by 30%, thus getting cheaper for us. However, the land tax approval malus is increased. Yeah, land tax is usually something I'm not using that much. The smiths of Passau are also really nice. They give a blacksmith efficiency, once again something we would need. As we heavily rely on tools this time around. You don't need to choose one though now, right? So I can just close it and come back to this later. And I think, since there's so many options, I think I'm just gonna wait, because there's no hurry, right? We're still only in tier 1, and I want to wait what the biggest penalty will be. But as we can see, iron is definitely the problem here, because you need a lot of iron in this game, and we don't have an endless deposit. So I'm probably gonna go with the Regensburg smiths, but we'll just see. Okay, there's the saw pit. Let's assign a family to that immediately to provide now the planks that we need for our stonecutter camp. And as we can see, the maintenance status here is pretty high with 2 per year. I'm already gonna work on my next neighborhood improvement, or yeah, extension, and that's this one here. I love that we can draw them along the backpack, right? Or the backyards here of these houses then, and just then turn them around so they look towards the road. It's not gonna be that dense though. Probably gonna make it like so to fit this area here, right? And then we just built that lot there as well. The trees disappear automatically, and let's also have now this road going all the way then here along that forest area. With the next progress plots finished, we now finally have more workforce. That is over 16 now, and with that 3 families that we can assign. And we need that workforce, of course, to start building a storehouse for all that industry, and also a granary for all the food. And let's keep a bit of a distance between them, as we're also going to upgrade them. They're getting a bit bigger over time, and this area is just getting bigger over time as well, then as a rule of thumb. And it also needs to be close, of course, to my industry zone to keep transportation times short. So as we can see, this area has been cut away now, and that makes it possible for us to also get some roads now going then and connecting those. The storehouse and the granary will then provide the market stalls. So in this case here, we can also now assign a market area that I haven't done yet. So it's of course going to be this central area here that we have. And let's just check it out. There you go. And we have room for 54 stall locations for market stalls. That's quite a bit. A strong militia is paramount to the survival of any settlement. Luckily, a shipment of weapons has just arrived, and you will now be able to create your first militia. Okay, 20 spear, 20 shield. And with that we can create a, I think a spear militia it is, right? The polar militia? No, it's the spear militia. There they are, 12 of them. Bear in mind, that's my people, right? So I can rally them, and then they will gather, and then we will fight for us if there is a bandit attack or so. But of course, that would reduce my efficiency because these people can't work then. So I will need to wait on that. Very good. The storehouse is coming along. This is being stored now in here. Just waiting for the granary now. One more log. And the granary is also finished. Let's assign a family to the granary and a family to the storehouse. And since it's August, we should also start now preparing the berries. So I'm going to go ahead with a forester hut. Over there we have the berries situated nicely. And yeah, let's have the forester hut, or the forager hut, sorry, right next to it then. And with the storehouse now working, the family here is also getting divided again. 2 are transporting, and 1 is going to have a market stall. And there we have them now. The first ones appearing in, well, my future town center. Not the best weather to set up shop, but summer is just beginning. Also, the stone gather camp finished, and with that we have now a family that cuts away the stone here, which we're gonna need for our next buildings. This is only 117, so this will run out rather quickly, and then we can also get rid of the camp again. The storehouse is filling up nicely, and the market is brimming with goods. Some firewood is being sold here, some fish and berries. And we should also be seeing the effect on this right away. That is now that these 2 goods have been fulfilled, the fuel has been fulfilled, and the water access has been fulfilled. So there's only one more thing that's missing here, and that's the church. Another thing I would like to start right away, before winter actually, and that is starting my first go chats. So in that, the problem here is that we need leather with tier 2. We do not have any hunting grounds. That means no hunters and no hides coming from them. So we need the hides from animal pens. Let's have a look at that. I would definitely like to upgrade some further away plots, like this one here that already have families inside. And this has also been overhauled a bit. It now costs me the animal pen, for example. Everything here costs me now planks. And then we need to order the animals with the wealth that we have. So we got 50 wealth, 50 coin that we can use for that. Animal pen number 1. And is there someone living in here? Yes, animal pen number 2. Also, we now have the apiaries that we can put into that, right, to produce honey and wax down the road. There's no apiary building anymore as far as I know. Only 6 tools remain, and the first buildings then are running out of them. The durability is going down. That means they will consume another piece of tool then. That is very, very problematic for us, because if I'm running out of tools, my industry will collapse. Let's continue with adding this, or yeah, building this road all the way down here to this iron deposit that we have. And I'm gonna actually start right away with it, sooner than usual, right? Because usually I'm waiting with the iron production and finish other things first, like a church. This time though around, we need to really get this going. The iron mine itself also consumes 1 tool. It's gonna build right on top of that. And we also need to start with the first iron industry, which is the bloomery, and then also the blacksmith. The bloomery also needs a tool. Then we're down to 4 tools now. The animal pens have been finished over here. And we can now assign this one here to a goat. The goat will then also provide me with hides. The pig doesn't do that. The pig only provides me pork. But the goats provide me chevron and hides. And this is what I need. So I'm gonna go ahead and get me my hides going here. And my hides, my goat going here. So with the 50 coin we had, we can now afford 2 goats. That's it, right? Or 2 set of goats, right? And over time, we will be able to slaughter them and get me some hides out of them, which is super important. The mine has been finished. We can assign a family now. That is now producing, or yeah, cutting out the iron ore here, mining it. By the way, do we have the planks? We do have the planks. I would like to start now with the bloomery. Very, very loud and dirty building. I would probably like to have this one a bit further away. Over here then. Together with the blacksmith. The berries are running out now, as we are in October. Autumn is starting. And look at that. We are primarily having pine trees here. But normal trees, they just turn beautiful. But since we're situated up here in the mountain area, we do not have that. I think this is also really interesting, that we have these environmental differences on the map. It always seems to be raining on my plateau. But we finished the bloomery nonetheless, and let's assign a family to this right away. With that we have 10 working families now. And that's a lot of tools it costs me per year. The bloomery. It will now require the iron ore, but also fuel. So we will have now a lot of people assigned, 6 in total now, to the woodcutter lodge, right? Because we need firewood for fuel as well. Not only for heating the homes now during winter, but also now for my area here. Smithy is still under construction, but we should have a lot of stone. We have the rubble stone stored in my storehouse. Winter is approaching. That's dangerous. And yeah, we don't have that much fuel actually. Only 3 months of fuel supply. Let's push the tool consumption for the woodcutters to push their production. The berries no longer work, so we can unassign the family here. In the first version of the game, funnily enough, if you unassign them, you also lose the market stall, right? And the berries would just sit around. Now the granary takes the berries, the granary family takes the berries and the fish and provides the market stall. I think this is a much better system. because I can, you know, move people around in my industry zone. The bloomery has started to work. The iron ore is in, producing iron slabs, and the blacksmith is there. We can now assign the family from the forager, from foragers to smiths, and they're working here now. They also need fuel, unfortunately, and they will then produce me tools out of that. Fuel supply is going up though now, so hopefully it continues to rise from now on. But we're in the beginning of winter, of course, so that's another thing. Last but not least, the last production or construction for this year is probably my tier 1 church. There we have it. And I think this is a great location here, right by the market, in the center of my village. It's gonna be very long construction. And I'm so happy to see that we produced the first tool in the smithy. Going up now to 6 tools on my storage. Lovely. We have at least avoided that problem for now. It's gonna be interesting to how my fuel, you know, works with now 2 buildings that consume fuel. We'll just see. And so it is. Winter's upon us. Beautiful. And the first snow is coming down. Just to give you an idea of the different environments on the map, once again, we're looking at the lake all the way down here, where there's a slight fog appearing in the background. But if we go higher, up on a plateau, for example, like here, we can see there are clouds around us, right? That is also a lovely detail. I think it's not that good to see on the YouTube video, but there's clouds up here, whereas there's only fog down there. Also, yep, snow is coming down and my lake is freezing. So also, fishing will not be possible now. But we should be stockpiled on that. The church just needs 1 more log. And my construction family continues to finish this one.
That axe really needs some sharpening. Need to hoist this timber to the gable.
There it is. Sleepy Hollow has its own church. You will also notice that the sky is dynamic, right? This is one of the few city builders that I know that actually uses a dynamic skybox. So those clouds are being rendered in real time and not a fixed skybox. I know Pax Romana is also going to have this feature, for example. Now, there it is, the wooden church. We can upgrade this one later to a stone church. For now, though, it's just working. We don't need to assign someone to that. I think this hasn't changed. Right, this is just someone that is a grave digger that we can assign if we lose people that, you know, dig some graves then. Outside of that, people are going to the church now themselves whenever they please. And in that case, this provides now the last fulfillment to the church, and we can now upgrade our first mortgage plots. And yeah, I think we can do this. The inner ones here especially, I would like to upgrade. Let's upgrade 3. Once again, this is going to take some time. Do we have some hides in already from the goats? Yes, 2 hides are coming in already. Very good. Gonna need them soon. Also, my storehouse is getting rather full. Let's upgrade it. Yeah. Construction or renovation or expansion of those plots. Starts with this one here, it seems. Lots of planks we need for that. We're gonna need 2 of them to upgrade to a medium village. And yeah, it seems to be cold, but we have enough fuel. That was an interesting message. I think it's these houses here that complain right now because they're being upgraded. It's very cold at the moment. January it is. And there's the first one, about to be finished now. Burgage plot level 2 it is. Now we have a few more demands. Beverages we need. We need an upgraded church. We need clothing. We need more food variety for vegetables. And fruits we need. I think the fruits changed. That's new. And with the second one being upgraded now, we level up our village. The medium village. It's time for the next neighborhood. And I probably would like to have it now here. So that we go around that market. Now, for this I would like to do something, and that is houses with a higher density and no garden in the background, right? So it's gonna be like this would be a huge garden in the back, but these here don't have that, right? And I would like to do this at least for the inner ones, so that we get a higher density block out of that. Because I want this one here to look like a city, a proper one. And we can do the same thing on the other side. We still have lots of gardens left, right? Vegetables, by the way, also need now regional wealth. So for now, I cannot build vegetable gardens anyway. So it's gonna take a long time, or a lot longer than before, to fill in those gardens. Because it needs a lot of coin now. This gives me room to actually also get me some density here going. Yeah, we can also then start moving the well now. In here, right? Because there's a water vein here. I would like to use this spot so that we don't need this well here anymore. You cannot move the well, by the way, so we need to destroy it. Another thing that changes with the level 2 plots now is that we are generating regional wealth. There it is, right? These people are paying taxes more or less based on their happiness, and with that wealth we can then upgrade more gardens, for example, or yeah, start trading. The storehouse has been upgraded. That's very important. Provides now 2,500 storage, up from 500. And we can also assign more families here for more market stalls. Also, a bandit camp has just appeared over here. They're very close to us, so we can definitely expect an attack anytime soon. That means I will need to prepare yet another construction. Of course, we're talking about the manor house. In that case, it's a lot of planks though that we need. We've received reports of bandits, of raiders roaming the nearby lands. Track the movements. In 360 days, we're gonna get the first attack. That is now ticking down. Our spear militia grew from 14 to 20 now. That means, of course, the more people we have, the more people can also join the militia then. In that case, though, we are limited by 20 spears and 20 shields. So that's the max amount we have right now. And it is spring. Very good. We can also put the forager back to work. The berries are growing. The fisherman is working. One problem we already faced right away is that we do not have enough oxen. So we're quite overwhelmed with that, right? If we have construction going, the saw pit, for example, doesn't work because no one transports the logs over. In order to transport logs, you need an oxen. And one is really not a lot. So let's go ahead and upgrade the hitching post to a stable. We can do this over here. Costs me some planks. And then we can assign a second ox to my transportation empire. This little row of houses is finished. Beautiful. Right beside the market. Provide some more housing. And with some regional wealth that we have accumulated now, that's 12, I would also like to start transforming one of my burgages here to an artisan. So we have the gardens here, right? But you don't need to work the gardens for or animals or any kind of farming stuff. You can also work them with artisan stuff. So here we have, for example, the tailor workshop or the boyar's workshop. And this one here produces war bows and crossbows. Let's start. Stable is finished. In order to get though a second ox, we need 20 regional wealth. So I need to wait on that a bit. There, the boyar workshop already finished. Here in the backyard of this house. And now we have the ability to produce the war bows. up to a limit of, let's make 20 for now, so that I don't endlessly consume planks. And we can also say, keep at least a reserve of 20 planks available, so that he doesn't deplete all my wood, all my storage for planks. We always need to have some ready for construction as well. And this family here, they transform now into artisans, so they're only going to work this area here now, right? They're transporting resources here, producing, and that's it. They're not going to work anything else anymore. 22 tools we have at this point, very good. So we are definitely producing more tools than we consume. And we have 12 months of food and fuel supply at the moment. I could also deplete the stone deposit here. Now it's only 24 stone left. Gorgeous! The next construction should already be planned ahead, and that is that we're growing more and more, right? With more people, fish and berries alone will not be enough anymore. So we need to have another source of food. And of course, I'm talking about farming. Now, farming has a bit of an issue, because I've already checked my farming at the beginning of this game, of course. And that is that fertility right where we are is not particularly high, as we can see. Lots of red dots. The only good farm area would be right here beside the pond, right, which is a horrible location, honestly. And yeah, in that case, we can see that also this is not good for farming. And my opponent down here actually has a good farm area, but that's it. Now, it's not the end of the world though, because yellow area is also still fine. We can upgrade yellow area up to rye in the future, and that would be even in green. So there is a bit of farming to be possible here, and also up here, right? So this is green, and this is green for rye down the road later. For emmer that we use right away, it's only yellow, which is okay. It's okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. By the way, barley, I'm very used to barley now always being red. It's ridiculous at this point, to the point where it's not even frustrating anymore. But I don't think I've ever had barley in my territory. Also no barley, no barley, no barley. There's some barley here, and that's it. This is actually, and oh, okay, down here. There are 2 territories only with barley possible on this map. Yeah, we will still need to work it somehow, honestly, to get ale, but that's in the future then, of course. So let's actually have the first farmhouse somewhere here, between the area where we can have some farming then down the road. Would be here. Right, and let's also immediately have then a road going all the way up to this point. Food really will be a problem on this map, as I can see, because there's also not going to be any hunting. So yeah, it's going to be my own vegetables, mostly. Outside of the farmhouse. 3 logs, it's going to take some time, get the oxen all the way over there. And very important, we can now start the construction of the manor house as well. The manor house should be in an area that we can defend easily. Right, so I think, of course, the cliffs we should use to our advantage. And that means that the manor house is probably going to stick around somewhere here, because we're then almost surrounded by cliffs. This one also goes all the way up here, so the bandits need to go up into that forest first before they get to us. And then we also have this narrow passage here for an attack that we can easily defend from. But overall, I think, yeah, having it somewhere here makes sense to me. Gonna move it around a bit. And then we can start with the basic formation. This will also disappear. It's a limited clay deposit. So yeah, we can always move it around again if I find a better spot, honestly. But for now, let's build it because we need to finish it. I need to have one to get my retinue going. We just commit. I don't add anything else to it at this point, right? It's already going to be pretty expensive. And let's have the road going away from it. Then into my road here somewhere. Might try to add some neighborhood here. That could be too dense. We'll see what we're gonna have here then. First, we want to finish the farmhouse anyway. We still have 280 days left for the attack. The farmhouse is sitting at 1 out of 3 logs. Let's also quickly check out, by the way, the AI villages. This is one of them. Pretty much our level right now. Started with some farming. No, hasn't started with farming yet. has built the manor house in a good location actually. Right here beside the lake. Nice to protect. He's definitely got a beautiful spot there. We got the southern neighbor all the way down here. Far away from the lake, in fact. Also got a beautiful location there. I like that river. And how he built a fisherman here. Nice. Very distinct territories we have. And then we got one more over here. He's also got his own pond. And he's also further away from the lake. And what is he growing over here? Yeah, fruit trees. As the farmhouse is nearing completion, we can now start with the first field setups then. And that's for emmer and then rye down the road. So I definitely want to, you know, take this one here for the rye and the emmer. So this is emmer now. And it's far away from the village, unfortunately. But what can you do about it? Yeah, we got the first one. And for rye, it makes sense then to have another field here. Going down here. And then we can have another field here. Set up. And then we have another one here, right? And farmhouse sits in the middle. We probably will grow some fields further. Yeah, some flax might be possible here. Really, it's not a good ground, not a good soil, but it's the best I can do right now. We need more families anyway to get the fields then going. This is then a project for next year, most likely, as we still need to grow a bit. So far so good. I'm loving the new update. Lots of changes. We haven't even touched most of the changes yet, by the way. And yeah, I hope you enjoy this one as Sleepy Hollow starts to grow and its competitors start to grow. And we continue in the next episode of Manor Lords with the latest update. Stay tuned. Oh, hello! Don't mind me, I'm just enjoying the view. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Manor Lords, to the latest update and this beautiful, gorgeous new map that we're playing on right now. With, well, our next city developments. We've just survived year 1 and are in the 2nd year. We are preparing for a raider attack and we have finished chopping down all the stone. How very nice that is. Let's actually unassign this person here right away. There's still some 4 more rubble stone available. This is also new, by the way. We have different type of stone now. The rubble stone, the dressed stone, and the mortar. So there's definitely been some changes. I don't remember dressed stone or mortar ever being in this game before. So we'll just see how that actually turns out to be. We also just finished these few houses here and we're already full again. So I want to continue growing. 72% approval rating is amazing. So that means we have a very high incoming migration. Yeah. And in this case here, let's build us a few more houses somewhere here. And it's gonna be once again high density housing that I especially want to have somewhere here. This is too small, all right? Like actually he's starting here. We need to have 4 points as far as I remember. And then we have this one, all right? So we have a few more here. And then probably some gardens again or something like that. But I don't like the look of this so much. We can once again lower the density. But of course, this is not the point of this block. I think we can make it work like that. And the only thing is now that this one here still needs to have something. So let's just see how we can actually make something work here. That's not going to work out. This could work out in the strangest ways. But yeah, let's actually have it like that. And then we have a bit more room here, where we can have some normal housing again. Probably something like that. But we don't have the logs for this. But I can definitely see something like this. The thing is, we have a main road here, right? That goes into the market area, into my storage area, and into my industry zone. So it makes sense to me to have some market buildings here. Something like a trade post. Gonna delete the stonecutter camp to make room here. And then we have this road that we probably make like this now. Goes over here, right? And this goes then outside. Now we need to check where we have the international trade, the territory trade. There it is. And there's the public one. So there's the road. I didn't build this road, right? It was here before. So this is the connection that we want to make. We have then the road going out here. And then we're probably gonna make another road here, like that. Right? That connects with the King's Road then. Goes up there and then into my area here. So here we could make a trade area then. Regarding the timber, we can see that this forest is now chopped. And we're already cutting something into that one. We have the berries. Now the berries are something that I really, really want to keep, right? So as we can see, we have this area here and we can make a nice road around that, so that we are not cutting away anything here. Let's actually get this one over there and this road in here. All right, should do wonders. So we are not allowed to cut this area at all. And for this, we gotta make sure that we're staying a bit more in this area now. There you go. Can also continue then here with another road. Probably like this. The thing is, you cannot get too close to the pond because the pond tends to overflow. And you need to keep that distance. Okay, also I would like to continue upgrading some houses. These high density blocks here are fantastic for this. With every tier 2 that we have, we get more taxes. That is something I need. Another major development. Our manor house has been finished. All the way up here. It actually also provides still some families. Only though 2 anymore, not 5. And these people here, well, it's their home now. And we could also now go ahead and set the taxes here. Though I'm not gonna go with any taxes so far. Way more important than that is now that we have the retinue. This is a professional army that is working for us now in case of emergency. And I'm pretty sure we do have now bows, right? Yeah, 17 war bows that we are producing in my artisan, at my artisans over here. And we can also now go ahead and get the archer militia going. And it's kind of like halving between the two of them now to have 17 archers and 17 spear militia. So we get 3 regiments now available for us that can protect us. I think this is a very good start for our army. Now, next in line, I think... Oh, we are lacking a few planks. Let's assign a second family to the saw pit. And I still need a bit more regional wealth to get my next oxen going. Because right now we are not having enough of them. Large village upgrade, thanks to having now enough tier 2 burgages. The next upgrade actually will take quite some time as we need level 3 burgage plots for this. We also have now the money to get me the next oxen. And with that we have now 2 oxen. Albrecht and Albrecht. Alright. Could have had some change here with the names. To make it simple, people. Albrecht the second. Gonna call him. Not that we lost Albrecht the first. So Albrecht it is, of course, in German. And I think he doesn't want me to have this name. There you go. Alright, also I'm assigning a dedicated family to this. So they're just transporting the oxen now around. They're the ox guides. To get things done more efficiently. Next, very important thing that we need to make some money finally, right? So the normal regional wealth tax coming in is not enough. So for this, I would need to go for a trading post now. And this one will then attract traveling merchants coming into our city. Let's have this a bit further over here, because this is also close to my warehouses. And it's not too close to the city though to, you know, disrupt anything. So we still have this area here available then. Now I'm saving up on some families right now. I mean, we already have 4 in surplus to get started on my farming. And for this, we can also set the fields now. And as we can see, we do have the... Oh, okay. We have the rye already unlocked. Right, because we have an overhauled progression system. The rye has already been unlocked for us. Very good. There's no need to unlock it anymore. So we go with rye and barley and then fallow and then rye. Here we go with barley, fallow, and rye. So you want to have, of course, a good rotation so that you have rye every year, you know. Like this one here has rye here. And we're going to go with barley this year and then fallow. And there's my farm. Gonna set this area here for the farming. And I'm gonna assign 3 families to this right away. And they're gonna work. Lucky us, they don't need tools. And they're going to plow now by hand. So I could also give them an oxen. But this once again will cost me then also some coin. Yeah, of course we can already queue this in. You know, let's upgrade this with an oxen's chat. And once I have the money, I can then import this. Because this will significantly speed up then the farming process. Alright, this is actually... I didn't anticipate that we already have rye unlocked. This makes it into a green fertile area over there. Perfect. And we could also have some more here. Along this road. It's not, of course, it's not ideal by any means, you know. But it is getting me somewhere started. Just along the road there. And here we are also gonna say then, take the... I mean, barley is just super important. Take barley, rye. And here we're gonna say take rye, nothing, barley. Now I just need a few more families to work the farms. 40 tools, we're really good with that. Winter is approaching, firewood is fine, food is fine. No one is working the saw pit here. Can I put higher priority on this? Unfortunately I can't. We would need to have a dedicated livestock for the saw pit for this to work better. More efficient, because right now we always need to wait for an available oxen. And we just don't have any. Even though we have 2, they're all busy. And the trade post is active too. Already assigned a person to that or a family to that. And with this family here, Kunwert, Heinz and Endlein, they're gonna work this. And yeah, livestock we cannot afford for this, but trading is what we want to do. And this is where things need to be thought out, because we cannot sell tools, nor can we sell rubble stone. Don't forget, we don't have endless deposits here, alright? So any kind of stone that we sell is gone. I cannot remine it or so. So we need to get things that we have endlessly available. That would be carp, for example. That's my fish. So I'm gonna say, take this one. Up to a surplus of 120 should be fine, right? So it's actually quite valuable, 30 coin. So we have a bit of stuff to sell here. The berries, they're only worth 1 coin, and we don't have a lot of them, so this is not gonna work out. We don't have anything else here. The other thing we could get in endless supply is warbows, but I think for warbows we need to have a dedicated trade route before this actually works. Let's go ahead with a surplus of 20 that we have for army, and everything that we have above that we can sell. Why do we not have any bows? We do have planks. Oh, they're crafting. All right. The thing is, we're getting more archers in because we're growing. So every new archer takes up a bow. All right. So this is not going to be traded for a long time, but it is an opportunity. Planks. Yeah, let's sell planks with a surplus of at least 40. And that's it. We should be getting some small money in with that. It's important to get other things going soon. What we could already prepare is my next goat sheds. So I'm gonna have another goat shed over here then. And we could also make... Oh, the chicken coop needs the money right away. Up front. Orchard, that is the fruits. I could definitely see myself working on that sooner. Now about the orchards, we have a bit of money again. So as we can see, we need now seeds. We need the seeds for the apples, for the pears, and for the quinces. And yeah, I think with the apples we start. But this is significantly slowed down now. And the gardens need also seeds, and the chickens need the money for the chicken coop. So it's gonna take some time. Guess we need to upgrade more. We also have materials now in the trading post. Oh, we have lots of planks. Great stuff. What we can do with that is upgrade the next artisans. Yeah. It's raiding season. Just as winter is over, the first raids appear, and now things get interesting because those raiders, they're of course onto us, but they're also onto the other AI opponents, as we can see. And since they spawn on the other side of the map, they shouldn't be a danger to us. So enemy units spotted, it's just these guys here. And as we can see, the AI opponent has nothing. Or am I overlooking something? Yeah, they're actually pillaging this one now. Oh, he's got something. He's got a retinue. Yeah, he's actually fighting back. They have no chance, of course. That's a slaughter. And I wonder what happens now to the AI opponent. He's getting fired, right? There's some fire now. We'll just see. I mean, that retinue was actually quite brave. And as we can see, he's now being set aflame. Now that's crazy. Gotta be careful that we're not surprised here, but it's just these guys here now. Holy cow, I did not expect this. Yeah, he's burning down, like completely. Well, at least we are still fine, but that was pretty devastating. We do have the army ready, just in case. Alright, just in case there is something major coming, but right now we should be fine. And the really cool thing is, you know, like if we look down there, over there you can even see the village. It's not, unfortunately we cannot see the flames, right, but you can see the ruins right over there. Well, in fact, it's not burning anymore. There is still something. So he's been completely devastated. I wonder if he will recover from this. We'll just see. The bandits are gone. Let's continue with the next artisan workshop. Once again, I would like to have something that consumes planks, because planks is something that we can have in huge quantity. And once again, it's going to be the boyar's workshop. One is not enough, especially if we want to sell bows as well. So this will be something to keep in mind. We got 20 now, which is the minimum again, right? And we're gonna get more archers here as well. 24 now. Another neighborhood is being built right now over here. And the next boyar's workshop is finished. So they are working now side by side. I'm also moving Albrecht the First now to the farmhouse, so that this oxen will now help with the plowing. The thing is, though, as far as I understand, wait a second. Yeah, we still have only 2 stable space here available, right? So if I want to get more oxen for transportation, I need to actually get me another hitching post. And let's have this one here. Fits in nicely. Since we're gonna see some harvest this year, I would also like to go ahead and get me my first windmill going. Here we have actually a 97% chance, or efficiency, 95, because it's in a very exposed position. Here it is 100. And probably would like to have it though here, beside the farm. And then we also need an oven. This one is something I would like to have closer again to the city, so definitely somewhere here along the road. Kunrad, my next ox, that is not working. And let's also upgrade the stables right away, so that we can afford another one down the road. I wonder if Albrecht likes this job. But he's got no choice really, as he's now plowing my fields. By the way, the trader family is trading. I mean, this looks fantastic, doesn't it? I wonder if he brings back any money. We'll just see. As he makes his way now to the King's Road, trading some planks and fish. I would love to gift him a horse, but a horse is 60, way too expensive. It says here that disconnected from the major trade routes we are, so we need to connect the building to the King's Road. We have this road here that goes to the King's Road. So it was my understanding that this is the King's Road. Unfortunately, it's not. The thing is, we have no choice, so I cannot go beyond that. And going down here, you know, this also branches out into other territories, so outside of my reach. But there's a trade point here, so it should be actually there. Ah, there is money coming in. At least 5 coins. So in this case, we are actually, in fact, trading. The thing is, I'm gonna wait for 20 and then I'm gonna open up the trade route here for warbows. Ah, it's also harvest season. And not only does it look beautiful, but it should also give me an additional source of food. The scale of this game just does not cease to impress me. Finally, we have the money, and we have now more bows. So let's open up this trade route here. And a dedicated traveling merchant will regularly visit your region to trade this specific type. Oh, good. And yeah. For 2 coin for each warbow. And it's endless, right? So we can endlessly have warbows. That's twice as much as a plank brings me in. So, I mean, we're stuffed with planks. 300 at this point. I should really set a limit on the planks. Otherwise, it's clogging up everything. Planks. And actually, it's way too high. Let's make 250 the top. I mean, even 250 would be ridiculous. Harvest season is almost completed again. They're quite busy still. It was a very good rye harvest. 47 rye. There is also some barley coming in this year. Great stuff. I mean, not ideal, but we could still have also a field here. It just all counts, right? We just need it. There you go. Could make some flax here. Finally, a bit more money is rolling in. 42. That's out of the trading. So it's also more worth it now to get some things going here, like more apple seeds. And I would also like to get more goats. I think all these 3 are working already. Yep. Let's go ahead and get the next goat sheds going. And with 20, we could also have some chicken coops now. To get eggs. Let's have another city expansion here. Along this one. We should be able to make it like so. Turn it. Ah, that looks a bit nasty. That looks better for sure. And let's have another road here then too. And we're closing in on the clay pit there. As winter is approaching, we are though stuffed with a bit of rye now. That means my people, once they're finished with everything, they will start with the threshing. Right now they're still preparing the fields again. I could set the priority to high, so some of them will then do it. It's not taking very long, right? So that we can have then the first family assigned to the windmill, and they will make then flour out of that. By the way, they're actually rebuilding, right? I totally expected him to stop working, stop functioning at all, but they're actually rebuilding things. Also here, repairing out of the rubble. Even though this will take quite some time as they need to carry this away. And ladies and gents, we're swimming in money. 64. That would be enough to actually afford a horse for the trader now. Not doing that as I really want to have more chickens. Also, we could start with the first vegetable gardens. Now that we have a bit of seed money. For this, let's actually make some burgages that have a huge back garden, right? So out of the ordinary. I think we could start with a few of them here. Like, oh, it's very hard to read with the winter, right? But we could have something here. Look at that. This is then the burgage, and then we have a huge garden at the back. I wonder if we can make this even bigger. So we have then one here with just one density, right? And then probably down the road here another one. In all different types of shapes that you can think of. There you go. Another with just one. These are going to be vegetable farmers. Another massive development. Rye bread is available under grains. This is because my oven is now working, producing bread. Now life really looks fantastic and tastes fantastic with some fresh bread. The cool thing about bread also is that it doesn't have the same spoilage level as, let's say, fish. And if we just walk down here, because in this game you really just need to walk everywhere to also enjoy the scenery. We're still processing some flour, very good. And at the farm, unfortunately we don't have anything anymore. So in this case, how much more do we have? 13 barley, oh, 29 rye grain still, so a lot really. We can make a lot of bread with that. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. There's the first burgage finished, and as we can see, it's quite a plot here that we can use now for some vegetable farming. At this point, fuel is actually running low. I've just assigned more families now to my woodcutter, so we got 3 of them now working here. But as we also can see, is that there's no forest here anymore, right? So we're chopping it away slowly. So it's safer, I think, now to actually continue moving now my logging industry a bit further over here. So wait a second, let's actually make it like so. Move it up there, right? And then we can just take, for example, the logging camp and relocate. The problem here is I will probably lose all the timber stored inside, I think. Not entirely sure, but what we can do here now is I'm gonna add a forester's hut somewhere over there. And there's a family working in here that will then reforest this area continuously so that we can always chop it down as well. Once again, lovely scenery though, close to my pond. And this is also just so cool that the pond is actually turning blue because there's now more sky being reflected in it, right? Because look at that, if I move it towards the forest, it gets actually reflected properly. Right, so that it's more greenish. I love this. These are the details. Beautiful. Not so beautiful as my fuel, so I hope this one recovers now. It might help to stop processing some iron for a moment. There you go. 100 coin, very good. The vegetable gardens should be starting to work now as soon as there's someone moving in. There's no family in here yet. And also here an orchard for apples. There's also no one in here yet. So they do not work. We still have 4 available living spaces, so it's gonna take some time. We can use this here in the meantime. Let's go with another chicken coop. And I might also go for some animal pens again. And as we can see, eggs are coming in. More bread, carp, yeah, and berries. Got quite a bit of a variety there right now. I hope this single family here is still fine for all of this. Productivity 77%. So I think they are overworked. Yeah, we can afford another family to boost the productivity of this again. And the same for the large storehouse. This also adds more market stalls now to the center. And of course we want to have a huge bustling market here at some point. Let's also continue with upgrading of some burgages here. Might also get me a new artisan to get me the butcher in. The butcher enables the production of mutton and hides from surplus livestock and sausages from salt and meat. Now, I'm not entirely sure what surplus livestock means because I don't know if the goats in the animal pens here are actually schooly pooping. It looks like we do not have any goats here right now. Why? Wait a second. There's my goat. There is my goat. But I cannot see if we have a surplus goat. So I think they're not schooly pooping around, the goats. Right? I think it's just gonna be the 2 of them and that's it. So for surplus livestock, we actually, I think, need proper farming for animals. Oh, that's gonna be a good harvest on this field. Okay, we got meats, now chicken that's coming in, right? So I think surplus chicken is getting slaughtered automatically. But I'm still not entirely sure how the butcher then works in comparison with that. Let's just build it. It cost me 8 planks. It's not the end of the world. And try it out and see how it goes. Money's not coming in that much. Not that much trading going on right now. As there's no trader coming really. So far so good. Survived another year. Saw massive destruction. And yeah, expanded our city. In the next episode, I would like to get a bigger army going. And of course, more industries to grow this town here further. We might also be thinking about territorial expansion at some point. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
Step right up and sample.
In medieval times, people often said, don't let your candle burn at both ends or you'll have no light left. Well, at least for this one here, we know that candles were certainly not the cause of these flames here. By the way, there's also the saying, a kiss without a beard is like an egg without salt. But that is something completely different. My wife would definitely disagree on this one here. Now, for something like this to not happen to me, we should head back to my village right away and continue with the city building. And by the way, hello everyone and welcome back. I hope you got a cup of coffee or tea or even a sausage ready at the taking, for we continue onwards with mighty things. Mighty things like, yeah, like our army that is forming. Look at that. We got a full archer militia almost ready for action. That's a 33 out of 36. And on top of that, we also have 20 spear militia now growing. Now, In order to grow this one further, well, we are already producing the bows, I would like to continue producing other things. Things that we certainly will need for my population and my soldiers alike, and that is footwear, of course, and to be more specific, shoes, leather shoes in any case. And for that we need a leather. Now we got a full herd of goats over there, which is my only source of leather. How much leather have we accumulated? 32 hides. It's actually really bad, let's be honest here. So one thing I would like to go ahead with is increase my goat production and also, or population you might say, and also start with my first leather industry, which is of course our tannery. And this one here processes hides into leather. It's exactly what we need. And by the way, it's extremely smelly, so don't have it too close to your citizens or else they're gonna, well, dally or something like that. Alright, let's have enough with the rhymes, let's have enough with the proverbs. We continue with building this one, not close to the berries, because the berries might smell then. But yeah, probably a bit further up here. Quite isolated from the town itself, but it's a really smelly building. By the way, could I then have, yeah, perfect, I can have another production building here. And we will also need a malt house down the road. Yeah, I can think of something like here for the malt house. It's also a bit smelly, but certainly not as bad as a tannery. Smelly it might be, but an artist's workshop is where chaos goes to become beauty. Hopefully it's going to be beautiful leather, that is. I am on a roll today, so let's continue with the words. Zoom all the way out onto the global map, that is, and start with a bit of diplomacy. Funnily enough, so the outlaws are also part of it, right? So we got my opponents here. So that is Kungund. She is over here. Mandlach. And then we got the poor salt Ditz. Like, Ditz has just a very bad stroke of luck over here. And then we also have Peter. He's really far away from us. And the outlaws. Let's have a look at them. Because now we can actually add paragraphs to a letter that we can send them. And it's a pleasure to meet you. Yay! Hello there. Let's send it and just see what happens. Also, by the way, Ditz. Can we do something with poor Ditz? Oh no. Rhetoric is out of action today. I've spent all my wise words on the outlaws. By the way, we got the first hops in already, and with that we could produce some malt, and that means I should have my tavern now growing too. A tavern, it just absolutely needs to be at the town center, somewhere over here. We could make it either like so or either like so. Now this is once again something that's just, I will be wrong about the location of this, right? This or this. I actually prefer this one here because then we open up a bit of a place area here, right? Where we can add the numerous ornaments this game provides. Like, for example, a shrine that we can still have here right in the town center. Why not? Let's also go ahead and do this right away. Erase shrubbery is still something that you can do. Next, this gives me some room to, yeah, expand again. I would definitely like to have, because this just needs to be dense, right? I want to have another house here. Really just something very tiny. Let's just see if we can actually get this one in. Something like this. Or something like this. You know what? I actually like this one. That's 2 houses that we can squeeze in here just beside the tavern. And behind that, we can then continue with some normal housing again. Gonna adjust this one kind of like to the main road. Look at that. We could even reduce density a bit to get bigger backyards going. Nah, I think I might actually just do it like that, but only up to this point here. Let's turn this around again. That's 3 of them. Lovely. And then we still have some space here. And you know what? I would also like to go ahead and have some... Don't forget, this is really the village, the town center. So this really just needs to be dense. Right, there's another density house here. And then we got some backyard houses there again. That's totally fine. We'll just see what we do then with that spot here. That's something for later. Right now, let's fill this one. Might also need another well then down the road. That is something that we could afford. Yeah, this would have been a location that you can do. Another one here. And certainly one here by the industry zone. Let's also get this going. By the way, I didn't even realize the forager hut has an upgrade available. That's the herb garden. Allows the forage workers to grow herbs in a garden at the house itself. And these herbs we can use then to reduce sickness. 25 coin though that costs. Health or leather? Health or leather? Let's go with leather. I need more goats. Gonna go ahead and add me another goat shed over there. There is also something that you should do, and that is upgrading a well. Increases capacity of well, supplying up to 50 burgage pots with drinking water. And that is something we need. As a matter of fact, some of those burgages that we have do not have access to water. Simply because, yeah, we have just not enough wells. 10 stone it is. We should have plenty of that. We got 86 rubble stone available right now. Well, let's go ahead and upgrade our well there as well. And... I'm still thinking about this plot here. I think this would also look great with a well. We could also have another one here. There is, in fact, no water on that side. At all. Okay, on the far side here. This could be tricky down the road. We'll just see. Let's add another well here. Because we need the water. Very lovely. The tavern has been finished, and with that, we now have the potential to serve something. And look at that! There is an upgrade to a large tavern, and this is new. And we'll just see what that actually does. For now, though, we have the supply of 0% that we need to give to my population. Well, we need to raise this. And the only way to raise this is, well, not even having a tavern keeper. Even, of course, I can already start with that. And they're gonna, well, be very busy, not for now, at least. What I will definitely need to do, though, is 2 more buildings. And that is the malt house that I've already started to think about, and it's somewhere over here. Let's actually have it, yeah, here in the town center. It's actually really hard to decide on the malt house. There you go. Important is it needs to be rather close, because we also need to have then the production of beer close by, and that is actually an artisan expansion that we need to give to one of my houses, and there it is, the brewery. For this, however, we need to have a tier 2 burgage plot, and we need to have one with a shed. There it is, right? This one here is just ideal for that. Right here in the town center, you can have a brewery that is producing then the ale from the malt. Let's have the upgrade going. So it's coming from the fields to the malt house, to the brewery, and then to the tavern. Still also waiting now for my tannery, since there's a lot of constructions with logs going on right now. It'll take some time. We can enjoy the entry into the forest though. Gosh, this game has beautiful forests, gotta say that. And right now, in July, they're in full glory. Speaking about forests and tree hugging and all the beautiful things you can do, is the forester hut has been finished, and we do have the families available for it. So let's assign someone, and we give them now an area where they can start replanting trees, and it's gonna be here. The cool thing is that, you know what, let's actually start with here. And you'll just see why, because this village is just not looking very beautiful right now when it comes to trees. You want to have some trees. What I think about though is that we're not gonna go ahead with a big work radius, but rather a very small one, a dedicated one by the well here, for example, right? So they will just plant trees now in this area. And there's the forester coming. He's looking for the right spot. Looks a bit confused, honestly. What are you doing? He's looking for the right spot, it literally says. Alright, his son and wife are faster than him. They just start digging. Now he's also doing it to get the first trees into the village. And oh boy, this is not a good message at all. A deposit exhausted. That's the mining pit. And unfortunately, we lost the only source of iron that we had so far. It's this one here. Let's unassign them. There's nothing to do anymore. It's the old mining pit from now on, as people will call it, and probably haunted as well after next autumn. And in this case, we now have no more iron coming in. How much iron do we have still? 14. And no iron slabs, no iron parts are possible. This is something where I think the update actually breaks the economic logic a bit, because you need to have a constant supply of iron coming in for the tool consumption and the iron parts consumption. And in this case here, you just need to have more deposits, because right now these deposits have not been adjusted to the new maintenance system. And that, of course, will inevitably lead to the problem that we're running out of tools if we don't start trading soon. So I'm trying to counter this with trading for now. We'll just see how it works down the road. Hooray! We got the first saplings. You can barely see them, but these are gonna be some mighty trees. And by the way, they're planting a few too many trees there right now. So let's immediately assign them to a different location. And that would be... where should we also have some trees? I think here. Alright, let's also plant some of them. Next, we got the vegetable farming over here. That is now starting to work. So that's the bigger homesteads that we have. And the orchard over here as well, growing some apple trees for us. That brings me to the next thing right away. So you can already see that this is actually quite busy. And that is my trading post again. So we need to have a steady supply of iron coming in. Let's find iron. Because iron is actually really expensive. It costs 11 coin per iron to import. We're gonna start with that immediately. What is full trade? Trade until the desired surplus is reached. Buy until the desired surplus is reached. And sell until the desired surplus is reached. Okay, so the full trade is going both ways. That wouldn't be necessary for the iron ore. For the iron ore, we're just gonna say import until we have 50. It's a lot of money though. It's the +1 coin that the iron ore costs and +10 coin on foreign tariffs. I wonder where we can influence tariffs. Yeah, I know where. The Regensburg Guildsmen. This is the origins we explored in the beginning of the game. And now it's finally time to actually go for them. And these guys here reduce the import value reduction. Or yeah, they reduce the price of iron ore by 30%. Also reduces the burgage upgrade costs, increases the regional wealth from burgage plots themselves. This is also very powerful. These two combined will lead hopefully to a healthy supply of iron ore coming in. The problem here is that every one of these origins has a huge penalty. This one here has the land tax approval malus, so we get +20% severity rating for land taxes, which is directly reducing then my personal wealth that I need for the army. But rather this than running out of tools. That's my going here. So I'm gonna unlock me my first origin now. And we are the Regensburg Guildsmen. Regensburg, by the way, is a beautiful city in Germany. And it's very close to my hometown. And I've been there 3 times. And it's never really that boring, despite being a very small town. Beautiful craftsman market they have. Now, in this case, the iron ore still needs a dedicated trade route, and we're also going to establish this one right away with the 20 coin we have. Alright, that has now this thing here solved. The problem will be that we're still not producing enough regional wealth, and I also need it for goats and chickens and so forth. So we need to find a new source of income beside my bows, right? So we are having the war bows over there. We have 28 right now, so about 8 will be sold again. The other weapons all need things that we also don't have in supply. So everything here needs iron. Gambesons need leather. That's something we really don't have. Crossbow needs leathers. Shields might be an opportunity for us. For the shields, we need a new artisan level 2. Let's check the overlay. There we have it. Level 2 with still a burgage or a backyard extension possible. And these guys here have the joiner's workshop that produces wooden parts and shields. And those shields should be possible for us to sell nicely. We'll just see about that. We need to find markets that we can use. Also, over here, I think... do we have all the goats now? It seems like we have all the goats. Goats, goats, goats. Fantastic. There's still one goat possible. Or, since it's a pretty big yard, I might also make this one into a vegetable garden. By the way, that well has been upgraded and it's looking rad, honestly. Beautiful. Much better than the one before. And now you get a proper chain going down there. Proper lift. Okay, we just got the first iron ore coming in, and that's 24 iron that we have now, but with that we're also out of coin. So 50 might have been a bit too much perhaps, but at least it's possible, of course, to get some iron in with this method. Let's say up to 30, right? Because I really don't want to deplete my wealth there so hard. Okay, also the mold house, there it is. Let's assign a family. We have 2 more left. They also will require refueling. So once again, another consumption for firewood. And then we also have our tannery that can now start its leather production. These people here will now get the hides, right? And produce then the leather. I'm not gonna set any limits here because we don't need hides for anything else, as far as I know right now. And we don't need to have an upper limit for leather because it's not gonna be that much. And yeah, 38 hides we have. This actually sped up over time and is quite fast at this point. I will definitely also need another family here because it's getting a bit busy at the storehouse. So let's assign a 3rd family to the storehouse. And yes, the shields are coming in. I've seen it because we're producing them now. And we're producing small shields. These consume only planks at the moment. Plenty of planks we have. Wooden parts and the large shields require then 2 planks. I think I'm gonna go with the large shields, in fact. And we're gonna set a limit here of 50, right? And that's it. And the planks do not go lower than 50 on the planks as well. This is very valuable. So we'll just see how that turns out, right? Because shields might be quite worth it to trade. And since we got the large shields now rolling in, let's also export them. We cannot see the price, unfortunately, until we have dedicated a trade route to it. But for now, let's just say that we want to have a surplus of 20, and everything above that can be sold to whatever price they pay me. Leather is being produced. We got the first leather.
Oh, this is heavier than it looks.
Yeah, heavier than it looks, he says. I believe him. Smellier as well. Even though fresh leather actually smells beautiful. And there's the trader coming, or, you know, my storehouse worker. So we now have dedicated our workforce to tasks, right? Like he's just transporting stuff around now and brings it to the market then, where people can buy it. And off he goes again. Since we have now so many things consuming fuel, it might be worth it to upgrade my fuel. And we can do this with the charcoal kiln. And the workers refine firewood here into charcoal, increasing the fuel efficiency. Super dirty building that is. Once again, I'm gonna have it outside here for the moment. We might also have it deep in the forest over there. I think this also makes sense, right? Let's go ahead and have the charcoal burner somewhere here in the forest. Over there. And they will then start producing it once we assign someone to it. And once we get the logs over, we don't have a lot of logs left. Lots of stuff being up for sale, by the way, at the food stall. We got a great food variety at the moment. Chevon, apples, bread, berries and fish. Got the full picture here. Don't mind the thunderstorm, the food is fresh. And over here, got the firewood, and this should be the stall market for the leather then. Resources stolen from nearby bandits, 5 iron ore. They will pay for this. By the way, 9 ale in the tavern. Entertainment supply is 100% with that. And we can see that the level 2 houses now have their tavern. That makes them very happy and also fulfills the beverage need. Since we're gonna need some money from the regional wealth at some point, I'm actually gonna go ahead now and say 10% land tax. That means 10% of my regional wealth is being taxed, I think every month it is? It should have been every month. Yeah, every month. And in this case, will be then transported over to my treasury, and we can use that money over there to, for example, then also house me dedicated soldiers, a standing army that is. In that case, we probably should also start raiding the bandits. Over there we have them. So let's also, I mean, it's October, probably not the best idea. Got a bit of a harvest season rolling right now to have any kind of attack. By the way, how was my harvest season? Let's have a look. 113 rye sheaves we have. We're set up, honestly. This is a lot. It's already being processed then? No, it's not. We still have the barley, also 23. So that wasn't so bad, actually. And once they're finished with the plowing, they should go here and thresh my wheat, my grain. And this we bring then over to the windmill. Charcoal burner is finished. I've actually moved it over here now, close to the tannery. Let's have the two smelly things close together. And move in 2 families here right away. Always keep a family available for construction, right? But those 2 can work here now. They're gonna transport now and take the firewood that we have and turn it into coal. And then we have the fuel then up there. Coal should be more durable than firewood so far. For this, it might be a safe approach to also have a second firewood collector here. Or here. Or just beside the other one. Yeah, let's have it just beside the other one because it doesn't matter. Let's have it here. The second one that we can then use to collect even more firewood. So it's absolutely important that we plant as many trees as possible. And we can also see they're busy with that. And yes, this area is growing again with trees. The cycle of life continues. And as another year is coming to an end, not only have we grown in number, but we also grow now our treasury. The first 11 coin are in. That's beautiful. It's not much at the moment, but it's gonna be much soon. Also, we get 100 regional wealth available right now. We could use this, yeah, absolutely, for chickens. First, we need to check where there are people living. There are no people living here, so it doesn't make sense. There is someone living in, so this one makes sense. And I might turn this one into a goat shed as well. Oh, we got 46 leather. That's a lot. It's actually really nice. Alright, let's actually start with an apiary. 50 coin, we can afford this. And with that, we start with the bee process. I didn't expect it to have it so soon, but I'm excited about it. Why not? Okay. Spend a bit more coin again, I think, on iron ore, right? Where's my iron ore? There it is, 29 again. Yep, we're at the limit. Very good. So the tool supply is still rocking. So for a city of that size, or a village of that size, trading works for the tools at the moment. Okay, and there we have now the apiary. And the apiary is actually more complex than it seems at first, because it gives me new bonuses. 2 new bonuses, in fact. The first one is the wilding. The meadow's wild bloom fattens the hive. There's a chance of extra apiary yield proportional to the meadow environment. Currently we have 55%. So my take is that we should build this one in an area with not that many trees, but meadows around that. Alright, so this one here, the burgage plot, would probably have a better chance for it, right? Because it's further outside. Alright, the second one is the apiation. Increases pollination strength by 2% for each active apiary up to 10%. So right now we have 2% coming in for the pollination. And this we can then also once again check then at the environmental levels or environmental statistics for Sleepy Hollow. And here we now have our meadows, 55%, right? And down here we have then also our farmland. And the meadows are increasing now the level of pollination, which increases the chance of extra crop yields proportional to the meadow environment. This is really interesting. So with more bees, up to 10%, we can actually boost the farming, to my understanding, which is really cool. So this wasn't there before, and that is something that we should hopefully feel at some point at my farmhouse done with richer harvests. We can also see this here. Yep, the field has the pollination bonus. Current effect, 57% improved, or yeah, chance of extra crop yields coming from this. Now, I like the system a lot. So what I'm going to try is, I mean, once again, winter. But I'm going to try and build me yet another road going all the way here, right? And we're going to have another house then somewhere here with an apiary. Unfortunately, there is really no apiary available anymore. But I want to see this. So this is just gonna be one house by the forest here, having a beehive. Once again, the game tells me that my people are freezing. I don't know why, but there's no one freezing right now. We have plenty of fuel. In fact, we got 50 charcoal available right now, and it's also stored at my storehouse. Do I need more store people? There's 2 coal right now at the market. Perhaps I need to assign even more to the storehouse. Let's do this. This opens up another market stall now, coming up here. Another common goods stall. Perhaps. There's no one freezing right now, according to this overlay though. So, should be fine. Also, the houses far outside have fuel. Coal and firewood. That's also fine. There's the new one now. And these guys here are gonna have an apiary then as well. A massive one here in the backyard. I would definitely take up this slot here, by the way. Beautiful view. Forests. And a bit further away from the inner city. Also, that's a surprise to me. We do not have any fish anymore. Actually, we ran out of fish. So first of all, they're not fishing anymore in winter. There used to be the upgrade for ice fishing, but it seems to be not there anymore. A minimum of 80 fish per pond we keep. Oh, okay, we are below the minimum actually, so they're not fishing anymore because of that. And also, I think, yeah, we're exporting carp, but we actually have a surplus of 120, so this should also be fine. Might also be worth it to quickly have a look at my import and export statistics, and we can see that we made a lot of money out of war bows. 566 coin, whereas we paid 230 for iron ore. We also made some coin out of planks and out of fish a bit. Another thing, the communal oven is sending emergency help or emergency request. It's full. We have too much bread in the oven and it's not working anymore. So we need to have more storage for that. And that is why I also want to upgrade now my granary to a large granary. We can also assign more people to this. And with that, hopefully also can store more bread. Alright, enemy units have been spotted. Get the next raider attacks here. They might be attacking my opponent now in this area, but they're also very close to us. So I gotta be super careful where they're moving, or else I might have trouble. Okay, another ruler's army was sighted. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, they're probably under attack. We're still getting this cold message. Oh, look at that. It was this house here. But they have fuel now. Okay. No, they're cold again. It's this house here that is cold. Yeah. I don't know why, because they have fuel actually. Strange. They might have a leak. Someone should tell them. And yeah, unfortunately, another village is burning to the ground. And it's my direct neighbor. Even though, look at that. They're fighting back once again, but only with the retinue. They don't. It doesn't seem like they have a proper militia at this point. Alright, so of course they're getting crushed as well. I don't even need to watch this fully. It's a slaughter. And yeah, now it's on to the pillaging and lamentation of women, men, and houses that burn down now. Nothing we can do about this. No one's coming for us right now. And the strange thing is that some of my people, if they just walk along the cliffs as they usually do to enjoy a good breeze, they can see now that village down there burning down. No idea, perhaps they're coming after us, I don't know. When they're finished with the pillaging, we'll just see what they're doing. Right now they're still busy over there. Now also this burgage plot here has been finished. There's still no one living in that, but we already get the bonus of 2%. So now my fields are boosted by another 4% for the pollination. But what I can see is the wilding effect stays the same. So no idea how we can further boost this one. Perhaps with some beekeepers. If there are any, they might just do the job. Oh, and that's a steep hike up there into the village. Keeps you healthy. And also, just by the way, my trees are also growing. That's lovely to see. I think it's a birch tree right here in the center of town. So far so good. Once again, another year comes to an end. So once again, the industry grows. My trading grows. I'm super happy about this one. And the dangers grow as well, as we might be next for a raider attack. We'll just see about that. I hope you enjoyed this one. Manor Lords, onwards to the next episode. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, and welcome back, my peerless paramours. Welcome back to Manor Lords, to, some excitement. My people are bored. It is a new year and they really just don't want to go back to farming again. Nope, we want to use those juicy weapons that we've been producing all year long. And in this case here, we got the perfect target. They're already on their way, and it's a bunch of brigands. Let's face it, they're getting a bit too numerous for my liking. We get those bandit camps over there. They're spawning, and they're stealing then resources from you. And they might also attack you at some point when they're spawning out of it. So in this case here, let's take care of some of them. On top of that, we might get some juicy treasures when the time is right. And for this, we're waiting now. Let's actually get formation, or get into formation. My melee fighters here. It's important that we really, wait a second, focus on the retinue being attacked first, because those are my mercenaries, right? My standing army. The rest are workers, so we don't want to lose too many of these here. And by the way, if you enjoy my content, please consider supporting me on Patreon as well. That would be very much appreciated, as 95% of your share goes to my channel directly. Now, in this case, they're already coming, like little stupid sheep they are. Passing? What is going on? Passing my retinue. Let's actually now flank them. As I'm going in here with my spearmen, trying to take them from the side. Like this. I don't think there's friendly fire, right? I guess we'll find out. Now we can shoot them from behind, and this should be devastating. Yeah, already down a couple of them. And I think the rest is fleeing. They're already fleeing. I don't know where they're fleeing to. They've got no home anymore. We should actually take care of them somehow, but my units do not fight back. So that's that. And whoa, we got 400 influence out of that. That's a lot, just for winning this battle. We haven't even looted yet. So I'm gonna actually send my workers back into my territory. Right, they're just gonna move all the way up here again. And my retinue continues and loot it. That is just pure foul play here at this point. Look just what happened. This bandit camp just spawned right here at this very moment. A bandit camp was sighted. It just spawned, and it is now attacking my retinue, where my people are already retreating. What the hell? I've never seen this before. And this is really nasty, because my retinue is all alone now. Actually, they're being ignored. Something seems a bit funny here. Let's get my troops over there. Let's have my spearmen attacking them right away. Come on, engage them, please. What is this? Why are they not engaging? Everybody's ignoring them. And they're rushing towards my archers. I'm not too happy with development here so far. Let's actually rush up there. My archers really need to retreat here. They are not good for melee, and boy, we've lost a lot. This was foul play from the game all the way through. Now they're engaged with the spearmen. But two things happened here. The freaking bandit camp spawned in the middle of my army and everybody ignored the bandits. Like, they weren't even registered in the beginning. Okay, there they are. Gone again, of course, but we lost, yeah, around 12 archers. Let's take care of both of them. The good thing is we got even more influence out of that. The bad thing is we lost people. Workforce. This time, I'm gonna stick around here a little while longer until we have cleared both of them with my retinue. Okay, what do we get? Dare you if someone spawns now. Thank you very much. Send them to the nearest town or to my treasury. We can do this both now. Let's go with my treasury. That's 214 coin we got out of this. And then we can send them over here. And also loot this to my treasury. And that's 130 coin. Okay, and with that out of the way, let's actually go back home. That was nasty. Sorry you had to witness that. Now we continue with the city building because it has come to my attention that there might be room for improvements regarding my apiaries. And I would like to do this right away. I would like to implement this right away. And that is a bit further outside here. We could go ahead and have this orchard here. I'm gonna have another orchard here. This is the smallest backyard I've seen so far. For a ground of this size here. And we're gonna have then two orchards here together with a burgage that has an apiary in the middle of all of that between the vegetable gardens and the orchards, right? Because the apiaries apparently boost the orchards because the orchards need pollination. The vegetable garden needs pollination and the apiary provides this. So let's use the adjacency bonus of that to boost the orchard and the vegetable gardens and the apiary as well with those burgage plots. Next, over here, I would like to start with my next project, and that is wool. We need that at some point, and it's taking a long time. And what you want to have for this is a sheep farm that we can have. And this sheep farm, I'm gonna have this one right here by my fields. Now, those fields, when I check it, they're not gonna grow any further, right? There is actually room here that we can use. But this area here is definitely off the limits, and it looks like a very good place to house some sheep. And I would like to do this with a pasture. Now the sheep farm, as far as I know, already comes with a smaller pasture where we can breed the first sheep. So I'm gonna wait for that. While we do that, we also need to have a livestock trader over here. Livestock trading post that gets me in the sheep and the cattle and the pigs. And let's have this one right beside my trading post. And have a little road there just around them. Cut them off from the rest of the town. Perfect. If you're looking at my town right now, you will notice that there are almost no grown-up men. It's mostly women doing the jobs. And that's of course because my soldiers are still on the move. The men that we see usually are the younger ones, right? Kunz over there. And my soldiers should hopefully be coming in now because we need the workforce back again. And there's my spearmen. And the moment we disband them, they're gonna lay off the weapons and continue back to transporting planks, gathering plants, fishing, transporting, whatnot. Also, another family moves in, and with that, we have no more space available. So another neighborhood expansion is what I need, and I would like to continue with this area here, most likely, that we can have like so. With proper fields, it's a bit much, right? I mean, it's not really downtown anymore, so let's go ahead and do this. Right over there. Some 4 more plots. And here, actually, here I would like to have a few more as well. We could actually squeeze in some whopping 4. 4 is right. And then I could have them squeezed in here as well, just along them somehow. There you go, 2 more, that's fine. And in the middle of all of that, we should be able to squeeze in a shrine, a little one here. Also, the husbands return from the dead. Well, not really, of course, but the women find new husbands around the world. And they're moving in then again, right? So the households, they're replenishing themselves with new male workforce. Perhaps there's even a husband trader. I'm sure this is a profitable business. Ah, very good. The livestock trading post is finished. We got the workforce ready for this. Let's assign someone to that. And here we can now start trading. The cool thing is we could also even export sheep if we have too many, right? And make a business out of that as well down the road. Lambs, sheep, horses, mules, and oxen we have. Now, about these here, I'm not entirely sure because you can order them directly at the buildings that need them. And we can see that we got 3 oxen right now. Money-wise, we're sitting at 300, so it might be safe then to start importing sheep until we have 4. Yeah, I think I really don't want to stress this too much right now. There it is also, my next apiary, my second one that is finished now. And this one has now another 2% pollination strength to this environment, to this territory, leading up to 6% on the boost now. And then we have the orchard here that gets its boost now out of the pollination, and 61% is that effect now. So that's quite increased. Does it affect the vegetables too? It does, 61. Now by comparison, this vegetable here is also at 61. So this counts territory-wise, not just adjacent-wise. Alright, all the way down here, we have finished now also a beautiful sheepyard. And let's assign someone to that right away. We don't have the livestock though yet, right? So we're waiting on that, but we got the space for that now. I think 5 we can squeeze in, right? So once we reach that limit, we need to build an exterior pasture. But for now, they will work then in here. And this is where the livestock trader comes in now. And the people here, yep, Ott, for example, they're going out now, finding sheep in the wilderness and getting them back. And that was actually rather quick. That sheep deserves a name before it gives us wool. It also has the moonwalk perfected. Of course, also, the granary has been upgraded in all its glory. It's a beautiful building now. And after all of this, we can house 6 families here that are transporting food back and forth. Lots of bread we have in, some honey. And yeah, they're then selling it at the local market over here. And this market is growing. What we can see though is that granary supply capacity has been reached at this point with only 2 families working here. The storehouse is still totally fine, but the food is something we need to do. I love the overlay for this, by the way, because it shows you exactly where we do need to work on for. So the general goods, as we can see, yeah, the whole town is basically satisfied, right? Might have some problems here with the essential ones for some reasons, but outside of that, it's good. They need charcoal. We have a lot of charcoal, in fact. This is that. And then we have the food variety type here. We can also really see very detailed what type of food is provided right now, like eggs. These guys here only have berries available right now. The inner circle has 3 to 4 types of food available, even with bread, eggs, berries, and fish. So in this case here, this gives you a nice overview. But as we can see, it shows that we do not have enough families working here. 5 families we still have left, so let's assign, yeah, let's make just 4 because, you know, we don't need to calculate this too tightly there all the time. We can also then decide what type of food is being sold here, and so forth. This is also interesting. We could give this one a bit of an overstock of every good. So for every good, there's now an overstock of 2 calculated in. That means that if we're running out of resources, we have a bit of time before the penalty kicks in, right? Before people are running out of things. I think it might be safe to actually ramp this up even further. So that would do. Now, next, I can also see that we have a lot of leather. And I would like to work on this right away. Let's quickly check it out where we have some slots left open. Yeah, we're gonna need to upgrade a bunch of more of my burgages here. So over here, we have one available still. And I would like to go ahead with the Cobble's Workshop. But for this, we need to upgrade the plot first. Let's go ahead and do this. I would also like to do it for this plot here, and for this plot, and for this plot. And very important to me also, the inner plots here, that we increase the density of that. And every single one of them that we upgrade will then also provide me more taxes down the road. So this is just gonna add up, and with that we can afford a few more. Alright, also, the sheep is in. That's a monumental situation that we have right now, because the sheep is now, should be now being brought over, getting the resources. Erhard is already doing it. And he's now bringing in the livestock into the sheep farm, so that we may have some wool coming out of this soon. Now, we've also got all the soldiers in again, so that means that with the money we have right now, I can also go ahead and customize my retinue now. And we can customize, unfortunately, there hasn't been any changes here, right? But there's still a few things that we can do with my soldiers. First of all, we can recruit more, and we pay 50 coin for every one of them that we have. So right now we got 5, and now we got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Let's go ahead with 10. And on top of that, we can also upgrade them with a bit more additional money. Unfortunately, oh, there it is, yeah, 300 coin we have left. We can now go ahead. Unfortunately, they're all level 0 that they're starting with. So this is not random or anything like that. And upgrading them gives us them proper armor, right? And yeah, let's do this with a bunch of them. I would still like to keep some money left for later, right? But the more we upgrade, of course, the better they will be at combat. Though at this point I really would have expected to at least have the tier 1 available here. This has been from the start work in progress, right? Giving them some traits out of their combat experience. I would have loved to have something there, but what can you do about it? Alright, so that's my army. Next, back to logistics. We're jumping around a bit, but I hope that's okay, because I noticed that we still do not have enough oxen, right, that we need for everything. So let's go ahead with the next hitching post that we'll have somewhere right here in the center. Yeah, along the main road here in the industry zone. As we upgrade the next burgage plot, I also noticed that we are running out of planks. Let's check this out right now. Let's assign a second family to the saw pit right away, because timber we have a lot, but we have no planks anymore. And the culprit here is quite easy to find. They're waiting, so they are there, but something is not there, and that's the logs. And once again, this is a clear sign that my logistical network is overloaded right now. So in this case here, that hitching post that we just finished is very much appreciated. Let's also get me an ox in right away. And we could also have a dedicated family working the hitching post now to transport things around all the time. I'm not entirely sure that this is more efficient though than just having an available family, right? Because the available family will always just also transport things around. But of course, if we have construction going on like now, this family will be busy with construction, right? So now we have someone that goes for the oxen all the time for both of them. I would love to upgrade this, but we lack the planks, as expected. Finally, the upgrading is complete. A level 2 burgage plot in all its glory. And now we can add, well, the cobbler's workshop. Great indeed. The sheep is also at the sheep farm. And the first one is in. Else, she's waiting now. And also the first birding has started. Did we already get some wool out of that? Yeah, we got 12 wool inside. Hooray. Also, as a huge tree fan, I'm just very happy that we got the trees in town. Also here. And we might be thinking about reforesting some more city parts at some point. The planks are in, by the way, so let's finally build that cobbler workshop. And with that, we will be now in the process of making shoes. And by the way, we got 97 leather. So at this point, it's safe to say that the current goat population is enough to provide a steady supply of leather. As wool is also now growing as well. And flax would be also there already, together with wool to provide even more clothing down the road. Now, once this has been finished, this one's turned into an artisan again. There it is. And now we have the advanced level here, where we can now tick the shoes. And please provide me up to 150 shoes. The reason for that is that once we are above 100, I could start selling shoes as well. And for the leather, we say do never go below 40 leather, right? So that we're not accidentally running out of leather while producing shoes. And just look how busy it is here. I love it. It's bustling, crowded. And all of them, you know, are part of a family, have our name, their jobs, their life, their age. Beautiful. There they are. Shoes are in and being sold at the local market. Might even have another family now working that, but we are rather low on that, on available families, so I think this will just do. The shoes are in, and this makes people, especially tier 2 plots, happier, because we provide now more of what they need. And this one here we can, by the way, also upgrade. Now, let's also go ahead and put these shoes on export once we have more than 100, right? This is my surplus, and once we reach that and it's already climbing, then we can sell it. Establishing this trade route is 210 coin. This is affordable for us at this point. It's definitely worth a thought. The same goes with the large shields. That's the 300 here. So I don't know, have we actually sold any shields so far? We haven't. Of all time, there's not a single shield being sold, so this actually needs its dedicated trade route to work. But we've also finished some burgages right now that want an extension, and I would like to give it to them, right? Like chicken coop. Let's have this one 2 times even. I would also like to go ahead and have another vegetable garden here and another orchard here. And for these guys here, once someone moves in, I would like to start then with some goat farms again, because we will definitely need more leather as the town progresses. Now the sheep farm is growing. We have now all 5. Oh no, wait a second. I think this is new. Yeah, we got a lamb. Lamb. What? Okay. The sheep farm is full. I think. Yeah, look at that. We even have the sheep here, the old ones still at the livestock trading. So the farmers only took 2 sheep out. And out of those 2 sheep, we made the lambs. So we're actually full here. Alright, we will need to build a pasture now. And that pasture we're actually gonna do at the fields, right? Because there's this very cool mechanic that allows you to add a pasture or a fence, building that onto a field and have then your sheep grazing on this. Let's go with a very important one. This one here is really important. It's already got some good fertility and it all has barley that I want to push. So let's go ahead and start with this field here right away. 5 planks also seems like a very, very low amount of planks we need for a field of that size. We will still need to have a dedicated pasture though, because these fields here, it only works when they're not being utilized. Like this one is utilized right now and it cannot act as such. We got the barley here, we got the rye barley, so this is 2 years, this is next year. Let's also make this one into a fence. This one's being used this year, let's still go ahead. I think this one's... no, we got no fallow field this year. Alright, that's unlucky. Let's get me my next field going over here, because here we still have some fertility. Might go ahead and have it like so. There you go. And here we can also go ahead with the fence now. This one's going to be fallow for this year. And next year we're going to start with the rye then. And then the... ooh, that's rather low. Flax. Let's just hope that, yeah, having sheepies here roaming will do wonders. Royal tax has been increased. That's the tax we need to pay annually to the crown. If we cannot afford this, the crown will attack us. So we always need to make sure that we have enough money ready for this. And there it is. The field is finished with the fallow one, and here we do get now the livestock tab. So livestock can be added to this field here during time where it's not activated. Of course, with a steady supply of wool coming in, we already need to go for the weaver workshop now. That's another one. It needs 4 logs. We get 110 logs roaming right now around here, right? They're just lying around somewhere, I think. There they are. Someone's very busy chopping everything down. And let's get the weaver workshop going then. Yeah, somewhere here in the center right away of my industry zone. And let's also tone it down a bit on the logging camp. We have too many logs coming in. Let's go ahead with another charcoal burner though, instead. Because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need more coal down the road. No, we don't. No, we don't. We are also stuffed with coal. Very good. It also came to my attention that we are producing more tools than what we consume. And as long as there's enough iron coming in, we could also start trading that surplus, right? There's no need to actually stockpile that many tools. So let's actually make a minimum of 120 tools. And we can sell them for 3 coin. This one can establish a trade route, but we don't have to because the price is already there. And I think as far as if the price is there, the trade route already works for us. So that's already going to work well. Not like the large shields, for example. We don't even have a price here, so this definitely does not work as long as we do not establish a route. Yeah, our numbers are growing for the sheep. So we got the sheep farm is now full with 5 sheep. And now the pasture here is also growing with 3 sheep. And the sheep in here will then rotate throughout the years wherever they are needed, right? The more we have, the merrier. There's also the weaver workshop now. Now, the weaver workshop actually does 2 things, and that is wool into yarn and flax into linen. We already have some flax as well, so he's gonna work on both of these. And we can use them then for 2 things, right? For making clothing, but also for making armor. And for this, we will need a tailor shop then as well down the road, somewhere here in my artisan district. There it is. I think it's safe to already go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and get the tailor in. And I would also like to start one of the bigger projects right now. That's the next neighborhood. And this is actually 7 plots with 14 logs right away. This will take a long time to finish, especially since we do need to transport all of these logs over. And the trees disappear. Gotta make a sturdy fence because right behind those houses you got the cliffs. So make sure the kids don't fall down there. After all, there are potential taxpayers. Now, the tailor workshop has been finished, and this one's a bit changed, I think at least, because now you can actually also make clothes out of yarn. So that's the next type of clothing that my people would like, right? Makes them happy. It's actually a tier 3 resource already, but we can already provide it since we do have a lot of yarn coming in. Also some linen. On top of that, you can have the gambas instant here. And this one's the one that I would like to use the linen for, because the gambas we're gonna need for soldiers. But let's go ahead and just get this one here going. It's already there by default. And let's make it so that clothes go up to a top of 50 to not overflow my stockpiles there any further. Another increase, really. We're at 183 now of royal taxes. That's more than we actually take in, right? So we need to get rid of some of bandits, I think, to afford this. The sheep continue to grow, but now it's good. 12 already. Yeah, we'll just see what happens when we have a sheep overpopulation. There might be some auto-slaughtering. Right, where are they getting them? Oh, they're just getting the wool out of them. Perfect. Do you see them? I see them. There's my soldiers. And we're gonna once again take care of some bandits. First of all, they're stealing resources again. This is something I cannot allow. And I want to have more influence. And also, we can see now our latest standing army, my retinue, with the heavy armor there. Strategic advantage we do not have from this angle. There they're coming down. The vagabonds. And my retinue stands their ground, hopefully. Let's just have them come, and then we can have our archers firing down from up there. Oh wow, look at that. They're not being totally engaged by my retinue, it seems. But it's still a slaughter. There you go. One volley was enough. Did we lose any retinues? One we lost. Alright. The archers can already return back home again. And the retinue will have a look at this juicy bandit camp there. And by the way, also the influence we get right away, 1,300. Enough to finally conquer our very first territory. And that is something I can't wait to finally do. It might not even be this one, but we might need to destroy an opponent if we want to progress more efficiently. There you go. Let's actually send this one to the nearest town and just see what happens. Alright, we get some basic materials like bread, beer, malt, fish. I think it's... Oh, actually, and also 188 regional wealth. That's not bad at all. That was actually quite nice, okay. Taxation is really high with this. We could just keep this money now. Oh, look at this. We grew again. We sold something. Because now we get 10% out of that every month, right? That is a lot of money, by the way, coming out of it. I would also like to do something else, though. An investment. An investment into our future with the extra large shield trade right now. Because we're producing a darn amount of that. And 300 coin we can afford to have the large shield trade rod established. We get 10 coin for every large shield, which is a lot because we have 30 already in surplus. I'm hoping that this picks up. Let's actually assign a second person to the trading, so trading should happen more effectively. And with that, I can't wait to see all the wealth coming in, pouring into our territory with that. It wouldn't be Manor Lords if there isn't some wonky thing going on, and that is that the outlaws just spawned again, right beside my retinue. Where is the camp? There's the camp. Alright, wasn't there before. We could try and take them on. 18 versus 9 soldiers. Let's try and hold the bridge. Perhaps they're coming for us. That would be lovely. I think we need to enter the territory first. Yeah, insult them. Mention their mothers. Okay, let's actually, let's do this. Bring it on. And we're gonna actually balance, no, push forward. Oh wow, these are strong bandits. We've lost one. How can you do this? You have heavy armor. They have planks and axes. In the real world, they would just slaughter them, honestly. Okay, they have slaughtered them already. They halved them. But we've also lost already some. What's going on? Okay, they're fleeing, right. So we lost 2. And they've lost 9. So okay, it was a slaughterhouse after all. But whoever lost their life here, from my part, they deserved it. Alright, let's loot this bandit camp there too. And with those beautiful sights, we continue in the next episode with, territorial conquest and perhaps also a bigger manor, even up to a castle. There's been a lot of changes. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Another year is dawning in Manor Lords. People are putting away their winter clothes and get some cheery tone out there because the birds are coming back and the snow is melting. And with that, we continue onwards with a very busy episode that is, because we've got a lot of things to plan and do right away. One of them is I need to plan my first conquest, right? And for that, we will also need to plan my military a bit better there. So in this case here, we got 1,600 influence right now rolling, and we need to consider where we are expanding in this episode because I really want to push this. And we got 2 options for that available. That is Mandlach down here, and that is Trümmerhöhe, actually it's called, over here. Both of them have an advantages, but only one of them is actually viable for me. And you know what it is? Of course it is this territory here, where we got a player rolling right now. This player, unfortunately, or fortunately for us, is dead, more or less, right? So they never recovered from the bandit raids, and they're pretty much stuck here anyway, so I'm not expecting much resistance coming out of this. And in this case here, they got the stone, and they got a rich stone deposit. And we do need a lot of stone, because stone has been overhauled a bit with the next industry zone, that is now the Stonemason station, that produces then rough stone and dressed stone, and we're gonna need that for a castle production. Or construction, you might call it. So that's the primary thing. Also, we got some hunting here, right? It's not a lot, but it's a bit. It's a bit of things that we can do here. The rest I don't care so much about. And when we also look at farming, it got some nice fertile ground for rye, especially. Also for flax, not. So flax is still something that I will not get that in that high quantity, but at least the rye is there. And barley, as expected, is also rather bad. If flax is bad, barley usually comes with it too. Off I go and prepare a few more, and that is getting rid of this bandit camp here. I don't know why there's no one spawning. So there should have been someone spawning here, but okay, that's it. Let's just loot it and get the... We have the option now, once again, to get with the regional wealth or put it into my treasury. I'm gonna go in ahead and take it into my treasury this time around, because I've spent a lot on getting my retinue up there again. Let's move them a bit, because I really, really want to get some influence. Finally, we got another clash. A little skirmish, you might call it. It's really not that much more. They're barely taking any damage from archers when they're shooting from the front, right? Because they can just hide or block or whatever. So the real damage comes in once they're engaged in combat and you can actually start flanking them. Then they basically have no chance, really. We also have, of course, an upgraded retinue, so this is always just something to admire. There it is, already broken. 2000 influence we have with that. What I wanted. Let's loot the bandit camp. And with that, we can now claim this territory here with our influence. 2000 it is, but I'm expecting at least some resistance. I have no idea at this point if there's also some outer forces coming in. So let's get my troops back home, replenish them, and then we go for the advance. And before we do that, well, we do have some time to, do some other things here that we want. First of all, I want to check my finances. And that is specifically my trading, because I want to see what kind of resources are selling well for us. So it's the bows, primarily, as we can see. That's 1,200 we make, almost. And also the shields are starting now to roll in, right? Not that many so far, but it's coming. We are spending, or we are actually also still selling some tools, which is great, right? Because they're actually also a bit valuable there to us. Though we can check it out, right? We sell the tools. I mean, look at that. Okay, it's 3 coin on the export, whereas the iron ore we import with 11 coin. Now, it's not exactly 1-to-1, right? I don't really know the right ratio, but we're definitely making a lot more tools than we consume in iron. So I think we can keep that surplus trade available there a bit. Onwards to the next thing, and we have the workforce to finally also start exploring this clay pit here. I haven't done this yet, and clay is actually quite valuable and gives you lots of juicy things. We need a mining pit for that gets it done. It needs to be placed right on top of it. Let's place it so that we cannot keep the trees there, because I really don't want to delete the trees. There you go, nice and easy. And get this road over here. There's the connection then, and we could probably also make a connection. Let's not have one there. Right, there's the connection to get the mining pit going. Beside the mining pit, we'll also need an industry for that, and that's a clay furnace. And this one here refines the clay then into roof tiles. And those roof tiles we are going to need for upgrading buildings to the next tiers. Let's get the clay furnace once again into my smelly area. Somewhere over here. And yes, I know it's on the other side of the town, right? But that's just, that's the deposit. I cannot move the deposit around, but I'm also not gonna have any kind of... Okay, you know what? Actually, it makes sense to have this one here too. I can see how this works together. So let's actually have my roof tilery here, right? So there you go. These are together here. A little camp, because both of them are only temporary, right? Let's get rid of the construction there again. Both of them are temporary, because once we're running out of clay and we only have 115 available, we also don't need the furnace anymore. So it's a little temporary camp over here set up that produces me roof tiles. I'm expecting a couple hundreds out of them. That should be enough for the rest of the game. Now, I reckon with the amount of shoes, look at my ale as well as the 70, we got 50 shoes and 40 leather. We do have enough goats for now to make all of this work. Of course, we could... Oh, a band of raider was seen somewhere down here. Oh yeah, a new camp appeared just there. Shouldn't be a big problem to me. It's on the other side of the map though. Always gotta be very careful that they're not spawning too closely to us though. Oh, okay. It's more raiders this time around. It's a full force of raiders coming into the map from outside. And we'll just see where they're marching to. Hopefully towards my opponent. By the way, let's look at the most prosperous opponent that we have right now. Oh, there's more. Oh, wow. There's another one appearing. That's a bigger force here right now. Do we need to set up new soldiers? Because we still have the shield. We have the spear. I could go for another spear militia. After all, and I think I'm gonna do this. Yep, let's set them up. So if we go, we have now 2 full melee units then, the retinue and the archers that we can flank units with. It's a lot though. It doesn't look like they're marching towards this guy here right now. It looks like they're marching around the lake to us. We'll just see. And he's got, of course, he's got a rich iron deposit. A lucky bastard, that is. And yeah, he's got himself a nice little town there, even with a tavern and a storehouse. That mining pit has been finished. Let's assign now a family to this. They're now cutting away the stone. And then... this one takes a bit longer. The clay furnace needs the logs. Can we actually disband already? No. I'm lacking a bit of workforce right now because we got still the archers raised. There you go. And the retinue takes a bit more time. I love the atmosphere in this game. It's so calming, beautiful, and atmospheric. Really well done on this. She alone has to build it. Gonna take some time. They're now busy with the clay that we need out of this ground. We still need one more stone. Do we not have that? He's bringing it in right now, right? Someone? There you go. Clay furnace finished. Let's assign a family to that. This should be enough now. Right, one family for that, one family for that. Producing roof tiles for us. Things are getting a bit nasty right now, it seems. There is another band of raiders appearing. Okay, they're gonna destroy them. Really, they're gonna destroy the next opponent. Where's the massive force? It disappeared. Yeah, they disappeared. They're in the forest somewhere here, I guess. And there's another force. Actually, I think that's the force, right? That we were looking for. And yeah, they're once again gonna set this village aflame. So unfortunately, that is a huge downside. The opponents do not fight back. They just let themselves get looted and set ablaze. It's another slaughterhouse, as he's also going up in flames. It's still nice to see, nice to watch. Cozy, if I had a sausage with me, we could actually also grill it. I love the destruction of the buildings themselves though, how they are falling apart, collapsing step by step, the way they've been built, right? It's just a reverse animation as they're falling down. Back to my own town, I would like to continue with my next industries here, and I've decided something, and that is that we need more goats. Not because we need more leather or we need more shoes for my population, but because I want to sell it. Right, we can make an export industry out of shoes, and the more the merrier. Because I will also need to start importing stone pretty soon, unfortunately. It's just, you need that in high quantity, and that is something we don't have. What do we need so much stone? Well, for upgrading all the different buildings that we have, they all need the new construction materials. Also, there's mortar. That is something that needs then stone. And also, of course, to build a proper castle. And in this case here, the manor that we have right now, we can start with it. It's a dangerous world, so I would like to start with the basic defenses, but upgrading this one here to the next level will require a lot of stone. We start with a wooden castle though, that we can have then, so I'm probably going to start with having it somewhere here, right? You definitely want to have a proper distance. Then I'm going up here, overlooking perhaps the cliffs. I think this could look nice. And then going back down here, making the connection there, right? Having a nice big area for this. And this will cost me 80 planks. That's actually quite affordable. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this right away. There you go. I'm also gonna move the main building to the side over there, a bit further away. And what is also really cool is about this one now that we got a second level for the castle, right? So we can select it, look at that, and we can level it up. That is new, entirely new feature. This will cost me then a lot of dressed stone, right? But it also looks more proper. You can do the same thing then for the wall, so that you can have a proper stone wall coming out of that. Beautiful to see. Just to give you an idea how it could also look, like this would be the full 2 upgrade and tier 2 upgrade, and we can add even more towers to the whole thing. This is just a really cool thing, by the way, and I can't wait to see how or what kind of stuff we can make then out of all of this here. By the way, these are not, they don't seem to be limited anymore to 1, right? So that was the case before, as far as I know. But you can make some really cool castles. Unfortunately, the costs are just totally insane to me right now. So we will have to just go with the tier 1. I'm going to move this one a bit further to the back now, right? Because you definitely want to have this one a bit more central. You need to have a space for the retinue. And we got then this nice wall here with a gate coming in. We could also still add some modest towers. A tax office might be something that I would like to add. So let's go ahead and have a tax office somewhere over here at the edge of it. You can only have 1, right? And then we can also have some smaller towers that we can add. Like I could have 1 here. Well, 10 logs is definitely not something that I would like to afford right now for just 1 single crappy tower. So we're not going to do this. But I think I'm going to stick around with this basic formation here. That tree should disappear, right? Once we kind of like build this one here, once we commit this. And already that with the gate costs me quite a bit. And by the way, we can just safely move this one a bit further over, like so. I love how flexible this is, and to keep it a bit central there, right? Let's move it like so. And this one probably needs to go a bit further up here to the north, closer to the cliffs. There you go, right? So that we can make some proper thing out of this one once it comes to it. Once we have the stone, that is. Before I do too much around here now, let's construct this. This is already going to cost me 85 planks, 11 logs, and also 15 stone. And it's going to take quite some time. And what we definitely will also need to do is that I will need to put the... Wait a second, where do we have my lumber camp? Over there. What I'm gonna do is real quick, I'm gonna cut away the logs here, because of course it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a castle surrounded by trees. This gives attackers ample opportunity of hiding. Alright, so let's just get rid of all the trees. We might plant some singular trees here and there for ornamental decorations, but that's it. Another thing I would like to focus on right away is upgrading a few of the new buildings that we get. So Tavern level 2 is new, that came with the update, and we actually have all of the resources available for that. Let's go ahead and upgrade the Tavern to tier 2. Can't wait to see how it looks. Hopefully that's not the final shape. We'll just see. Definitely increases density of what I can see here right now. Gonna take some time getting the logs, the planks, and especially the stone over. This, once again, yeah, brings me to the stone. We're really down on that now. Rubblestone 26. Let's have a quick look at my trader and check it out, how much rubblestone costs me. 11 coin. It's affordable, but it would be stupid, right? It would be really stupid to actually push this. It's a lot of coin. We already import the iron ore. So, I think it's finally time to wage war on my opponents. I mean, it's like you're beating a dead horse already, but we'll just see how it goes. By the way, once again, just We just have to enjoy it. Real quick. I love it. I love it when the clouds are hanging so low there to the ground. It's beautiful. Now, in this case here, what do we have to do? Gone down here and we claim this area now with the 2000 influence that we have, and this opens up a claim. Now, once this claim runs out, basically nothing will happen if I'm not having any troops in here. So we need to get going and raise all my troops. By the way, I would like to probably customize my retinues again. Something I cannot do. Give me my retinue. Oh, wait a second. Can we actually rally them? Okay, we can rally them at least, because we cannot customize them because the manor is under construction right now. At least we can rally them. All right. The gauntlet has been thrown. Oh, they're actually fighting back. Okay. Okay. Let's hope that this is not turning into a disaster on my end. Hope not. I've spent all my influence on this. Let's rally the troops. All the peeps are coming in. There you go. My peons. And let's move them down. It's actually a really short walk, right? It's just around the corner. And I can make it worthwhile if you drop all the claims, she says. Kungund and... Nah. Marching to war it is. My people are hungry. They're hungry for more stone. And also hunting grounds. That would be great. There's my target. And wait a second. Where's my retinue? I think they're a bit behind, right? There they are. Well, actually, the archers are behind. Gotta check out where the battleground is. We can hover over that. So here. So I need to get my troops inside of that. Otherwise, I'm not having my claim here. Now we have the status of winning. Right? So now we just need to stay here around for 85 days. And as expected, she's not fighting back. Or he. Right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna send my archers and my spearmen back home again. This might prove risky. Let's keep the archers around, you know, just in case, and get the spearmen back home, back to their workplace. Because it's not good to use your whole workforce when we also just use these guys here. Should be enough, right? The retinue is strong enough. But once again, I'm not expecting much resistance. In the meantime, the first 3 roof tiles are coming in right down here. They're busy, finally producing something. By the way, they also consume fuel, of course. But we are really stuffed with charcoal, so this should be fine. And since we have no more living space, it might be also safe to expand the neighborhoods, expand the city. And yeah, we're probably gonna close it in here towards the clay, right? There you go, with another block. And then we could have a road here that goes around that over here, where we can then make the connection. And this area, let's keep this available for now. That's a lot of new houses anyway. More taxpayers, that is. And speaking about taxpayers, it might also be worth our while to upgrade a few of the existing ones already, like these guys here. Because that's just more tax income. Every single tier 2 house that we have pushes my regional wealth. And we need more of that. Can also have an overlay. There it is. Shows me exactly what kind of tier we have there. All right. Oh, yeah, that's the goats here. And let's also push for more people. Very good. And down here we have now also once again some goat chads. And if I'm really serious about my shoe business, we need even more. I mean, shoe business is not so bad. 73 shoes we have in right now. Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and do what is necessary. The shoes, we're exporting them already, right? So let's make a minimum of 50 shoes. And I'm also going to establish a trade route for this, right? So we can now sell shoes predictable for 7 coin each piece. This is quite valuable. So this is going to be one of my major export goods. Yeah, the manor. Gonna take some time. The chopping continues. Very good. Of the central tree here. And, oh no, she, or he actually begs again. Oh, it's a she. Yeah, it's a she actually. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yet another dog that has crawled here. Actually, all of this costs me influence. My claims are non-negotiable. I need my stone. Got some nice space here too. By the way, we still have this area here in the center. Let's also have some higher density housing there again. Right, so it's probably gonna go up here. Then here, this is fine. And then I could also have some normal houses here again. Let's just see how we can make this work. Ah, that's probably not gonna work like that. Okay, he doesn't want me to have it like so. Since I do need some stone, I'm going in and actually will import a bit. Still gonna take some time before I get some stone here in, right? We're gonna say up to 40 probably. Really? It's getting pathetic. Stop it. Construction at the manor continues. That's also just lovely to see because it's actually a pretty big project, right? So the game is very detailed about this, which I really like. You know, so everybody has got his own job. Some of them are chopping away the trees. Others are preparing the actual construction side. You know, the shoveling I think is over for the foundation here in the center. It's very detailed, making room for the wall, right? That will then also pass through here. Beautiful to see, honestly. Gonna take a long time. Actually, the materials are in already. We got the full 85 planks already sitting around. All the logs and all the stone. It's all about manpower now. I was already wondering if my eyes deceive me. It looks like winter, but it's August. So I think we got a drought right now. Yes, we have. Look at that. No more water, no more fish. The oxen is shocked in midair. In the middle, quite peacefully, quite uneventful. Something comes to an end. Civilized, that is. And that's the siege of this territory. Or, well, the conquest, you might call it. Let's just see what happens. Peace declared. And it's ours. With that, it's our color, which is beautiful. We keep the rubble, it seems. Oh, look at that. We take over the housing. So we got Mandlach now. Okay, this is something completely new. We have all the 59 families? Wait a second. This is not starting from scratch? So let me get this straight. Wait a second. This is seriously insane right now. We just doubled our population because the people in Mandlach actually also belong to us now. Together with a low approval rating, 1,900 regional wealth, 0 food supplies, but 120 fuel supplies months. That's all the coal that is in here. This is hilarious. Yeah, we have no food here, but a lot of firewood now, thanks to all the cutting away. We actually also keep the buildings. That's a huge surprise to me. I love it. Very nice. And we even have a deep mine. Look at that, with salt in it. Fantastic. Alright, I'm just very afraid to unpause the game now. Because people will probably starve. What could we do ASAP to make rid of this? The problem is also it's August. We got 59 families that have no home. They will probably freeze to death. A lot of them will probably freeze, yep, to death. I cannot transfer people around. So we quickly need to decide what we are doing with this. We cannot rebuild because we do not have logs. But what I can see is we would be able to actually rebuild. Alright, that is good. Let's start immediately with, because we got a nice tree here. This is exciting, honestly. I did not expect to have something like this. I would like to build a lumber camp right away, but we have no logs for it. So we need to delete something that would give me logs. I'm gonna immediately build me a hunting cabin over here. By the way, there's one, but it seems to be stuck, so this is not something I can do. And I'm also gonna immediately build me a gathering, if that's possible, for the berries over there, but we still lack the logs. Got the woodcutter. Look at that. Now that I've assigned the families, this is actually adjusting. Okay, we did not double our population. There are in fact only 6 families in this territory, right? They're now starting to cut a bit. Do we have any tools, by the way? Oh, we don't have any tools, so this will not be working for long. Thank you very much. Another royal tax increase. 200 we need to pay now annually. And by the way, I just wanted to show this as well. In the middle of all of that, we have finished the manor at its very basic form, right? So this is a tier 1 manor now, castle, where we reside right now. And yes, by the way, I totally know, of course, we can walk around ourselves as well. Haven't done it yet because I've used it plenty in the past, and it doesn't give me that much, honestly. Walking around, I think the cinematic camera is just more fun. But look at that. Yeah, we can have a nice hike here, of course, and look down there onto the lake. We're probably going to adjust the wall at some point so that we have a direct access then to that lake view. Or, of course, if we upgrade that house here, we can also then have a look from up there or from the tower. There's the tax office, very important, that we properly tax our citizens. And this, or we are just very tall, or this is this is not a very good height, honestly. I think we're just very tall. Could be. The primary problem we have with Mandlach right now is, beside my food problem, of course, also is that we do not have any logs to build me that lumber camp. So the storehouse I'm definitely going to keep, of course, because that's important. The few remaining buildings we have, we should be able to, first of all, get rid of the rubble. Do we get anything back there? No, we don't. There's this deep mine. Of course, it's tempting, but I think we don't need that. Does the deep mine give me anything? Nope, unfortunately it does not. Because I'm trying to get logs here now. This is also not something I can do. This is rubble. Anything coming out of this? Nope, no logs so far. We got some rubble here. Even going that far and destroying the manor house, this actually gave me now timber. And with that timber, we can immediately start now building me... Not enough goods? What? Oh, wait a second. We also need tools. We need one tool. We don't have that. Where the heck do I get my tools from? Let's stop the construction everywhere. Perhaps there's some tools queued in. Okay, let's try and barter. That's my next option. Let's build up a pack station. We just need one log for this. And I'm also going to build me a pack station up here in Sleepy Hollow, right where we have our store area, right? So it makes sense to have this pack station here, close to all of this. And then we should be able to transport tools over into this region, if it's not completely bugged out on me. But I'm trying my best here. The manor house gave me the logs that we need, right? So it's already been transported. We still have some ox left, very good. And we still have some pack stations left that are functional. So this is great. And at least those two people here should survive the winter. Yeah, very good. Firewood is coming in. We still don't have any food. So the hunting camp, I'm gonna build again because I stopped it, but the hunting camp doesn't cost anything, right? So we should be able to just place it there and hope that it is working out for us. Okay, burgage plot. No, don't build the burgage plot yet. I know we need housing, but we need tools. That's the primary thing right now. Stable has been rebuilt. That's great. And by the way, we are, of course, taxing this area here already, as far as I know, right? So we should be already... No, wait a second. Without a manor house, we're not taxing the area. So no money comes in from this area for now. The hunting camp is finished. Let's assign 2 families to this right away and start hunting the deer. Very important. Okay, pack station has been finished. Let's assign someone to that. And let's barter with Sleepy Hollow. And we send them... What do we have to send? Stone. Firewood. We can send them firewood. That's what my town was at some point. And we receive, please, tools. And let's just see how that works. Let's also do the same thing here in Sleepy Hollow. Pack station. Let's assign someone to that. And we're gonna trade with Mandlach. We're gonna send them tools. Where are my tools? Right up here. And we receive, yeah, firewood. It's gonna be a lot of firewood. And very good. Heinz is already starting transporting. So this should work out. And there, the families are on the way now. Transporting. Flooding Sleepy Hollow with cheap firewood. That we don't really need. We don't have a lot of firewood. We can process that into coal right away. So this is going to work out. And so a great trade partnership begins between Mandlach and Sleepy Hollow. And I just hope that they will survive through the ages. Since Mandlach still has horses, they're also going to use the horse to transport things back and forth. Great stuff indeed. They have something we don't even have in Sleepy Hollow. In the meantime, our great tavern has been upgraded. And okay, it got bigger overall, right? And we can also assign now 2 more families to it to get the entertainment supply going. What I noticed right away while we're here at the market, that with the growth of my town, we are coming close to the granary supply limit again. And the problem here is that the granary is now fully staffed, right? So I cannot add more here. So we will soon run into the problem that we cannot supply the population anymore. So what we need to do is, we need to start a second granary. What I noticed, we don't have any logs. How is that possible again? Please tell me. We do have the logging camp. Not enough families assigned. Yeah, we could give it a livestock too, by the way. And, oh, we still had the... I get it. We still had the... This one here is set as a logging area, right? But there's no trees anymore, so... Should have done this earlier. But now that we managed 2 territories, it's getting a bit tricky keeping track of everything. Another thing we should be doing to speed up trading, as we notice that people are using this route here right now to trade with Sleepy Hollow, which of course is bollocks because they have to walk all the way up here through my farmland. We can also just go straight here. And let's go ahead and do this. We have this area. The main tricky thing here is the hunting area. We do not want to push this any further away. So I'm actually gonna use this area here to build me my next road. Next, what I would like to do is, we have the tools. 2 tools are in. Free! Glorious retweets and whatnot. Let's build me the logging camp. Super, super important. And with that out of the way, we will be able now to continue doing some timber work again. And also, a bit of food is coming in from the hunting grounds. Very good. Small game. There is a chance that we might actually survive with a couple of families here during this very first winter of Mandlach. I can't believe it. We'll just see. We'll just see. There's some burgages here, so let's continue. Where should we have the next burgages? I think... Okay, there it's finished. Let's assign a family to that. Oh, we do not have any families left. In Mandlach now. We have 2 at the hunting camp. And we don't need them at the woodcutter lodge, right? Because we have way too much anyway. So this is not necessary. Rather here, I would like to assign 2 families right away. And they're now gonna fell some trees. And oops, also, of course, set this area as my next. Let's also rebuild the manor house. It's actually just gonna be a small one, once again. Yeah, here at this good old location. And this also provides housing, right? Building this one. Sorry, let's also do the road real quick. City planner players would say I have to work with the terrain here. But it's Middle Ages, so let's just go ahead with this. I don't know what this is, by the way. Some natural paths or something. Let's just get the way up here. Look at that. That's beautiful. And we're then pushing right here into my town. Right? And with that, we have established now a beautiful connection all the way down into Mandlach. Next granary, let's push this one also up here again. They can stay together. Also, it's close to the farming area, so that's exactly what we want. Keep transportation times short, and yeah, food-wise, it's really not a big deal. Especially the vegetables are coming in like crazy. 115 carrots we have stored right now. No one is ever gonna eat that many carrots. But at least we got them. So far so good. I'm super happy with how this episode went. We not only got lots of influence in the beginning, we conquered a territory, we took it over, it's in our management now. We built a manor, a first version. Now we have endless supply of stone potentially coming in. And with that, we can start a whole new industry that was also added with the update. So a lot of new things, lots of new buildings that we're going to see in the next episode of Manor Lords. Hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Manor Lords. How very good of you to join and still stick around to this series as we're approaching now the 6th episode. And with that, well, a very busy episode that is going to be with lots of new industry that has been introduced with the update. And before we can build this, let's go down the Serpentine. It's already being used, by the way, by my pack station workers. The trading between Mandlach and Sleepy Hollow is in full swing. Lots of hikers on the path delivering resources. And resources we need in Mandlach especially because, well, winter is approaching very fast. So we are down to, 4 timber. A few planks we still have, but the tools are coming in. We have the pack station here and we do already have a storehouse here. Workforce, let's just quickly go ahead with that again. We are down to 3 people. 2 of them are working in the hunting camp. Firewood is gonna be fine for the next 180 months. And we're building the logging camp right now. That's very important because we need to get the burgage pots going as quickly as possible. So while this is already being built over there, and by the way, yes, we've already built it, I think, at the end of the last episode, but we need to build it again because for some reasons it disappeared. Next, we have the burgage pots now that I can finally build. We only have 2 available, and that is not good. Let's go ahead and have them right here in the town center. Let's make a connection here again and have some more burgage plots here. Can we do it like so? Like so? Like so. I think we need to reduce density. Now we can have some 2 here, but this looks nasty, doesn't it? Let's have 2, because really, I can't bother with looks right now. It's all about pure survival, so let's have them built like that. With the remaining 2 tons of timber I had, let's immediately get 2 people or 2 families assigned here, chopping away some of those beautiful autumn trees. You know, we're not used to autumn trees in, in Sleepy Hollow. It's evergreen over here. Some of the newly planted trees actually change color. That is looking fantastic. So Sleepy Hollow is fine. It's all set up. Oh, well, actually, fuel is a bit down. That's because we're consuming a lot of fuel. The next granary comes along. The tannery is still working. This one here, let's assign a 3rd family to that. And the woodcutter lodge, let's assign a 3rd family to that. And by the way, I think we're gonna need this one. And also, I think we do have a bit of a problem with regrowing trees. So this is actually where Mandlach comes in just handy, right? Because they have so much fuel that we can send this over to Sleepy Hollow, what we're already doing with the pack station. At least a well we do already have here, so that's something that my people are fine with. 26% approval rating is just barely not people moving out of it. So it's really that bad. I wonder why we don't have the fuels in. So in this case, I will probably also need to set a smaller market area already somewhere here. Let's just see. Let's have the market area. What is that? Oh, that's the marketplace. Nice. We already have a marketplace. So let's assign a storehouse to that right away. And now we have no one for construction anymore. Food? Food is a real problem. There's no fishing possible here despite having a huge lake. The berries are also out now that it's winter, so yeah, we really just rely on the meat that we have in here. And we could also say at the pack station, we have 5 tools now, so it should be fine. I would like to barter my firewood for some food, right? And we do have one thing a lot in Sleepy Hollow, and that is rye bread. So I'm gonna barter rye bread with firewood now. Because in Sleepy Hollow, we do have 176 rye bread. We even have 300 berries. So food, we can send over a bit to get things rolling here to not have anyone starving. Okay, please finish the market stall. There it is. So the firewood should be ready to be sold now. Perfect. It's making people a bit happier again. And let's also reduce it again for the family so we can continue building those burgage plots because we need that before people freeze to death. We do have 5 families here, so I need exactly 1 more burgage plot. We could have those 3. That's not big enough. This would be fine. So let's also go ahead and make the construction of this working here. Alright, treasury change is nice. We're making a lot of money here with the taxes. Okay, so they're already working there. Very good. Just at December, 2 more families can move into their new homes in Mandlach. So far, it seems to be working fine. And look how different the game looks down here. Beautiful. Very eerie. Very autumn-esque. That is. Beautiful atmosphere. I love it. Even have some salt in stock and now 7 tools. So this is really coming along, the trade here. No valid storage for the barter in this region. Yes, we don't have a granary. The granary burned down. So let's also build me the granary right here by the storehouse. Have them together again. We do have the timber. Okay, it's getting really cold now. So please finish the last burgage plots. There you go. Another family can move in and 1 more family is homeless. Now everybody's got a home and the approval rating goes up really just on time as the winter has arrived. Incredible. That was last minute. We would have lost those people now. It's all about the food now. So this is where the granary comes in. I think this might be a bit bugged. We definitely have a bit more food available than it shows right now. So let's move up again to the plateau to Sleepy Hollow. Because of course, we should not neglect our main city. Where, yeah, trading comes along as far as I can see. So we do have the shoe trading up and running now. The stones are coming in. And, oh, wait a second. Why do we still import sheep? No. Last 30 days, right? There you go. So that's the bows, that's the tools, and that's the planks. There's some coin coming in again. Very good. That means a good amount of taxes also for us. We still have 2 space available here. And no timber. We really have a bit of a problem here with the reforestation program. So let's build a second forester. It's unfortunately really what I need. But we have the workforce for that. So that's not the biggest issue. Next, we have the rye. We got apples, carrots. No fish anymore. I wonder why. Yeah, because we're constantly at the limit of fish. 2 families are actually too much already. The minimum is 80, so we are even below that. So there's no fishing possible. Very good. Mandlach also gets the bread now, rye bread. This is increasing now the food supply that we have here. So the granary, let's also have a family working here now, so that the market is working again. By the way, since we have so much money in Mandlach, we might also just purchase another ox. Can we afford this? Oh, it's full. Okay, there's no need for purchasing. And so it begins that people finally move back to Mandlach. The first new family moved in. That's because approval rating is fine, above 50%, and we had the living space. And with that, we got another family in that we can use to, yeah, keep this territory here rolling. And rolling it is because it's February, so the berries will start grow soon again. So this is my next project, that we have the forager hut going again. Now the forager hut can actually stay close to the city, right? You don't need to build it over there. It would take ages anyway to get the logs over. So instead, I'm just gonna have the forager hut somewhere here at the edge of this little forest area. And then the people will just move all the way over there to gather the berries. You don't need to have oxen then working this. Also, the logs are coming in. Just lovely how many we have again, together with the tools. And yeah, I'm gonna keep the rye import active for now, until we have enough berries to make this self-sufficient again. Of course, also, I want to expand Mandlach further. We want to expand the kingdom, and that means more housing. And I probably could have another full bunch of additional houses here. Let's keep a bit of a distance. I mean, for Mandlach, it's really difficult, right? Because you had this original layout of the city here, and now I'm just planting my houses again. I would like to continue with another road going to that forest over there. Makes it easier for me to plant, because now I can have some houses here. Let's not have too many though. because it's of course also quite costly having these houses here. There you go. 3 more over there together with their own gardens then, to make sure that we can also grow some vegetables again. Forager hut has been finished. Very good. Let's assign the family to that. And these guys should now automatically go for the berries then. Getting a basket is what they're doing right now. The granary, the large storehouse. Let's stop the logging camp for now and have them work as construction workers. Really, it's just very exciting to see a destroyed territory coming back to life, having some basic economy rolling again. And this will help us out tremendously very soon. Sleepy Hollow has grown fully again. We have no more living space available here. And that means that the burgages out here can also once again be used with some additional, make an apiary here to go together with 2 orchards and also a vegetable garden. We want to diversify the food income. Eggs are also very low, so a few more chicken coops might also help us out. But as far as I can see, we do not have the space for that. So we need to keep expanding. And that's then the road that we have over there. And then I would probably just have another full row of houses here. And we're gonna turn them around like so. Probably reduce density a bit. Meanwhile in Mandlach we get the first berries in. Very good. Forager hut is working. With that we diversify the food that we have and also the food supply in general. And by the way, also the rye bread, yeah, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. So we send the firewood again and we receive tools, because that's really what you need permanently that I absolutely cannot produce here. Because as far as I know, Mandlach does not have iron. Just clay, but there's no iron here. Okay, the next family joins. Very good. Over here. And they can now also use then a chicken coop to start the egg production. Thanks to the hunting, Mandlach has also another huge bonus, and that is a very high production of pelts and hides. And as we can see, we got 44 hides and 85 pelts in already. So a pretty big leather production could be established here in Mandlach as well very soon. So for this, let's also go ahead and start with my tannery that we have over there now. 2 logs and 6 planks are fine, easily affordable. And it's just a question of where, and let's have this one. I think over here we're going to establish an industry zone then. So I'm going to have my tannery then somewhere here set up. And we will also of course need once again another saw pit that I would also like to have then here in this area right away. Let's give a bit of a space here to have a road going into the forest for Mandlach, because here we can also have then a firewood cutter. I'm gonna build it already, even though of course we don't need firewood for a long time to come yet. Two families work it, that should be fast. Another thing for Sleepy Hollow is that we have now, of course, with the sheep, a lot of wool and a lot of yarn production. So 80 yarn already that we are actually processing at the local tailor over there into gambeson and clothes, right? The clothes, unfortunately, are not visible in the storage for some reason. So clothes, it shows 0, even though we have already produced quite an amount of that. The gambesons also really don't show up despite having enough linen. So something is wrong here. They're crafting, but the storage doesn't go anywhere. Okay, they're equipping it on themselves at least. Is that perhaps something that I haven't seen? Perhaps every burgage has... Yeah, okay. The burgages are equipping themselves with the gambesons right now. So I think until every burgage has a gambeson, only then do we see that in the storage. I think this might be actually what's going on here. So I'm having too much yarn at the moment because we're producing the gambesons from the linen, which we also still have plenty of. So what we can do here is we can sell the yarn. It's always about that. What can we sell? Yarn. We got lots of that we don't need. So let's make a minimum of 50 and establish the trade route. and 4 coin we can actually go ahead with each one of them. That's another nice opportunity. And since we have really a lot of stuff that we sell, let's assign a 3rd family to the trading post so that enough materials come in when the trader comes around. So making money, of course, is what really matters, and to make more money, we in Mandlach, we want to use that regional wealth that we have there to our advantage as well. And that means that I want to tax it, of course. And the manor house would be possible soon. Strangely enough, it shows me that I don't have enough timber when I do have them. I've got 15 timber right now. Huh? Ah, yeah, very good. We can actually continue with that. I would also like to assign a family now to the saw pit again, that we have a steady supply of planks, and let's make a minimum of 10 logs and then a maximum of 100 planks available to us in Mandlach. And on top of that, we can now finally revitalize our stone gather camp that we have there. This location though I don't like, right? So I'm not gonna have it here. I would rather have it a bit further over here. And now we have the option here of actually getting a quarry going. The quarry is better than a stone gather camp. The stone gather camp is here, right? Beside it. That is just gathering the stone. But the quarry also produces rough stone in addition out of these deposits. So it's the next step that you want to have. And I want to have it then, of course, right here somewhere. Can we make it like so? We could, but I would probably make it a bit further outside here. There you go, right? This construction will probably take a while. Let's actually establish some road connections here as well. And once this is finished, we can assign the people here to make those 2 resources. And those are the resources that matter to me. And in anticipation of that, I'm also going to get me my next pack station going right here beside the other one. Because those 2 will then trade with Sleepy Hollow all that juicy stone that we have. Another living space we have. I might already work on my next one, just so that we get the workforce in for all the stone extraction. So I guess, yeah, why not? Let's have another workage area here. And we're gonna probably attach then a bit of another extraction zone here together with the salt deposit that we have. It's a rich salt deposit. It's also gonna be quite valuable for us. There's also family moved in now. I might go for another chicken coop. And I think I've also traded enough firewood now for the tools. So we have a lot of tools now in. And I'm running low on my firewood, honestly. So we're down to 20 months now of 157 firewood only. So we don't need to send this anymore, right? We're rather gonna send now the rough stone that we are extracting then. Or, yeah, the rubble stone at the other pack station. Next family moves in. Very good. Second pack station, we can also now push. And once again, the partner is Sleepy Hollow, of course. And we're going to send them the other one that we have now, the rubble stone, because Sleepy Hollow does not have rubble stones, right? And we receive, now that's the tricky part. What should we receive? Because we get quite a lot of stuff in Mandlach now that we need. I don't see the need for that many other things. We could get bows over, honestly. Yeah. And if we have too many bows, we can also just sell them to make extra regional wealth in Mandlach. So that would be something. The quarry has been finished. Let's assign a family to that. A maintenance cost of 3 tools per year is quite a bit. And now we're producing 2 resources here. And that is the rubble stone, and that is the solid stone. Yeah, let's assign another family to it. Because this is, after all, the primary reason why we're going to Mandlach and why Mandlach is so important to us. It's this quarry here, and it's all about this quarry. Food supply is fine. We are in summer right now. The berries are, coming not in that much. So let's assign a second family to it. That we have really all the berries being stockpiled out of this deposit up there. And there's my first rough stone coming out of it. Very good. And also rubble stone. So it's a mix of both of them. I think it's really 50-50. Coming into my storehouse now, and from here being transported then to Sleepy Hollow. That also means that in Sleepy Hollow, we do not need the import trade working anymore. So I'm gonna deactivate that for my rubble stone. thus saving me on quite a bit of money. One more thing, and that's the new industry that we need to add now. I mean, the quarry was already pretty nice, but now we are also working on the processing of all of that. The first one is the lime kiln. Workers burn the rubble stone into mortar in this one here. Let's just try and squeeze this one in here. Nice. And the second one is the Stonemason station. Workers cut the rough stone into dressed stone. And that's also a very tiny building, so we can easily squeeze it in here. How very good. Those two will now make a decent amount of stone, hopefully, for us. Also, I will need to have another pack station. I'm gonna have this one also right here, beside the other one, in my kind of like trader area. And since Sleepy Hollow wants to continue expanding, I'm considering adding a bunch of houses here. Let's make it like so that we have a bit of a room going through here. Quite steep that is here, by the way, as we're building now on this hill, expanding towards our agricultural district. Looking at my reforestation zone, yeah, it's busy here, really. So there is now 2 full forester huts, replanting the trees. And the logging camp with 3, that's way too much. Let's reduce it to 2 families now. Got some 17 timber in stock right now that should work for more construction. Gonna send Mandlach some planks in order to receive the rough stone that we're gonna need in higher quantities. So one of them is now receiving not firewood, but the rubble stone for tools, and the other one is now going for planks and get rough stone out of that. And we will definitely don't need a trader in Mandlachten to sell the excess, right? And let's have this one right here by the King's Road. It's this one here. And there we have then our trader, where we can immediately then sell all of that. And we have enough regional wealth in Mandlach to open up those trade routes immediately. Really, we're getting flooded here with the pelts from the hunter, 133. This is also great because we can then export the leather to Sleepy Hollow again. Okay, and this pack station also gets a family now. So we got 2 of them working now, and we still have 1 family available to get more construction going. This burgage plot has also been filled. Let's have an orchard here. 13 rough stone are already in. Very good. The trading happens way faster than I thought. And also 37 rubble stone. We have finished now the lime kiln and the stonemason station over here. So these are the new buildings that were added with the patch. And we can now use them. Son of family each. This one consumes some tools again. Stonemason station. To produce me the dressed stone out of the rough stone. I don't think I need to set a limit here, because I don't think we need rough stone for anything else. As far as I'm concerned, what does the church need? Yeah, 20 dressed stone, for example. So that's that. And the kiln is producing now the mortar out of the rubble stone. Here, though, I'm going to set a limit of 50, because we need rubble stone for other construction as well. For Sleepy Hollow, since we do have a lot of tier 1 buildings here still, let's continue upgrading to tier 2. Once again, every tier 2 building that we have pays me more taxes. And it's gonna accumulate, hopefully. It has to. These guys here, they can still keep the chicken coop and the vegetable gardens. One does not exclude the other. Each one of them costs me a bunch of planks and timber, so we gotta be careful there. I think those 8 upgrades should be fine. I just love when it works. And there it is, the mortar is coming in, and also the dressed stone. We got new construction material ready to be used. Also, the next granary is ready, by the way, so I should assign families to that. Let's go ahead with 2. because I know that the market is not gonna work anymore, right? So we already were full on the granary supply capacity, and with 2 more families we have a bit of room to grow again. Also, I just love when the market gets bigger, so there's more market stalls now coming up once again. It's winter, so it's absolutely necessary to check if we have enough supplies in Mendlach, and we have. Food and fuel are stuffed, even though I would love to have more berries in, but for some reasons we do not have them. What's coming in though is chicken, eggs now, and also we got lots of game, so that's that. I might actually though use my trading here, so that instead of tools, or what do we have here? I think here we go with the bows, right? Let's actually switch this to a bit of food, I guess, with berries, because we have so many berries in Sleepy Hollow that I can definitely trade them. Next, let's use that regional wealth that we have, and for this we really need to start with the manor house. But oh yeah, rubble stone, I'm trading it with Sleepy Hollow. Can we make a minimum here? We can't, right? Cannot set a minimum storage. Also not here. Okay, that's problematic. I think we will need to produce more. So let's assign another family to the quarry, so that we produce more than we can trade. You will also notice that the stone depositor does not have a number, because it's an endless rich resource node that just works forever now. As long as we have workforce attached to it, this is a golden way of producing enough stone. Without that, we wouldn't be able to do this. Finally, we have the stone, and let's build me a manor house again in Mendlach. Might even have then a smaller wall around that to protect us against bandits again in the future as the wealth of this region grows. And with this, yeah, we will be able then finally tax 2 territories. That sounds fantastic. And immediately they're starting to work before winter arrives. We should be able to finish this one. It's November. Might be close. And they have a beautiful location here. If there's ever going to be tourism in this game, you could use this area here for nice hotels and beaches. I mean, it's still a cold region after all. But I guess for a few summer months, you could get a lot of tourists attracted. Finished in December, we can already celebrate Christmas in our latest manor house. And now I can also start taxing the people here. 10% I'm gonna immediately enact. Oh, look at that. Resources stolen. 14 stone. That's a lot. Land tax, 10%. That means now both of these territories contribute now to my personal treasury, which is just growing now as well. So this is very good for me. And of course, we want to make sure that we continue producing regional wealth in this area here in Mendlach. And this is also where, well, for example, my surplus can be sold now. So, for example, my tool surplus that we have, I could start exporting this one for a trade route, because we want to make sure that enough trade with Sleepy Hollow happens, so the surplus we can sell. It's also, for example, the planks that could work out nicely for me. And, of course, all that leather and all those pelts we could easily sell. There it is. And let's make this one into 150, even though I think raw leather should sell nicer, right? Yes. Let's go ahead and sell raw leather down to 20, I think, and not have the pelts being sold. So I can use my workforce that we have here to start producing now leather, and that leather we're gonna sell at the local trading post. Want to keep a steady supply of wealth coming in, and want to, of course, also not overflow with goods coming in from Sleepy Hollow. On top of that, we can also set a new origin for Mendlach itself, right? So every territory has its own origin. It makes the most sense to go with the Strasbourg Masons, improved Stonemason station by 30%, reduces the castle planner cost, okay, and the ox is faster. It decreases though the labor speed for hunting and fishing. We don't have any fishing at all. The hunting is a bit of a problem, but we already have a huge surplus, and the hunting ground is right next to my camp, so also the penalty will not affect me that much. So I think Strasbourg Mason makes the most sense. Let's unlock us this origin for Mendlach. And yeah, my personal wealth is growing, so let's increase the size of my retinue to 12 and immediately also upgrade all of them to proper knights. I don't even feel that in my pockets. No one will dare take up a fight with us now. So this is how CP Hollow ultimately comes to a lot of wealth, thanks to having territorial expansion, having specialized industries delivering resources, and having those resources being produced and exported then with a lot of profit in the trading post. I love the circle of this. And yeah, with that we have now all the construction materials available to also finally work on a proper stone castle. All of that in the next episode of Manor Lords with the latest update. I love it so far. I hope you do too. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. How does it feel to be rich? Well, I guess we're gonna find out in this episode because welcome back. We are walking around in our second territory that is developing nicely, and we are already starting to tax our people as of the last episode as well. Over there is my second manor house that belongs to me. Really looks like a frozen wasteland down here in winter, but at least you've got a lot of sky and look at how far you can see. Beautiful, I think. And my beautiful red coat stays sharp as ever because I've got enough servants now to polish it whenever I need it. Now we are in the middle of winter, obviously, and yeah, in the middle of winter we always need to check our supplies real quick, and that means that we have 8 months of food and 5 months of fuel supply available right now for a second territory, which is just glorious. By the way, also what is glorious is that you can join my channel as a member, and with that also get your own little badge that I can see in comments and everybody can see in comments. If you're interested in supporting me, please consider a channel membership. The link is in the video description. Now, in this case here, we do have now our tavern. That is one of my biggest issues because we do not have any barley production available in my domain. We do have some barley here, as we can see, but we're looking at 12% fertility in some of them. I might actually go for this one here now. Some of you have been suggesting that I don't need to have a fallow ground, right? So I can also just make this full. But I think rye and wheat exclude each other, so I should not use them together. It wouldn't make sense, really. But I can definitely use rye, flax, and barley. So every year we are using those crops now. Unfortunately, we cannot grow crops in vegetable gardens or so. That would be just fantastic. So we need to continue importing them. And that is exactly what we're doing over here with the barley import. This will be, of course, very tricky for me because it's super expensive getting barley into my town. And let's establish a trade route there. And despite us having enough regional wealth, this could drop again faster than you could see look, right? But we have enough on the treasury that I can live without some serious tax income for quite a while, as we don't need so much money anyway right now. Now in this case here, the 20 we have, very important. I haven't done this yet, and some of you have been also, of course, giving me the feedback here, and that is I should purchase a horse for my trading post, and off we did it. And now it takes a bit of time. The livestock order has been placed, and we should be seeing this then here. Let's actually assign a family to that. So they should be getting this horsey in here now. And once we have that, the trader can use the horses to faster transport, right? Because the traders actually right now need to use their own feet to get from point A to B for trading. And the horse will significantly speed this up, of course, once it's in. What's also in is now the dressed stone and the mortar. 36 mortar, 20 dressed stone we have now, thanks to my stonemason station over here that is now, well, processing my rough stone into dressed stone for the occasion that we need to, upgrade our castle. 140 wool I have. That is something we need to check out immediately. Actually, I assigned the families here. Now we're doing it again. And in this case here, we want to produce more yarn. So they're doing this down here out of the wool. They're also processing flax into linen when it's available. But we do not have that much flax available. So this will be a short business. The yarn is important though, so that we can produce more clothing. Now we are also producing the shields to export to make money out of that. And it's a good business, right? It's working. But of course, we could expand this business here further. First of all, I'm gonna assign a 4th family now, and we can also start trading now something else, and that is small shields. You know, it's 560 for the trade route. That's very expensive, but we can easily do this. The small shields do not bring in as much as the large shields, but the advantage with the small shields is that, first of all, we don't need them, right? We don't need them for anything, so I'm just going to say a 0 as a minimum. And then we can assign some artisans to that also produce the small shields. And the cool thing about the small shield is that it only takes 1 plank. And plank is so easy and cheap to produce that with that we have now two type of shields that we export out of Sleepy Hollow to make some serious money out of that. Though the investment cost, of course, was quite large with 500. Actually surprised me there a bit, but hopefully it's gonna pay off very soon. Okay, also the sheep are gazing on the fields, increasing fertility. I just love that this feature actually works, because I was a bit skeptical about it, honestly. But yeah, they're rotating between the fields. We're still getting this message now, not enough stable space in this area, right? So this area here does not have enough stable space. Build more hitching posts or stable. Some livestock may run away otherwise. No idea why that's the case. We do have a fence here. They can't run away. And yeah. We also got our sheep herders doing an amazing job. This is also just a lovely detail, right? That it works like this. They're actually herding the sheep. Beautiful. And she seems quite happy about it. And once again, we continue with also some bandit hunting as spring is upon us. Unfortunately, it's a bandit camp once again in the territory a bit further up in the north. So that means I do need to fight uphill. Shouldn't be a big problem though, as those bandits are, first of all, very stupid and not very well equipped. So we got the retinue here with a full armaments, full upgrades. It really shouldn't be a big deal destroying them. And we haven't even lost a single soldier in this battle, as we can make our way now up here. By the way, yep, they are fatigued after a battle, so I need to either move slowly with them or wait a couple of minutes before start a battle, as some of you have been pointing out, rightfully so. Looking for some more bandit camps on the map. Well, I think we're rather safe. There's another one down here. Next big development will be this area here. And that is my church, because we can now upgrade it to a stone church with the dressed stone, the mortar, and the roof tiles. So 3 advanced construction materials. And once we establish this, we will have filled another need, right? And that is the church access tier 2. Funnily enough, the moment I upgrade the church, that access is given, right? That's interesting. They all have satisfaction of level 2 small stone church now, despite this one not being finished yet. But since you can only demolish it, but you cannot cancel the upgrade, it's just counting right away. Very funny. Gonna take some time here to build this one. This is probably not the best timing. We have bandits attacking Mandlach again, and just as my soldiers are coming kind of like back from their raiding, let's actually get all of my soldiers going here now. Do we have a retinue in Mandlach? No, we don't, right? Because I thought we would have at least one available, because we do have a manor house here now, but nope, that's not the case. So yeah, unfortunately, as things are, Mandlach could be burning down again. What is going on? That was very fast. Let's get my troops going. The problem is... No, actually they're not tired. Okay, that's a good thing. My retinue is way too far away. It's over there. simpering around somewhere. Coming back from the... Could we run somehow? No, they're out of breath. Oh, this was just very bad timing. They will not be able to make it on time, so let's actually just get the bandit camp over there for some extra influence. Yeah, they have arrived. They're super fast with it. This is something I really don't like, but we might be losing Mandlach again. Holy cow. The rain is not gonna help, I guess. This is just nasty because they spawned right here, right? They spawned right here at the edge of the map, in Mandlach itself already. And they just ran all the way now to that. There's just no way I could have, I think, no way I could have saved this now. And it's a lot of raiders. It's four full, well, armies that we have there. Slaughtering my livestock already. My oxen. Something I really don't like right now. It's this game. Okay. Yeah, my troops take way too long, even though they're going down the hill. They're not gonna be there on time. Mandlach is burning down again. Can't believe it. All the work we've been putting into it. There is unfortunately no way to actually properly protect against this, I think. They just spawned in my territory and attacked right away. There's just no preparation time for me. Nor are there any towers I could have built, right? That would give me some time. Okay. Please attack. Why do you not attack now? Come on, they're here. Okay, my soldiers are gathering. I think they're... Yep. Okay, they're taking up the scent now of my soldiers. And let's actually form a line here. Protect the archers. Okay. Quite the dramatic view that we have there. The thunderstorm is just perfect timing too. Even that's not helping. Yeah, they're really well equipped though. They're strong. My spearmen do not have a chance really. Against so many. Yeah, don't cheer, dudes. Seriously? They are cheering because one of them has been destroyed. Fight. Pretty sure you can do it somehow. Okay, the spearmen, of course, we're also having stand their ground, so they're trying to protect themselves rather than pushing, right? So that my archers can do more damage. Luckily, all the enemy has been engaged with the spearmen, so the archers can just freely fire. Okay, I think that's it, yeah. Got 1,000 influence, more than 1,000 influence out of this. That's good, but yeah, Mandlach is down again, right? Do we have my families back? Luckily it's April, right? So it's not winter or anything like that. The people are coming back, they're coming out of the manor house. That is untouched. So the manor house unfortunately is also not target number 1, right? They're just targeting anything as long as there's no army in here. So I guess we will need to have... Yeah, I don't know. We cannot make a dedicated army just from Mandlach as far as I know. So these militia here that we have will always be formed in Sleepy Hollow. I also cannot disband them in Mandlach, right? So I need to move them into Sleepy Hollow again to actually disband them. Alright, yeah. Let's start with the logging camp again. The cool thing is we got 50 tools available in Mandlach, right? Let's also not tax them for the moment. I think this wouldn't look good. This is also a problem because with the corpses comes disease and unhappiness. And that means we also need to get a corpse pit going for this area here. Let's just find us a corpse pit. There it is. And build this somewhere. I mean, let's have it, I don't know. It should be in the forest somewhere, right? Far away from everything. But I also don't want to have it too far away from the corpses now. Otherwise this will take forever. No, 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 no. Let's have it take forever. I don't care. I don't want to see the corpse pit. Let's move it up there, into the forest, and make a connection there. Done. They will do this whenever they have some free time now. Food is fine, right? Also my granary and my storehouse have been untouched. Very good. So it's not the end of the world, right? We can quickly rebuild all of this. We have the building materials. We have still some oxen working here. Plenty of families we have. It won't take as long as the first time around. There we got the first logging camp working already. By the way, I think we need to unassign them. Yeah, from the camp here. Also, let's reduce the amount of work in the quarry. Some work can continue, of course. Sleepy Hollow needs it. Got some burgages there. What is that? Trading post. I don't need that for now. 2 families working the logging camp now. And we will also need to rebuild the fuel very, very soon. Yeah, of course, there's lots to talk about. What has been happening? How can we prevent something in the future? I guess no bandit raiding in the beginning of the year. Because I think attacks happen mostly in spring. The church is still under construction. We still need 3 more roof tiles. Coming along nicely. They were very quick with the corpses. That's a good thing for us. So yeah, no more corpses lying around, which should increase the approval rating there again. Homelessness is the only thing now that matters again. And we're already rebuilding more burgages now. Still, we rely on timber for this. I cannot transport timber over from Sleepy Hollow, as far as I know. Because, yeah, it's very heavy labor. So we'll just do it with the single one ox that we still have left. Building also the stable again would be very good for us, because with that we could order another ox right away. There's my stable. We got Fritz and Linhard here already. Yeah, I will need to build another one for sure. There it is. That's a milestone. Indeed, we finished a beautiful big stone church in the middle of Sleepy Hollow. Providing now, once again, a beautiful sight. It's the tallest building we have, after all. And also, happiness. And with that, tax income. 76% is my approval rating right now. That's glorious. Yeah, and also the beverages are in. So, once again, we're out of clothing, though. This is just very finicky. It seems like the clothing consumption is really high. But they're... Oh, okay, well, they have Gambison right now. Let's switch the work mode for all tailors again. My second tailor. And I think I'm also gonna upgrade or build another tailor. Just because we really do need to need a lot of them. Where are more slots available? Don't have a lot of slots available. And so it is that we have finished all demands, finally, with the second tailor now working completely in clothing. And with that we can upgrade those burgages now to level 3, with some roof tiles, planks and logs. And let's do this for the first ones here in the town center. So I think those... Oh, wait a second. Here we can increase density at the brewery. I wonder if we do lose the brewery then. If I have this expansion here? No, it stays a brewery. Very nice. Okay. So we can have both of them then here together. On the other side, people are still missing some clothing. That's okay. And as we also can see, this is a nice feature. Those buildings now tend to also connect them. We'll just see how it looks when it's finalized. Despite all the raider attacks and harsh winters, Sleepy Hollow prevails, it seems, to new riches. Now that's starting to look proper. And yeah, those tier 3 people, they have now some additional needs. Like they want to have also now shoes. And also they want to have, it seems, fruits. Yeah, like apples, for example, that we need to provide more. Of course, they're also paying me more taxes down the road. And I think we cannot squeeze in more families here, right? 1 out of 2 families. Oh yes, it seems like we have a bit of space coming out of this too. Very cool. Beautiful. And with that, Sleepy Hollow also leveled up to a small town. Of course, Mandlach is far away from tier 3 buildings, but at least they are very close to some buildings, like burgage plots, at least for people to live in. And we also provide now homes again for all of them, with some additional space available for people to move in again if there's actually people that still want to join Mandlach, that is. It also feels good, right, to have a horse for the trading. Fritz is thinking about this. He still looks pretty angry. I guess he does not have enough weather protection. But you don't need this on such a fine day. And this even looks like a proper RPG sometimes. Oh, whoa. And a scary one at that. And yeah, it didn't even take a full year to get Mandlach back on track. In autumn, everybody's living again and breathing. We are just having the pack stations now upgrade again. We should be having a lot, yeah, rough stone in that we haven't traded with Sleepy Hollow. We got 330 pelts in here. My tannery is working though, so that's fine. And by the way, this one also needs to go back online. It even saved my settings. That's pretty good for me. Now, I would also really like to have a quick look at my manor house here in Mandlach, because we need some proper protection, and that is of course a nice wall that we can use here to protect my citizens in the future from something like what just happened. They were pretty defenseless in the manor itself, and getting a nice proper fortification out here should do the trick. This looks pretty funky. I like it. And we could also add then some garrison tower. No, that's actually a lot. 10 logs provides more garrison space. And garrison units and villages shoot projectiles at approaching enemies. That is something I would like to have. But let's build that that wall a bit proper. Probably along the road there, right? I don't know why it does this. Very strange shape here. Okay, this could be better. Gonna take some time building all of that once again. And once the construction is finished, we can build the tower. Actually, you know what? Let's commit to it right away. And having these towers then on opposite of each other, like so. Gonna take some time, but we have the materials. 160 planks we have available in Mandlach. It's quite a bit. Right now we have so much rough stone in our stock that my stonemason cannot keep up with it. So we got 28 piling up here. And let's assign another family to the stonemason, which is great because we're gonna need a lot of dressed stone for our castle. And another problem comes up is that my tools are running out. In fact, we have no tools left. The problem here is that I think with the... Yeah, we got 30 iron in though. At least we just traded that in again. Money-wise, it's fine. The bloomery is waiting. Why are you waiting? We got the coal, we got the iron. You should be making something out of that. There's another tool coming out. Nice. It's also time to continue developing Mandlach finally, so that we don't have so many open spaces everywhere. Yeah, of course, another neighborhood that we want to grow here, just closer to my, well, market area, could you call this one? I guess we're gonna need a proper one then here in the center. Also, my trader works again. That's pretty good because he's selling, for example, my access tools that we are actually still importing from Sleepy Hollow as far as I know, yeah. Axe station, rubblestone for berries. Roughstone for tools. This is something we need to change. And we're probably... What do we have in Sleepy Hollow? Yeah, yarn we have a lot of. I could go with wool. Actually, yes. Where's wool? Can we please get wool over. That would be fantastic. There it is. Perfect. Because look at that. What is happening in Sleepy Hollow is that we're actually getting flooded with wool. We get 300 in, despite, of course, producing a lot of yarn. But when you have like 30 sheep, 50, got 50 sheep, they're just flooding us with wool. The wool just constantly regrows. We cannot do anything about it. And I think we're still not producing enough clothes though, with 3 tailors now working the clothes. That seems odd. Right? Those people are burning through clothes. I don't know what they're doing with it. They're just wearing it once and then throw it away, it seems. People, you know, you can wash your clothes. That would be fantastic if they could do this. But I think right now they're burning it. I will need another tailor. I already have this one here that is new now. They're crafting already, making the cloth out of the yarn. So let's get another tailor going here, because I really want to fix this problem. And then we have the weaver workshop here. That's the 3 families working to produce yarn. And I think I'm gonna do another one. Right, we can always add more. But where? I guess here, along the main road. Right, this block here still has lots of room. This is an artisan crafting district. This little area here with non-pollution buildings, right? Like the weaver workshop now. The mold tiles is probably out of place here, but I don't care for now. Let's just keep it there. People don't seem to complain. Another issue is that also with the growing population, we are coming into the storehouse capacity limit for the marketplace again. We already have this granary here that we can upgrade now too. So that's the second tier 2 granary. And do we have... we should have another storehouse somewhere here. We don't. I did not build a second storehouse. We have 2 granaries, but not 2 storehouses. So let's go ahead and get me a second storehouse going. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. Now this is precision engineering. Right in here, we can add the second storehouse now. Perfect. Another year is coming to an end. Actually, a new year started already. It's March. Another winter is coming to an end, I wanted to say. And with that, the snow goes, the mood increases, and also the bandit raiders are more frequent. So I'm gonna wait for a bandit attack, a potential one. And once it's survived, we might be conquering the next territory, because I'm looking to expand, of course. How's it looking with the manor house? Yeah, it's taking some time. The building materials are in though. Just taking a lot of time building those gates and towers. Construction of the burgages begins. That means that the construction of the manor house has been finished. Yeah, got some 2 towers now. So this is a proper defendable area that we have now in Mandlach, where people can flee to. And perhaps the raiders also get attracted by some towers. I don't know. That we can then add over here as well on the other side, right? But for now, I think this is going to look fine. Also, of course, I'm going to be a bit more careful now in the future when I send out my soldiers, so that we can quickly help out Mandlach before the raiders start some serious burning or so. All right, that's that. How's my tools now looking in Sleepy Hollow? Improving again, right? So 4 tools we have, thanks to not sending them over to Mandlach anymore. Mandlach is flooded with tools and Sleepy Hollow is missing them. That wasn't very good distribution there on my end. The second storehouse is now operational, so there's already a family working here. That also means that that market is growing further and further. And as I can see, I will also need to assign someone to the granary. That is actually upgrading still. Over here. Should be finished though any moment now. There it is. And let's assign family number 4 to this here. And this means that here another market stall comes up. And in Sleepy Hollow, also my available living space goes down really fast. We don't have a lot of timber, but I'm still gonna develop this area here now. So yeah, with some smaller backyards. And then we could also add these here with some larger backyards again, right? Let's turn this one. We could have it like so. This would look then in line with that. If I turn it like so, we could probably squeeze in a few more houses. Yeah, but not all of them will have backyards. So let's actually turn it like so. I think this looks cleaner. Space is really not the issue. And have them built here. turning into a proper city at this point. We still have room here to develop, and then we're actually closing in on my farm stats that we have out there. No bandit attacks, so I guess we could claim this area here now with our influence. There it goes. Every area that we claim has a lower chance of, I think no chance actually anymore, of outlaw camps spawning. So that's my motivation here. And let's get my retinue going, because I think this one here we can just take. You know, there doesn't need to be any fighting. I'll just get the retinue over there, and I'm not gonna bother with the archers. Gonna have them as a backup, in fact. And also we'll need to, yeah, produce more weapons. I can see this already. So, I mean, already I'm probably way too late in seeing this. But there you go. And we do need, yeah, more spears, right? That we need to produce. Spears unfortunately take up iron, and iron is already pretty much used for my tools. But we'll just see how we tackle that. For now, we should upgrade any kind of burgage that has a family inside. These guys here could work for that. Or I'm gonna have another artisan burgages. These guys here could work for that. It's nasty, right? That's not good. Not gonna work out, unfortunately. So here I can't do this. This is industry zone. I might actually just push these guys here instead of the chicken coop. Right, let's upgrade this burgage plot and this burgage plot, and I'm not bothering with putting in any seeds here because I'm actually gonna produce them somewhere else down here, I guess. Let's have the note. This is good for chicken coop, and this is good for chicken coop. And here we're just gonna have then more vegetable gardens, because of course you always need to have some vegetables in stock, otherwise you're gonna get sick. Okay, the claim comes over, and that's it. The territory has been claimed. And we do have the whole north of the map now under our control. There's still a bandit camp that we'll need to take care of. And yeah, we do have now mushrooms here. Gonna be interesting what we can do with mushrooms. I think not that much. A rich fish deposit. Some stone, some iron, and some clay. The iron is gonna be the most important thing here, because 120 iron is a lot of money that we can also save then in addition. And yeah, more important though is that beside this one here that already was there, no more bandits can spawn here now in this camp, right? Or no more bandit camps can spawn there. This gives me more time to react to any kind of invasion in the future that we can work with. So this is a nice milestone, besides just, of course, our town development. Tier 3 it is, with a stone church on top of that. Loving that. And we continue onwards then in the next episode, probably now to celebrate all of this with a proper stone castle. I've been talking about this for a long time. We do have now some stone available, so this could be a new realistic project to advance this one here. Stay tuned. When we started this small camp, it was all about survival. Right now, it's all about more taxes. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Manor Lords, to Sleepy Hollow, in our glorious city that we developed with tier 3 and a stone church in the middle of it all. Towering and a bustling market where people are trading goods, drinking ale, having a chit chat, and of course also making a dime. And we continue right away with the town center, because we can now develop more burgages. Not this one, not this one, this one, and this one here to tier 3. As many as possible, the moment we have some clothing in. Clothing really is such a strange thing. I think it needs some tweaking, because at this point we have 3 tailors now focusing on clothes, and we do have enough yarn in, so processing material would be there, but it's just not coming along so nicely. Yeah, also what's coming along nicely are my logistics. We do have now 4 stables. This one here still needs some oxen that we need to order. And yeah, ordering oxen also gives me a small glance at my regional wealth, and we can see that we are rather out of it, right? There's no more money right now. The problem here are 2 things that we import, and that's of course the iron ore, which is just completely wrecking us, and also the barley. Let's have a quick look at my records, because we can see it more clearly here, and I can see that barley and iron, in fact, you know, do cost me a lot. What? Sheep? I'm certainly not importing any sheep. And also the rubble stone, but the rubble stone is negligible, right, in comparison. We're selling a lot of bows, planks, yarn, and also shields. Small shields haven't been sold at the moment, which is a bit strange to me. Let's check this out real quick, because we got the small shields here. Export is there, but we have none in stock. Is that right? 6 small shield we have, in fact. So we could do something with that. Selling, hopefully, that would be one thing. The other thing is that I'm gonna lower the amount of stuff I'm importing here, right? So to 20 for the iron ore. And for the barley, I'm actually also gonna reduce it to 12 now. It's really, we really need to do this, otherwise we're gonna run out of money and eventually out of tax income, which is just important to me. I hope that with the overhaul of my farming here, you know, we do get a bit more barley in general coming in. We could also check out if we have any kind of barley left somewhere. The problem is we don't, right? It's red mostly. There is a bit of space here available that we could use. It's a bit further away from the farmhouse, but it's not entirely too far away. So let's go ahead and get me another bigger field going here that takes in most of the yellowish orange green area. And use then barley, 46%. Holy cow, that's a lot. Gonna rotate it with the other ones as well. That could be another source of barley coming in. Let's assign another family. With that, we got 8 families now in the farmhouse working. So this is really, hopefully, pushing. And about the rye, nah, there really isn't any more space. I mean, barley, you know, we got like 158 ale in right now. There's really no need to import that much barley all the time. So I think we just over-imported. And I'm gonna lower this further to 10 barley, right? Just to lower the amount of stuff that we import. Going back to Mandlach, we do have the growing town here now with the space, and I would like to actually go ahead now and use the salt deposit that we have, because this opens up something entirely new for us that we still can check out as well after all this time. Let's start with having the mining pit going here. We do have the materials. It's unfortunately really in the town center, right? So there's, I mean, let's see how far I can push it out, because it doesn't need to be inside it, right? It just needs to touch it, kind of like. So here is actually fine for me, right? That still should get the salt in so that we can build something else here, like, yeah, houses and stuff like that. Let's just check this out. We got 3 families available, 2 living space. That's all great. Lots of logs, so we can continue also with some more construction. Where should we have more houses? What makes sense here right now? Yeah, I guess we could have a bunch here. That's 3 more, and I would probably also add a bunch here. Oh, this construction site is closed? No. There you go. Right. And then we have a bit of room here that I would like to keep for some more industry buildings or whatnot. And that's another 4 burgages, 3, that's another 7 houses coming in. Together with the mining pit, that was already finished, that was fast. Let's assign a family to that. And they will now start harvesting salt for us. And that is also something, once again, that I will now need to export to Sleepy Hollow. So let's check out my pack stations that we have. Rubblestone and Roughstone. All right. Are we stuffed with wool already? Yeah, we got 48 wool in. We could. I mean, the problem is, of course, you know, like we're exporting so many valuable things to Sleepy Hollow that we get a lot of excess into Mandlach that we sell. So the result is that Mandlach gets richer and richer, while Sleepy Hollow actually stays poor when it comes to regional wealth. You know, like, of course, Sleepy Hollow is way bigger, so it's more wealthy. It's providing more taxes for me anyway. By the way, speaking about taxes, now that I think about it, let's implement the land tax again to Mandlach, because we do have a good approval rating here, and I got good regional wealth there. I can still tax out of this region. Fuel is fine, the tannery is fine, and we can continue exporting the hides, exporting the pelts. I mean, look at that. I'm not gonna export all of it, but 250 will be fine. Let's implement a trade route out of this. And then the leather as well that we're exporting, let's make a minimum of 40. Still want to keep some of that available. This is what we are processing in a tannery. But we are producing so many pelts that even the tannery cannot keep up with it. So there is no reason to actually do anything else. Next is now the salt. Now for the salt, we're gonna need not another pack station, by the way. I can use the pack stations we have in Sleepy Hollow, because I've been doing a small mistake here in the past, and that is I've been implementing parallel pack stations in both regions and used the same barter, right, for both of them, because I assumed that you need to have the same thing going in both regions to work. But of course you don't, because there's a family going back and forth here transporting stuff around. So you don't need to do this. You know, we already export the rough stone and the rubble stone to Mandlach, to Sleepy Hollow. So we don't need to do the same thing again here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna send tools, by the way, anymore. This is ridiculous. We are... I have no idea. I could in fact get the mortar back. You know, like I could send mortar back to Mandlach, because we're taking in the rubble stone, producing mortar out of that. I could go with berries as well, right? And receive salt. Berries for salt, this seems like a good deal. It's not. Salt, of course, in medieval times was very expensive, so berries won't do. We would need to export way too many berries, which just makes the whole thing problematic for me. Large shields, that looks better. Let's do it. Large shields for salt. And here, I don't need to have this one active right now, because we already transport the rough stone over. I don't need to do this 2 times. So it's all about large shields for salt now. This means my plank consumption will stay high. And of course, I still also want to export large shields. So I need to have another large shield production, a second one. And for this, we need to upgrade some houses first, because you cannot have artisans in a tier 1 building. So I need to upgrade my burgages here to get this going. Up there, we already have it working. That's the small shields we have here. And, oh, that's the large shields. And production is actually at 150 now, right? As long as we keep some planks in stock, it's fine. There's of course also a limit with how much you can do here, because I don't have endless planks. You know, at some point we just don't have the trees to chop. I could have another lumber industry set up here to supply all of that industry. And I think I don't want this one here, you know, this is too prominent. I don't want to have this one here, a lumber industry. But this one's fine for me. And just here, I could have a second lumber industry working, because this is an area I'm not going to use anyway, right? So we have the street going down here. It's also not too far away from anything. So let's have a crossing here going into this area. And in here, I'm going to have a forester hut, and I'm going to have my lumber camp, number 2, right? So that we get more logs out of this. And with that, I will need a second saw pit. Or we just continue transporting the logs to the single saw pit we have down there. Yeah, that could also work. It's a long distance, but we have enough oxen to make up for it. Yeah, let's also have another hitch post. Probably... yeah, probably here. Have the stables together. So that I can start chopping down more trees. I want to keep those, that forest here, of course, for the berries. This area is just heavily used at this point, right? It's just incredible how it also changes. You have so many different... you have the bushes, the small trees, saplings, the bigger trees, and then the final trees that you can then chop down. It looks very dynamic, I think. Beautiful. And those 2 families are enough to chop it all down. What those 4 families planned, you know. So 1 lumber camp is totally fine. Alright, there is a tier 2 now. And here, let's have another joiner's workshop, so that I can start processing more. Also, there's 2 tier here, 2 tier 2, that we can also change from the chicken coop to, I think, another joiner. Or more bows. Also, we need a blacksmith now that I think about it. We need the spears. Let's go ahead and get me a blacksmith going here. Yeah. Haven't done this yet. Another thing is that my fuel is not sufficient anymore, right? So we are slowly dripping down on food, on fuel. And that's even though my charcoal kiln is fully staffed. and my woodcutter is fully staffed. So it's not enough anymore. So this new forest industry that we're building up over here now also gets a woodcutter. I think this might be... Yeah, we'll just see how it actually works then. Let's have the woodcutter here. And I might need a second forestry over here. Alright, so the forestries are kind of like the entry point, it seems. And then we have the woodcutter and the lumber camp. We need the workforce for all of this, so let's continue developing this area. That's another area now where we push burgages. How would it look the best? Yeah, this way, because it's just aligned with those. And behind that I could have a bunch more coming into this, but then we're having no more logs. Very good. That's okay. Artisan area, industry area, residential areas that we continue to grow. I love how complex it is, honestly, right? So there's so many things to juggle, and so far it all seems to be working well, except my clothes. Because that's just not possible. 0 clothes. Though we have satisfaction, right? We can upgrade some more to tier 3 now. I would like to do this, so that we develop the inner area here more and more. A second charcoal kiln is what I would like to do as well. Let's quickly check out my fuel supply, because we got 477 firewood. So we do have enough firewood, but the charcoal kiln cannot keep up with it. And of course I'm gonna keep them together for now. Just makes the most sense to me. And let's also have another road moving in then here. Into that forest area. Okay, that blacksmith has been finished, so we can now start producing spears. And we have the option here between the spears and the pole arm. The pole arms actually cost less. No, it's the same. Yeah. They're gonna produce now the spears for us up to make 25 as a maximum. Because this is really just to replenish my soldiers here now. Spear militia. And archer-wise, we should be able to get a second archer going. Yeah, we are. Look at that. We got now full 2 archer units available. And that retinue here, by the way, we can also disband. Don't need them anymore. Logging industry comes up. Forester number 1. And we're gonna set once again the work area to have all of this here now by the border, more or less. I think if I go like this, should be fine. Then we have the logging camp now, 1 family for now. 1 family is enough anyway. To drop all of this down here, and then also the woodcutter still needs some time. I need more people, by the way. I need more people. Also medium town upgrade. That's because, yeah, we got more tier 3 buildings popping up in the center here. Getting a proper city look out of that. I love it. And the wealth is also going up again. I guess because we make more money now out of the upgrades that we have. Approval rating is fine. My treasury is fine. I don't need to tax so much. So taxes here are 10%. And for Mandlach, also gonna check this out. I'm actually gonna reduce the taxes of Mandlach again to 0. Because there's not that many sources of regional wealth right now, as it seems. So we're not exporting as much as I thought. Gonna wait on that. By the way, let's order a horse for the trading post, so that he can trade a bit faster. Ale is fine, though it's shrinking a bit. And we got the sold in. And this opens up now my next production chain. And yeah, for that, I'm gonna use this. I'm probably gonna get rid of this chicken coop here now. And we're gonna use a... Actually, let's also make rid of this one here. That's better looking. Get a butcher in. Where's my butcher? There's my butcher. Because the butcher can now use meat and salt to make sausage. And that's another type of food that I want to get in. For this, however, we need to have those burgages here, where people hopefully move in. And these have then an animal pen. But instead of using goats, we're now using then pigs. for these areas. There's the butcher now. Yeah, doesn't look like a butcher per se, it looks like a smith. Now it looks like a butcher when you zoom in. So it looks very similar to the smith, of course. And in here we now have the option then between two things, and that is the mutton that we make out of carcasses. So I'm not entirely sure where we get carcasses from. Is it just animal surplus perhaps? Do they work? No, they're waiting. There's no carcass, right? So this is not gonna work, but the sausage will work, because the sausage uses then salt and pork to produce the sausage. I'm not gonna set any limits here because we don't need to. We don't need to have salt for anything else really. And now we just need to produce some pork. And that's then my animal pens that we have. So just beside my butcher, let's also have then an animal pen. There's my next joiner that we have now. I don't want to produce wooden parts though. I want to produce large shields because we also export them. We use them for importing salt. So I need to have more of my large shields here. Alright, let's just hope that we finish now. Where's my animal pen? Oh, still building. There it is. And now we can order pigs. Right? And they provide then a strong passive yield of pork. We'll just see how strong that is. I'm gonna have 3 pigsties working now. So here, here, and here. Would make sense to also keep them a bit together, but I don't want to fiddle around here too much right now. So let's just do it like so. By the way, here we could have another one. Let's have this one. Yeah, let's have those together here. Those 3 as pigs. This one. And then order us the pigs. Should be seeing them. There they are. In the mod. Great weather for pigs. Keeps them happy. And produces us more pork, hopefully, down the road. With that, yeah, I'm gonna keep this one here for pigs as well. It's just by the butcher. It makes a bit sense to me to keep them together. Yeah, and let's just see how much we make out of that. It's actually really necessary that we do this, because for a population of this size, the fishery just doesn't work anymore. You know, we don't have any fish in stock, and my people also cannot be upgraded anymore because we lack the meats. So we only have the forage goods right now, animal produce, that's eggs, but meats is missing, right? So that's fish. Only a handful of people actually get supplied with the fish. So it's important that we produce now pork in a sizable manner, so that we, yeah, have our butcher working now, the sausage. We'll just see if one butcher is enough. If it's not, then we'll just add a second one. The salt is already coming in quite a huge, yeah, quantity. Just really cool to think that this single salt mine here in Mandlach is supporting Sleepy Hollow with sausages and, yeah, solving our supply issue for meat in the big town. I love it. I love how this all works together. By the way, in Mandlach we do have quite a bit of workforce right now. Food is fine, and yeah, we do have those burgages here now where people moved in, so we can also start now adding something to it, like a chicken coop. It's very close to the center, so I would actually prefer this area here to not be fully farming or so. Let's have an apiary there. And these here will be then artisans, because you're gonna need artisans here as well. These guys outside have moved in. They can be vegetable, chicken, and chicken. Do have a lot of chicken. It's fine though, because we need a lot of eggs, and you get the chicken meat out of it, which is important too. What better way to celebrate Mandlach's rise to power again than building a church? There is the rubble of the wooden church. The question is, do we want to have the wooden church right here? No, I don't. So we're not going to rebuild this one. And we're rather going to build our own church. And in fact, I would like to build it like so. Because with this, we have a bit of room here available. First of all, to add a shrine. Somewhere here. And second of all, to grow this market area a bit further over here, right? So that all of this here comes together. It also gives me a bit more room here to develop more burgages. But we have room available. And we shouldn't grow so fast anyway. So I'm not gonna build any further or any more burgages for now. Cold, who's freezing? We got enough firewood though. So they just need to get it. Yeah, let's have a quick look at my marketplace. Yeah, full capacity as expected. Let's go ahead and add another one to the granary and another one to the storehouse. So this small market area here is growing now. Supplying all of my people then here. Resources stolen. Salt was stolen from these bandits. Now we got a new target. I haven't taken care of them yet. Now we can do it. Let's rally the troops. We got enough archers as a backup, just in case there's another attack coming. You know, we got... Oh, spear militia full already. Can we get another one? Yeah, very good. Got 40 spear units now. And 70 archers. That's a lot. In fact, I don't even need to flank. My retinue is strong enough to take them on single-handedly, it seems. And yeah, let's just loot that bandit camp. To take care of this problem once and for all. Where are you going? Another bandit camp sighted. Wait a second. This one goes to my nearest town, regional wealth. And bandit camp. Oh, also lots of resources were stored again that we looted out of this. So they looted all of this in the past. Bandit camp. There's a new one popping up, but outside of my territory, right? No problem with that. And let's get them back home. Very good. Have it all cleaned up. And the sausage is in. 4 sausage we have. Coming out of the pork. Very good. This leads now to hopefully meats being also fulfilled very soon for a sizable amount of my people. And yeah, actually do lack the workforce. Very surprised with that. No, we don't. It was just a visual bug. We have enough peeps. I would like to add another family to the granary and another family to my storehouse again. That means more market stalls coming up here. 2 more. But also more supply. Pretty sure, yeah, I'm gonna need another butcher. Pork is also not in that quantity though, so we need more pig farms and more butchers. Royal tax increased to almost 400 annually, but we get 5,000 in the treasury, taxing now both territories, so that's enough money coming in for the moment. And we need more we need more houses soon. I guess I could develop this area now, closing in on those farms now, so that's another house here. 2 more. 2 more. Very good. And then also on the back of it, a bunch more here. Together with their backyard 4 more piggies. Alright, let's seriously work now on the castle. And with that, we are gonna ramp up here the stone production at Mandlach. So the order has been given. Cut out as much stone as you need. The Lord demands it. Because we need a proper home finally for Sleepy Hollow to, yeah, accommodate my family, my household, my servants. And in this case, we need a lot of, not rubblestone, but we still need a lot of, not the rubblestone, what's the other one? The rough stone, right? The rough stone that we need to then get into the dressed stone. And for this, we also need to make sure that the pack station is properly working. So we got the family here transporting already. Very good. They're in Sleepy Hollow right now, coming down from it with another successful trade, hopefully. And I mean, should we give them a horse? Can I give them a horse? Thomas is waiting. So in this case, they should have it already. Let's order another horse for better trading. Wool comes in out of that. We got 136 wool now in Mandlach. Now. What should we do with that excess? It's gonna clog up my storage sooner or later if we don't do anything with that wool there, right? So a weaver is the right choice because the wool is far less valuable than the weaver, and we do have enough workforce. You know, workforce comes in all the time, and I don't care about workforce. I don't have to pay them anything really. There's no maintenance cost. So let's just get me my weaver going, and I'm gonna have this one here in in the industry zone, right? And get this rolling for us, because this opens up then a new trade for me that I can quickly go ahead with. So the wool is valuable 2 coin, and the yarn is, let's establish that trade route here, 4. Very nice. Let's export it twice as much. Let's make a minimum stock of 20, so that we have a bit for further development or further crafting. And I think 1 family should be fine. And with this, Mandlach gets even richer, sending the stone to Sleepy Hollow, ultimately getting yarn out of that for money. Okay, got 4 families now fully working here. There it is, my gold, the rough stone. What kind of lord would I be if I do not visit the quarry, the place of demise, myself, and see how they're cutting it out? Probably also selecting a very few for my own personal use. With a beautiful toilet in the manor house, for example. That's just really cool. We can even fly. We are very powerful indeed. Let's happily dance around the quarry and wait for the stone to come in. Now look how fast my soldiers can be when we're rallying them right in Mandlach. And they're even starting with full, actually not quite full, but quite a lot of stamina. Reason for that is that raiders have been sighted in the forests near Mandlach, and there they are. Because you can't see them when they're in the forest, right? The game is very, very nasty about this. It's more than just this guy here, right? Ah, there they are. Look at that. Coming out of the forests. Another massive attack on Mandlach is about to start. This time around, though, we have the soldiers. We have the soldiers ready for a bit of battling. And the retinue is the slowest, but that's fine. Let's actually rally. They should actually go for my soldiers right away. Let's speed this up. There they are. Kind of block them there. Very good. Already dying. They don't care about formation or anything like that. These dogs. And they were really surprised, I think, to see such a force now in Mandlach that is protecting our territory. Because we have, of course, doubled our military force since the last attack. Rightfully so. And they really have no chance. There's even my reinforcements not even in. And we've already defeated them. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Oh no, there's more. These guys coming back again. And there's more coming out of the forest. Out of the woods. Ready to be slaughtered. Unfortunately, it would be unethical to use them for my sausages. I'm not even bothering with my retinue, I guess. I just love how he actually just ran. Good trader. And the cool thing is about this, that I'm actually getting influence out of protecting myself, right? So that's free influence coming in. And once they have been defeated here, there you go. Get another 400 influence, pushing us to 2,900 now. There is another one coming out. And as I said, they're not the smartest bunch. I mean, do not underestimate them. Just check out for flanks. But my retinue is securing my left flank there. Against them. Down again, another 300 influence. Pushing us to 3-2. And I think that's it, right? Gonna keep them just a little while longer. The problem is, of course, that's my workforce here standing around. So I should not keep them up too long. And in fact, I might actually just get them back now. At least these guys here, because even if the bandits are coming back, we should be fine with the ones that we have. So let's disband them. Immediately, the great hike starts up to Sleepy Hollow. And what is also so fascinating about this game that I really, really love, I mean, just first of all, look at that beautiful cloud forming up there. rendered in real time. That is just amazing, really. And also, all of them have their own name, right? Their own family, their own work. So all of them are simulated. And this is just so unique, I think. There's not that many city builders that do so many things in realism, right? Without faking assets or something like that. But really, just simulated objects, simulated clouds. That's the beauty of this game. Alright, now we have it. Now everything is ready for our big castle replanning. And for this, well, we gotta look at the terrain here real quick. Because what we notice is that we are having a bit of an incline here up to this ridge, up to this crest up here. Up to this point there really, which is the highest point in this running area. So this is of course where I would like to have the main castle situated. And for this we need to move this over. And as you can see, we're just moving the whole castle area with it. This is, I think, a really cool system. So I can just use this. We're gonna get rid of the wall here. Alright, like so. Get the tax office with us. And then we're trying to make this work here with that one up top together with our garrison tower, which is this one here. Let's try to make this so. Shouldn't this snap? There was a moment when it actually snapped to this one here. I don't know why it doesn't snap now. I can also build only one, right? You're limited to only just one per region. And this one increases your maximum retinue size then as well by 12. So that means, yeah, we can have twice the heavy armored soldiers that we had previously. So in this case here, there it is. Now it's snapping for some reasons. Only now. Now we have the tax office, and also now we need to get going with the walls. And let's start with, I guess we're still going to have the wall around it, right? Even though, of course, I know we have the... Can I build it like so? Oh yeah, I can. Very good. Even though we have the cliffs here, I'm still going to have a wall there. You never know what drunken soldiers are up to, really. And then I'm trying to make this one a bit curvy there. There you go. Right. Having this one going down here. All the way over here. Very good. No problems so far. No crashes. No collision control. Nothing. And then we're just going up here again to this one. Right. There. Now, of course, this is not it so far. So I'm gonna move this one again, because I would like to have an inner wall as well, right? Something that starts kind of like over there and goes then around the inner castle area as well. Perfect. There's a collision. Why? Yes. Oh, this would be tricky. Can we? This is a collision. This is strange. It doesn't once again clip with it, which it should. Actually, here it clips, but then you cannot build it. Okay, let's try to make it like so. And then I'm gonna add another one here. That's also not possible. This is an interesting problem. This is definitely a bit of a bug. Okay, this works actually, right? We're not clipping into it, but we're as close as possible, so no one will be able to move through that. In fact, next in line, I do need to have, of course, a proper road. And as you can see, the gates are being then created automatically in the most hideous way possible. So we'll need to move this again and just see. The problem is, here's the node, right? So that's why, that's the problem I'm facing here right now. Actually move it a bit further over. You need to move the nodes so that you have a good alignment of it. Actually, better. Now we have the right shapes with the inner castle and the outer castle. The outer castle will have then also its tax office. Unfortunately, the tax office doesn't have a second layer, but now something really cool happens, and let's just see if we have hopefully all the resources for that. We can upgrade it. Hooray, there it is. 128 for the half of the outer wall. Very good. So with this, we have now the main wall that we can build here. There you go. This looks much cleaner. And now we have this one. I could commit this construction already. We're gonna clip this together. And now we can hopefully also, there you go, upgrade the 2 inner buildings, we can still afford all of that so far. And look at this. It's a nice one. The question is, should we have it? Oh no. Okay, we cannot push it any further, I think, because we do have then... Yeah, we do have then the cliffs here, right? So pushing it further actually leads this one here to being a bit boggy, it seems. Funnily enough, now with the stone, we can actually clip it into the other stone wall, right? Now it works kind of like for both of them. This is still looking a bit strange. I want to have it nice curved here. Right. Oh, yep. Okay. We don't have any towers yet, bear me, because I would like to finish the main building first, and then we're going to add the towers. And then we have, of course, our tax office here somewhere. And I have no idea what we could build here, right? We cannot build the tax office a second time. I also cannot build the garrison tower a second time. So hopefully there's another building then being added to this. This is gonna be expensive, right? 260 stone. And yeah, let's commit. Hopefully the game does not crash now. And there it is. Manor house, castle under construction. This will take a long time to finish. We might add even more families to the whole thing. So I'm gonna reduce the workforce that we have in other areas. Like the windmill, you don't need to eat anything. And shortly after, the construction workers are coming along. Taxes are coming in, 200 per month right now, which is great. And in this case here, June it is. So this will probably take the whole year. Right? I will not take the whole year, but it will take some time. They're still also cleaning up the old place. And there it is, our glorious castle. Actually, it only took 4 months to construct. And now, yeah, now we have a place to live, ladies and gents. Now up here, this is where I reside, my living rooms. And having a beautiful, beautiful view over the whole valley in front of us. The lake down there, especially now in autumn, it's fantastic. And we can just enjoy that, and also enjoying the security of 2 beautiful stone walls protecting us from any kind of danger. And just below us, look at that. Ooh, we have the cliffs. I like this. I like this a lot. All right. Now we just need the towers. Let's go ahead into the castle planner once again and get me my towers going. And we're probably going to add one in the inner one, right? And out here. This is... I wonder if we can actually afford them. That's the question. Right here. And... oh, this causes now a ruckus. Down here. Let's get rid of it again. That tower disrupted the wall just now. Okay, let's have it clipped together again, please. There you go. Alright, let's try it again. Huh, alright. Doing it the second time also doesn't work. Alright, and there it is in all its glory. Construction is finished. I've actually had to reload because if you add the towers afterwards, it is in fact a bit cheaper than changing it after the construction is finished. It's way more expensive. One thing, I just love the look of this. Totally, right? So this is how it's supposed to look. A beautiful castle with an inner court, an outer court, and of course also lots of towers. I would love more assets, of course. One thing that you'll notice is, before I get the comments, I just have to say this right away because I know I'm going to get the comments for this. Yes, those towers are looking outside, right? So their entrance is on the outside. There is a bug right now that absolutely prohibits me to let them build looking towards the inner side. I cannot rotate them for the life of me. Even if I rebuild the whole wall with looking towards the inner side, I just can't get this right. It seems, perhaps it has something to do with the cliffs here. I don't know, but for some reasons I cannot rotate the wall to look inwards, and with that also the towers inwards. It's just not possible for me. I've tried it several times, but since there's no real siege mechanic in this game, I'm gonna live with it because, yeah, the aesthetics please me. And really, I've spent a lot of time now because the castle mechanic, unfortunately, at this point is really not fleshed out and also quite buggy. But it's finished. The looks, that's what counting. I've got the Lord's Castle finished. Finally, we do have a proper home to store all the taxes and also to have vagabonds not coming in. I mean, strategically, look at that. It's really... Can we actually jump up there? No, we can't. It would be funny. So let's enter because you can actually go through that, which is just beautiful. And in here, then, funnily enough, the inner wall did not have that problem, right? It's really beautiful. This game just shines with its graphics. And I'm just hoping that they're iron out all these bugs then with future updates. They really absolutely should. It's their responsibility. Because there's just no other city builder like this. And it would be a shame if they don't work on that. But I'm pretty sure they are. And yeah, with that, got ourselves a nice castle now overlooking Sleepy Hollow. I'm sure bandits will not attack anymore. Also, look from far away. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right. I hope you enjoyed this one, the castle building. This is pretty much the pinnacle of this city here. And we do have a bunch of other problems that appeared now out of the castle that we are, yeah, tackling in the next episode then. The visuals stay. We can always have a look at it. And with that, onwards to the next episode. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Now, I could just watch my castle all day, but the reality is people would keep dying and, yeah, also not pay taxes anymore. So I can't just stare at this beauty here. Nope, I'm actually just gonna live there in the evening, and during daytime, well, during daytime, we have to work. Also, when you speed up time, by the way, just for the dreamers out there, look at that sky. I just love it. And yeah, off we go to some more Manor Lords work. Hello everyone, and welcome back. One of the unfortunate realities is that food is going down in Sleepy Hollow. That's because, of course, our tremendous population, well, growth. We're nearing 400 people living in here. That doesn't sound that much, right? In comparison with other games, it's actually not that much. But every single one of them is simulated, and every single one of them needs to eat. And don't forget, this is medieval times. So, well, a town with 400 people. That was already quite big, and we are only growing bigger from here. One of the things that worries me a bit is that, first of all, we're running out of berries. Not that much I can do, right? The berries are just not feeding a population of this size anymore. The other problem is that for some reasons we're still not making enough sausages. Having 2 butchers and so many pig pens or pigsties, it's just not enough. We have a lot of bread though, but no pork, no sausages. So the next manor or burgages that we build will now include some piggies. And where should we build them? First of all, of course, it's a giving that we need to grow. It just can't be helped. This clay deposit here is something that do we still need this one? Yeah, I think we could still use it. I've actually deleted it and it regrew some clay, is that right? It looks like it. So we have the workforce, so let's actually start this right away with using, yeah, some clay production again coming out of this one here as long as we have it. And for the burgages, we would have this nice spot available here for some more close to the castle. Don't forget, I don't want to have it though too close to the castle because the problem is, of course, we want to have some defendable area here in the perimeter. So it's probably going from the castle road. We're probably just going to make this road here, right, along that ridge. And this is going to be available area, right? So I'm not allowed to build beyond that because you definitely want to have some area available for, yeah, for some slaughtering if it comes to the attack. This looks fine, right? So we're also getting lots of backyards here, lots of production potentially out of this block. There is also this area here. I do have some high density buildings, or well, buildings actually without a backyard. Let's just check it out how this could work if I'm implementing something like that, right? Just along the castle road leading up then to the castle itself. And here we already have then the gardens. That is fine. And then we're looking at this area around the lake that we haven't touched so far. And indeed, we could make something out of here. So let's just check it out. Gonna have a road around the lake with a bit of a distance. The reason, of course, is, once again, lakes can flood in this game. And if there's heavy rain and the lake is flooding, it can reach well beyond its reach and would damage buildings. So this is something I do not want to have. Here we are moving into the forestation area. So I'm not gonna move too far beyond that. Also, I don't want to just plaster everything full with burgages, right? We're definitely gonna leave a bit of space available here for also some decorations. And then with some smaller, I mean, wait a second, let's actually make this a bit different. I want to keep those trees there. Let's hope they stay. Very good. And then we can also have some bigger ones like this one, stretching a bit further, right? And then what I can do here once again is, yeah, just having some larger ones available again, right? That just give me lots of yield. So we do have here a density, so we can add actually a population expansion here, a house expansion, and a big backyard, right? A big farm that we can have there out of one building. And we do need a lot more vegetables. So that's that. And also the same applies for that side here. This is a bit further outside again. And further outside, I do want to have some solitary homesteads again. As we are going down here, the Serpentine. Gonna have another big one here. It's really just one. Oh, this is looking strange. Wonder what I actually thought I would like to do here with the court backyard. Why is it not giving me a bigger one? It's probably because of the incline that we have there, but it's not that much. Perhaps you need to make it a bit less stretched like this. Ah, this looks better, right? And then I would like to have another one on the other side, a bit. Oh yeah, look at that. It's going down then steeply here. Right, so this is all just garden now as we then progress down. Not much more than that. And here, let's add a bunch more along this road. We actually have the logs. No, we don't. I'm building way too many burgages. Getting a bit lost in the momentum there, which is okay. It's okay. Got 7 families that are gonna construct all of this, and once this is finished, we're gonna add some gardens and stuff like that. Not something for carrots anymore. We have enough carrots at this point. Moving now to Mandlach again. Mandlach continues to be very important for us. First of all, what is happening in Mandlach is that we got some workforce, not any space left. I could, of course, continue with some of them actually have it. There it is. Some expansions of the houses. Let's do this for this. Let's do it for this. This will also push then the output, I think. Some of you have been suggesting something like that along the line, so I'm totally expecting it. I don't have the data though to back that up yet. And we'll just check it out. So all of them here work fine. Can you see the extension actually? You can't see this in the overlay, as far as I'm concerned. But what we definitely want to have here is level 2 upgrades now, right? So 3 level 2 upgrades. This will first of all increase the regional wealth level again for Mandlach, and also allows me to implement some artisans here that we can use. I mean, look at that amount of pelts that we have. And I think also rubble stone. We need to process this somehow. The castle has been finished. There's no need anymore to push that much stone, right? We can in fact use the rubble stone for something else then. And that is making some coin. We need that because, as you can see, the royalty tax has gone up to 900 annually. I don't know why it jumped that much, like twice as much. Is it because of my castle? I have no idea. The next thing I want to check out in Mandlach is my farm capabilities. And this is where the area really shines a bit, because we got a very rich rye area over there. So you can make some good farming there. Let's start with a farmhouse somewhere here, a bit further outside. These people will travel to quite a bit, so it might be worth it to add some solitary burgages here where those families live. Just check this out. I would like to have one here and one here. So these should be some families then living in the farmhouse. I'm gonna make the extension too, and then we can add some nice fields now for the rye. Do we have barley here? Nah. This area is also very poor with barley, so that's another thing that we need to continue importing, unfortunately. Let's start with one field. Let's check. Is this too big? Not. There's gonna be lots of farming here. Alright. Way more than what we can handle for Mandlach. We would need to grow this even further. Rye, rye. Let's make another field here. Outside. And then we could also draw something along here, a bit narrow, right? And then I would need another road here through the field until we create another one. But that's already a lot of space again, right? We got the rye with 95%. Yeah, I don't know about the rest. I'm gonna keep it fallow and... crop rotation. Should we have a crop rotation here with such a high fertility? Not entirely sure. Keeping the field fallow regenerates the most fertility. Okay, so let's keep it fallow and keep it at rye 2 times. Let's try this out. We're at 95 and 87 here. Let's just see if we can actually just work with that, because I have no use for anything else in this area. I don't want to give the people here flax or barley. It's too bad anyway. It's all about food. Of course, a windmill is also required. I would like to have the windmill a bit further than already towards the town. Again, here we have 100 efficiency, but along the main road is not really nice, right? So I'm gonna make a... wait a second. A nice curvy road towards a windmill. Looking towards, yeah, the town, where we can grow all of this. So this will be another export, unfortunately, for Mandlach. Mandlach is just so good, honestly. They can't keep up with their own wealth. And Sleepy Hollow, unfortunately, has really one of the crappiest terrains or regions on this map. It's just crazy how bad it is, right? When it comes to food, when it comes to farming, hunting, no hunting, nothing really that makes sense in this area. I guess we have a good amount of fish, but a fish really doesn't work anymore past a certain point. We do have the fisherman. Some of you have been asking why we're going with 80 as a reserve. In my understanding is that the higher the base level of the pond is, the faster the regeneration. So if you have 80 fish in the pond left, it's faster for them to regrow than when having 20 in the pond, right? So I rather like to keep 80 or even 100, because 370 is the capacity anyway to keep this going. Settlement Mandlach upgraded to medium village. Hooray! And here we got now more gardens again. This is now towards the castle then, so I definitely just want to keep this one low profile. Some chickens, no pigs here, you know. Going with some orchards perhaps. Yeah, let's have 3 orchards side by side. This one's still missing. And this is really, I think, the optimum, right? Having such a large vegetable garden there. They're really pushing out food. %80 approval rating is also really nice. This pushes the monthly migration to 2 potential families that we can get per month, if we have the right amount of space for that. And there's 2, actually, there's actually one now moving into Mandlach. Another bigger one here with the expansion that we're going with, and then a vegetable garden. That's just perfect for something of that size. And here I would also like to go with some orchards again, mixed with vegetable gardens though. And these are very tiny, so here we could just have the chickens again. There you go. Bear in mind, in most of these burgages, no one is living at the moment. So they're not really producing until a family lives in there. In reverse, that's also meaning that every family that moves in Sleepy Hollow becomes immediately productive for us. So this is what I like to also think about here. Okay, I'm gonna go with another orchard for this. And this one, still waiting now. Actually requires 2 logs for this house expansion. And there it is. It's a little shack. Like, who would like to live in there when you can have the big house? I can feel some rivalry coming up here. If they're not too careful about it. And let's make once again a big vegetable garden there in the back. Lots of people that can work it. Yeah, that's just really fishy. I mean, look at the amount of pigs we have now. Pig farms here. Over 10. And there's just no pork coming in. I mean, there is pork coming in, but it's disappearing again immediately. My people are addicted to pork, it seems. I mean, they are working this, right? There's just... It's coming out here. There's no problem with the production. What do we have here? Pennage. The swine grow fat on mast and acorn. And there's a chance of extra yield from pigs proportional to the woodland environment. And currently have 28%. Alright. This gives me a hint. We could boost production, perhaps, by reforesting areas around the pigs. Let's try it out here. Plenty of space there to have some forestation going. Band of raiders was seen in Sleepy Hollow, really. Okay, they're in the forest right now. Let's use these soldiers again. I don't think they know what they're up to against, but okay. Yeah, they're coming. Probably gonna set everything here on fire. Going into my fields. My soldiers are amassing. Seriously, these raiders are so fast. They're just rushing in full force. Gonna set the archers up behind. There's no overlay here. Let's protect this area. And my retinue takes the longest, of course. We could try and flank someone. Ah, good fertilizers too. Someone dies here? Does it increase fertility of the field? Or it's human corpses? Probably not. It's probably gonna poison the fields. Okay, some of them are already thinking twice about this endeavor. Let's once again stand the ground here for my spearmen. They really have to hold the ground here. And boy, those people in Sleepy Hollow, they're up for a treat right now, right? Having a nice view. It's a great scenery, in fact. I'm not gonna bother with too much here. We lost 1 soldier so far. Really, it's not a big deal, right? And now we could also send in my professionals from behind. Okay. Lots of influence. I love that. And that's it, right? There's still these guys broken now, 4-7. That's it. Now we can disband them again. No need to keep them up any longer. So many people, look at that. And performance just stays stable. Some of them have been hurt, it seems. This brings me to my next thing that we can do now, thanks to having an upgraded castle. And that's the fact that we can now upgrade the retinue. We can actually double their amount, right? For some reasons I can't. So we have 12 of 12. And it should be 24 at this point, because we have built the main castle tower. But it doesn't work for me. There's nothing we can do, really. Perhaps it's a visual bug, but unfortunately I cannot double my retinue. Not that it's really necessary at this point. Speaking about necessary, it's really not necessary to increase my army, but since we can actually do it, I could also, by the way, go for mercenaries, right? The Battle Brothers, the Wayward Sons, and the Brigands of For Hire would all be very cheap in comparison to what we have in stock. But it's not necessary. We do have ample supply of weapons for archers. I would like to go with another archer and another spear militia, if that's possible. We have spears. We have... Oh, large shields. Wait a second. Shouldn't it be them? Okay, I don't have this. They need the small shields, it seems. Doesn't matter. Got now 3 archers rolling. So 100 archers, actually, that we can make use of. Okay, these bodies need burial. The problem here is now that we don't have a corpse pit in Sleepy Hollow. I think we haven't had a battle like this before. Let's just see. Probably here once again somewhere in the forest, right? Now, food at least for now is stable. That's pretty great for us. We also, by the way, have 80 salt. So we still have also a lot of salt for my butcher. Right? And look at that. Sausage doesn't reach 0 anymore. It's going down to 1. Firewood is the great thing here though. 23 months. That's because we have now 1,700 charcoal coming out of my second charcoal kiln over here. Back in Mandlach, let's assign... Yeah, first of all, let's go for the plowing station. Do we have someone living in there already? Yes! That was fast. Assign 2 peeps to that. And once that's finished, we can assign... Yeah, let's go with 5 families actually that we have. And any livestock. Yeah, Fritz is helping out with the job. Of course, lots of transportation, but what can you do? There's the fertile field, and the village was already here before, so nothing I can do about this. It'll be fine. Let's continue with the conquest again. I would like to move now into Nasvis. Down here, there's 2 brigand camps. It's a neutral territory, so I'm not taking it away from anyone. Thus, I'm not expecting any counterclaims. I'm still gonna rally not the full army, but the retinue, spearmen, and 2 archers. And can we actually... Yep, we can rally them right here. I don't know why resources are being added to my inventory every time I rally troops. I don't care. Seems to be free stuff. Off they go again. And those 2 will stay here for defensive purposes. The main problem is, of course, even if we get another territory now that we can settle on, we just cannot barter endlessly with Sleepy Hollow, right? Because Sleepy Hollow has also just its limited resources, and it has a massive population that consumes resources, whereas the taxes just don't keep up with it. So one thing I would like to do right now is get rid of the taxes here. The regional wealth is too low. Finding business opportunities for more export will prove very hard. So beside weapons, I really can't think of anything else right now that we could sell. Stone, roof tiles, that's all finite, right? We also don't have fertile ground for lots of food. We do not have any hunting grounds for leather. We have a new region, that's great. But Sleepy Hollow really is so poor in wealth that we cannot just endlessly barter with them. Now, there's still some bandit camps that we can take on with the soldiers. I would like to do this. And by the way, this guy here is pretty strong, right? He hasn't been destroyed yet by bandits. Oh boy, beautiful. So this is, I think, also where the bartering system comes to its limits now. Expanding to more territories and then bartering, yeah, doesn't work forever. I would rather have a trade route system like in Anno, you know, like my villages and cities, they interchange goods with each other, or just send it to them. It should be possible to also just send it over there if I want to. I'm the Lord, after all. I command. Commanding, I do. And people will stand here forever, even if it's raining, even if it's fighting, even if it's firing lightning down. They will just obey. Poor retinue. Yeah, they're totally tired by the time they arrive. I don't care, they're still very strong against bandits. So off we go into some bandit hunting. Here. And here. We could probably afford also taking both of them on. There you go. And dead already. Let's take the camp. It's actually just gonna be lots of resources. and some regional wealth. And then we're doing this over here too. It's very important that we clear the bandit camps because, of course, they passively steal resources from you. And this just goes on forever. You know, like, it's just a lot of resources getting stolen over time. And they usually also like to take valuable resources, so I cannot afford this forever. Very good. Not that this is really a challenge. Just a bit of slaughtering for fun. The territory has been claimed. And is ours now. So looking at the map, yeah, we're painting it red slowly and steadily. By the way, this is also just something that I would like to show real quick. That is, the maps themselves are beautiful. Look at that. We even have my village in a drawing here. I love this feature. It's really nice, right? This is my village. This is not just simulated, but this is my street layout that we're using right now. This is my village, right? With my castle over there. It's really cool stuff. Also for Mandlach, down there it is. Being rendered in real time. Lovely feature that is. Also lovely feature. Food is coming in. 7 months we have. So my supplies are growing. With more carrots than ever. Yeah, granted, 2 of my vegetable fields are carrots as well. To keep a bit of that. Eggs we have. And I think, let's have a look at my harvest. We have October. Not that much rye. And with that, not that much flour. But perhaps it's still growing. Outside of that, it wasn't a very good harvest year. Well, we still don't have the full upgrades here available because my clothing is still too low. But what I can do, by the way, now that I would like to check this up, are we actually still bartering? Nope. Nope. We're not sending any yarn over. I hope not. Not anymore, at least. Ah, okay, rough stone to wool. I think this also needs to stop. So I'm gonna actually deactivate this guy here. Not that we send... We don't need to send that much over, right? Rubblestone for berries. This also needs to stop, unfortunately. I could go for carrots, right? I mean... Nah, we have a lot of carrots here too. Let's go with the large shields. We're not using them anymore for bartering, so now we can use them again. Because the rubblestone is still very important to get over. 1,000 royal taxes now. I wonder when it stops. Yeah. 86% approval rating, by the way, is just extremely high. We don't need that much. So I'm gonna implement the taxes again. Because also we got 1,000 regional wealth. And to increase that, back to my original opening here. And that is that we can upgrade more. Something I really need to do because we have too many tier 1 houses. This is gonna be another massive construction endeavor. For my 19 families that we have available for construction right now. And every single upgrade pays me taxes then. Tier 1 houses don't pay. With all of the people moving in, as we can see, once again, granary supply limit is about to be reached. We do have, I think, yeah, two granaries fully used. The storehouse can have more family. That means, for the 3rd time, we need to build a storehouse and a granary. Where should we have them though? That's the question, because right now we have the granaries all of together here. I think it could make sense to also have one over here. Because all of these houses produce food, right? I think it makes sense, thus, to add a granary here. And let's do this a bit further outside, perhaps. And this road continues then. And we might actually just make a nice curve here to connect this. And then we have a road here that potentially leads along the cliffs. In winter, it's also a beautiful sight. And look how fast it goes. This whole area is already populated. It might make sense to continue. Yeah, this looks just very good here for more city, right? Having a road here, and then probably another road over there. Construction of the granary has already been finished. Let's assign 3 people to that right away. Some of you have been complaining, or wishing, not complaining, wishing for the market to fill. And this is what you do. You build the storehouse, another granary, and look at that. That market continues to grow and gets busy with people buying stuff. And I'm also finishing a second storehouse. There it is. Let's assign 3 people to that right away. And with that, we should be seeing 3 more market stalls popping up. There you go. Very good. Also, we need more hitching posts, of course, for more oxen with more supply capacity for a town of that size. Where should we add them, though? Ah, we can squeeze them in here still. And this is a hitching post that we can upgrade. Perfect. That's 3 more oxen now that we are gonna add. And as another year begins, the Lord walks through the city that is prosperous now, and lots of people on the streets. And I wonder if we should stop here with this great series so far, or if you wish me to continue and build a true megacity out of it. I'll have to decide that later. I hope you enjoyed this one so far. Let's have a quick look. By the way, yeah, brick roads should really be implemented at some point now. And by the way, we need to get rid of this tree. It's totally in the way, blocking everyone. As we move to the market center. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to another year in Manor Lords as we have survived winter once again. The city is waking up. I mean, it never really slept, and in this case here, it's waking up though to the reality that we're coming out only with 5 months of food supply out of the last winter, which means, well, we have grown a bit too quickly. And to counter that, well, we don't have that many choices, honestly, because we are already using everything in the city at this point with, you know, chickens and goats and cabbages and stuff like that. And we got a huge pig industry at this point, slaughtering dozens, hundreds, thousands of pigs every day to make enough sausages. And we never have enough sausages despite all of that. I do have enough salt though, so I could still, you know, push my sausage industry a bit further, and this is something that I would like to start right away before we tackle the food problem in other numerous ways. So I'm starting to get me 2 more butchers in, and yes, I'm going to actually put them kind of like in my industry zone, right? Over here, we can squeeze in 2 of them together with a working plot each, so we can actually then go ahead and make them as butchers. While this is under construction, I would also like to go ahead and push my storehouse, my next storehouse here, to the next level, because they are just, well, stocking up on goods way too fast. The granaries are fine though at the moment. This is something that we can check also here. We do have a good supply rating there for both of them. Well, for the general goods, actually it's not that great, but that's usually not because we don't have enough storehouses, but because my people just don't have enough clothing, right? So this is still an ongoing issue 2 weeks after the patch, unfortunately. So there hasn't been a fix up to this point that would, you know, make it easier for me to stockpile some clothing or stuff like that. Now, next we have the butcher is coming, and next we have then not farming, because farming is really not giving me that much in Sleepy Hollow. It's a really, really bad territory to have for farming. So we already use most of it, right? We got the fully stocked farmhouse. We probably have too many fields anyway to make this one really productive. So I'm gonna go ahead and build me a second farmhouse now. They will share the workload then. So I'm just gonna make another road here, you know, because I think it fits in the best for farmhouse number 2 that we have then out here somewhere. They're gonna work this hopefully to make it a bit more efficient, because right now what we can see is that the productivity of my main farmhouse is not high enough. They're a bit overloaded, right? So we also get that error message. Next is though, yeah, my trade partner Mandlach down here. Mandlach has the advantage that it actually has some decent farmland over there. How did that turn out in the first year? We can check this immediately by going into my family, and I can see that we can assign a few more, because this is the first real year now where Mandlach is starting its farming enterprise. And I'm not gonna go with any fallow ground anymore though, even though the game recommends to have it fallow at least a year, so I'm gonna keep it like that. Something is strange to here after reloading the game, right? It's looking like this. So they basically adjusted itself all to the same rotation. Gonna keep it fallow next year, and this one we're also gonna have this year and fallow next year, right? So that these lazy families are gonna work a bit. Where is that happening? Another bandit camp. Look at this one here. There's 3 bandit camps in one territory. Okay, I guess you can make it work like this. Back to Mandlach, because here we got the pack stations. I'm gonna use the pack stations in Sleepy Hollow though, because in Sleepy Hollow we have way more workforce to make this work, right? So there they are. They're already stuffed. And here we do have now my trading. We're still getting the salt in with the large shields. In Mandlach, we do have 250 large shields. No one is selling them, it seems. We do have them though up. Oh, the trade has been put off again. You gotta be very careful when you reload the game, because there's a lot of settings resetting. We do have some regional wealth in Mandlach. I'm gonna use this to establish me a dedicated trade route to get this one going, right? So we wanna export the large shields that we're trading in from Sleepy Hollow. We did that actually at the end of the last episode, and in that case it resetted itself again. This looks fine though, so we got the large shields for the salt, and then we have pack station number 2, but we're still getting the rough stone in. Now I don't need that anymore, right? The rough stone we were processing into dressed stone for the castle. This is something we don't need anymore, so I'm gonna remove this one. We're still, I'm also not gonna get the pelts over, because I don't care about the pelts honestly. We're gonna get the small shields most likely. Small shields it is, so I'm gonna trade the small shields. We could also take large shields, honestly. Oh, and bow, right? Let's go with bows. I'm gonna send the bows, and we're gonna receive small game, because small game is something that we have a lot of. By the way, let's also get a horse in here again, and let's check it out here. We do have 112 small game, way too much, right? So Mandlach has a lot of food for its own, and we're just gonna take a bit of that. Once the farming ramps up, we're gonna replace the small game with the rye bread, probably, right? That we can then process. Processing wise, we do have the windmill already. I still don't have a bakery in Mandlach though, so let's also go ahead and get this one here in the industry zone somewhere, so that we can start then processing that into bread. And this is the most important thing then, because bread just scales really high with the flour, so you can get a lot of bread. Also, it's very durable, so it doesn't spoil that quickly. So that's that. Next in line, we should have finished this one now. Very good. So here, I'm gonna go ahead now. And, oh yeah, we need to wait for a family to move in. Otherwise, I cannot upgrade them. So, I'm gonna take another burgage plot, level 2 here, where we have the apiary. Now, we don't really need that much wax, right? We were selling this, in fact. Honey is something we can, you know, consume ourselves, but we got a lot of that. So I'm gonna replace this apiary here with also a joiner, because there's another feedback I've got that the cog wheels would be very good for another export business, or also for trading then with Mandlach. Okay, also want to check here my tailor. We've been using the yarn so far, but as you can see, we're rather low on that. Also on wool, right? There's not that much coming in out of that. So we could also switch one of them to linen production and one of them to yarn production, so that we may diversify the clothing production overall. Another thing is that we can increase the size of the sheep, so that we have another pasture somewhere, like over there. This is for another 33 sheep. Let's just have this one attached to that field here. Joiner will then resume its work now as producing wooden parts, so these cogwheels there. And let's also make this one here as a reserve of 50, so that we're not running out of it. However, I'm not going to set any production limit upwards. So they're going to work this now. Yeah, 1,000 we're paying now, but we have a lot of money, so this is fine. Might actually stop taxing them then somehow. We'll just see. Because the more regional wealth I have, of course, the more taxing we can do. Now I can set my cogwheels, there they are, as an export. There is a minimum that we're going to implement with 20. We could also then use that for trading with Mandlach. So this would be another potential endless source of trading goods that we have. And then, yeah, implementing this trade route is super expensive, so I'm going to wait on that until we have amassed some money again. Alright, that farmhouse is finished. We do have 16 families ready, so I'm going to implement all 8 of them. And we're also upgrading this plowing station here, so that we can use 2 oxen now on the fields, speeding it up. Back in Mandlach, I think. So first of all, this should now... What is going on? He now put this one into fallow. This is so bugged that I cannot cannot assign it. Okay, at least I'm working this one here, but that one just resetted itself again. It's not gonna be the best harvest this year, unfortunately. There's the oven. We can assign someone to that, and we don't really need to. I also don't have any, flour to work with, so let's just keep it as is. And I would like to go ahead and work another field then here. So this is all very green. Is this too big? I hope not. Field and field. Getting over there. And this one's once again. I mean, it's May, so it should still work this year. 100% fertility. You don't see this so often. That's pretty neat. Fallow and then rye. And this one here, so we really need bread, right? This is my main source right now. And this one here is gonna stick fallow this year, and then we have rye 2 years in a row. And we'll just see how that goes. Okay. And we're gonna assign another family to this one again. We already have the oxen upgrade. So please. I mean, he's just probably looking at all of this and says, who is supposed to do it? It's me. I've got the tool. And I'm ready to plow some fields here now. Gonna take him some time. By the way, I just have to say it again. I know it's getting a bit ridiculous, but I love the sky in this game, as it is rendered in real time. I know Pax Romana has the same thing, and I just love watching the sky forming new clouds, clouds disappearing, rain coming in. It's beautiful. It's such an improvement over fixed skyboxes. Finally, there's a family moving in, so we can upgrade this burgage plot here to level 2 now right away. The problem still also remains that we do not have enough pork, right? So I'm not entirely sure how we can get more pork, because, every burgage we add, of course, increases my food consumption. So it seems like they're not producing enough meat to even sustain their own households. So I'm very hesitant to add more. We're gonna have another butcher, that's for sure. And then I would also like to work on, probably another joiner workshop again, because they just work great. For this, let's go ahead with another butcher. And hopefully get me that sausage rolling. As long as we have enough salt, this is absolutely fine. Next house with the family and with level 2. And we can now go ahead and once again get me a... Either we go with the Boyer's Workshop to push my warbow production or my shield production. Let's go with the shield production. So that's the joiner once again. And then we have the saw pit here. Has its own livestock working that too. Producing the planks. And what we can see is that this is really working as we are not overflowing with planks. So there's a nice consumption that we might even want to increase. And there it is. And I'm gonna go ahead with the small shields for this. And we're putting in here in reserve again of 50. And then we start producing more small shields again because I need them also for Mandlachten. And we only have one saw pit right now. We have a logging camp that is also overflowing with logs over there. So I might consider adding a saw pit to... Oops, where is it? Where's my saw pit? There it is. To this area. But of course, we're not pushing it over there. I'm gonna have it here somewhere. Could also have it here close to the windmill, why not? And in that case, get the next production for planks out. It's my only infinite resource we have that we can use to make better goods, right? It's the only source really. There's nothing else. The fishing doesn't give me anything anymore, right? It's gone. The berries, they're also non-existent basically. There's no endless quarry or anything like that. So it's really just logs, planks, and then what we make out of planks. That is actually putting any wealth into this territory. We have the workforce to make it work though, right? So that's the great thing about Sleepy Hollow. Lots of people, diligent work, as long as their bellies fill. I'm really worried about the 5 months of food supply. I hope we're gonna get a good harvest this year. We've got still eggs and the carrots. The cabbage is coming in sometimes. Look at that, sausage is a bit there. It's not 0 anymore, right? We're hovering over 5 sausages now. So it seems like there might be some improvement now with the latest butcher. There's the next saw pit. Let's assign 2 families to this right away. And also give it its own dedicated livestock. Kunz is doing the work. And since we do use now quite a bit of dedicated workforce again, or livestock, I'm also going to have a pitching post here, upgrading then to a stable to import more oxen once more. I just love barley with 2% fertility. So out of this field, we're gonna get 5 barley this year. That's just incredible. We do probably need to keep more fields fallow more often, honestly. I think this is the main improvement for getting a proper amount of fertility up. So I'm gonna keep this one here fallow. We definitely want to keep the barley in though, because the ale is too important to neglect it. There's the rye. Here we can keep it fallow, and then we are pushing barley again. Incredible. Alright, this one's finished now. So I'm gonna get me the oxen, and we're gonna upgrade. Import the oxen first before you upgrade, because the oxen will take some time and there's a cooldown, and you cannot import while it's upgrading. Alright, they're waiting now, but this one's now getting the planks hopefully in. And this one's crafting. Very good. So the butcher is working at the moment. Yeah, 6 months of food supply. It's going up there a bit at least. And I'm expecting then also the harvest. There it is. Ah, very good. Both farmhouses get the harvest in. And that's leading now to... Oh, we got 100 apples. Perfect. And that's leading now to 123 rye sheaves for now. That's really good. Alright, Manor Lords also wouldn't be Manor Lords if there isn't some conquering, and I would like to tackle this territory now here, that's Froshak, and we can claim it right away with the 1000 influence, and we're probably just gonna get it, right? So if I press the claim now, what we're doing before that though is this time I'm not gonna use my own troops. We have so much money, 9,000 in the treasury, that I want to use it, and we're gonna use it for mercenaries. And we got 2 of them, the Trümmerhöhe, they arrived here, the green caps. So I'm gonna sign them for 90. You know, it's nothing. And then we got the Wayward Sons here for 45. I'm also gonna assign them. Hangstrasse, this is just brigands. Okay. We could spawn brigands onto the world map. Interesting. Okay, they will arrive now. There they are. My vagabonds. And yeah, let's move them down here. So we're gonna sit at the edge of this one. And then we have also, oh my goodness, They arrived. Now it's... Oh, that's my mistake once again. We got 2 archers now fighting those brigands. That's entirely on me. One of them will take them on, and the other one will fight them, flanking them from the side, and hopefully we can destroy them fast enough. Oh yeah, that's fine. Look at that. We didn't even lose one, since they're so weak that no one really cares about it. And let's claim it with influence that we have. So we got a nice amount of influence still left. Froshek is being claimed, and since there is probably no contestant, we will get it. Can I loot this one with my archers? I can. Very good. We can send it to the nearest town. Get some resources out of that, right? And they're immediately going now from the next bandit camp. And once again, we can use... Oh, there's another one spawning now. This just spawned there again. We were once again fooled. Okay, this is a problem because now both of my archers are engaged in melee combat. I don't care, it's mercenaries. We got the main forces still coming. But both of them were broken again with the archers. So you can just see how that is, right? Let's destroy the newly spawned bandit camp, you know. So let's just show that to you. There's another one over there. This just really spawned there again and immediately also launched troops on me. Let's take the wealth. Is there a combat zone? No, there's no combat zone where we need to have troops in, right? Doesn't matter. If I knew how strong these archers are, I wouldn't hire the other mercenaries, honestly. Let's get over there. So these 2 archers here, they're just completely wrecking those bandits. Gonna move them over there. One is engaging again, and the other one is shooting them. And they're just dwindling again in numbers. And broken. Very good. The last bandits have been destroyed. Take the wealth before this whole thing is over. Closing in on 10,000 treasury again. So we, like we got 200, we got 400 treasure out of this. And the mercenaries cost me, what? 80 combined. So this was totally worth it. And it was also much faster than using my own troops, of course. And we're also not wasting any workforce and stuff like that. And we got Froshek now over here. And while we're at it, I'm considering... Because once again, this is, this has been destroyed. Yeah. This has been destroyed by the bandits. They haven't recovered. It's the AI force. Right. So we can also just claim this here with 2,000 influence. And I'm gonna get my mercenaries now over. So that we can claim this for us. We'll just see if he's actually... Okay. He's actually doing it. And we need to move up here with my mercenaries. To get this one here too. End conversation. I don't care. You're on the ground and we're just gonna kick you out of it. She doesn't even have a manor house. So I'm not expecting any retinue or something like that. Back to Sleepy Hollow. We should not neglect this one. Where we still don't have the threshing, right? So did this reset again? Yeah, it did. I said actually high priority for both of them, please. Otherwise, they're waiting the whole winter, right? And we need the food at some point now. Because once you add the rye bread to your mix of storage, the thing is that the other consumptions go down, right? And you increase the variety of food longer. So the sooner we have the bread in, the better. Unfortunately, high is the highest priority that we can have. There is a bit of harvest in Mandlach. I'm really, really pumped to see this. And with that, we have 52 rye grain rye sheaves in already. That means the bakery can already work. Let's assign a baker to Mandlach. There's a new source of bread coming to Sleepy Hollow soon, because we will definitely have an overproduction here of bread since we have so much game, right, out of the hunting. We're importing barley, right? And this leads to having us 248 ale right now. Way too much. I'm considering also starting selling an export of ale. I think that should be quite profitable. There it is. Meat is another one here. Export. And we're gonna put this one to 200, right? Because I still want to keep, of course, a healthy overstock of this. 640 for dedicated trade rod is something I'm probably not gonna do. I'd rather go for my wooden parts because that's a much higher volume. So I'm gonna establish my trade rod with the 600. We still have 200 left, and we have now another permanent export here coming out of that. And look at that, we already have 50, and now those 50 have been immediately, the surplus immediately taken and already exported. Very good. So there will be a lot of money coming in out of this. That was very fast. Look at the amount of stuff that we're selling now at the trading post. It's really nice to see. And I'm also going to switch now this one here from the war bows. Or is it war bows? Yeah, it's war bows. And we're going to now import then rye bread from Mandlach. There it is. Because that's now a much better source, since bread is now finally coming in. And I think also, yeah, there's not that much small game anymore, but the rye bread is there. So that's something. And in Sleepy Hollow, we also have now rye bread coming in finally, as we have now the flour. And my oven is working. And so it happens that we claim this territory. No one is really fighting for it. And Burenbach belongs to me now, and with that all the ruins here. So once again, it is in our hands to repair this. Burenbach even has some timber left to start a basic production. There's the manor house, by the way. There was one. So where was the retinue? Huh. All of my mercenaries are still alive. We do have 2,000 influence left. So I'm considering now taking over this area here too. Once again, this is the only AI opponent that is still intact, right? So they're still alive after all of this. And yeah, expanding a bit, but overall this mechanic is not really fleshed out at this point. So I'm gonna claim them once again. And then there's gonna be the gauntlet somewhere. What? The gauntlet is over here in my territory. Okay. I mean, why not? Get over there. I wonder if he's gonna send troops over. No idea. Going into the new year with 7 months of food supply. So there is some improvement here. And 400 carrots probably also helped me. But also, of course, now that we have rye bread again. Of course, it needs also to be that we have a good harvest every year. It's also with the flax that I'm not entirely sure we keep it. Yeah, let's have it fallow. I'm gonna reduce the amount of flax because honestly the clothing thing is something that we cannot fix. Right, it's just the consumption is so high that I've upgraded some buildings, that's fine, right? But more is just not gonna happen, I think. They're eating more clothes than food. Another thing, Mandlach is getting richer and richer. We do have now the bows coming in as well out of the bread, right? So we got 180 war bows now. Do we sell the bows already? We don't. Very good. So Mandlach is just gonna get richer. I'm not gonna... I mean, desired surplus is gonna be 20 or so, right? To keep it for our own demand, and that's it. Okay, we can? No, we cannot. I cannot form a militia, unfortunately. Yeah, he's begging. I'm not gonna let him beg that much longer, don't worry. He's gonna go down now, anywhere. My troops have arrived. It's all mercenaries. So that we're not losing any workforce. They're just waiting here. But nothing is gonna happen. I'm just a bit worried that the combat zone is in my territory. We'll just see what the outcome is. Ha! 34 months of fuel supply. Sounds great. Sausage is gone again. Carbs are gone. Apples are completely gone. Like we had over 100 apples. Someone just loves a lot of apples and ate all of them. My planks have recovered quite tremendously, so that's great stuff. We're gonna order the next oxen again. And with that we have a very stable production of the bows, the shields, and the cogwheels, right? And I don't even see them anymore. They should be there somewhere. Wooden parts, 28. We got 900 coin, so it might be worth it checking it out real quick. The wooden parts are worth 8. That is a lot, by the way. Holy cow. yeah, you can make some money out of that. Can we check it out? In the records, what we've exported so far, let's just say the previous month, right? Yeah, there it is, right? The shields are still the best one. But the cogwheels are there, the small shields, and then the tools. But the tools are worth almost nothing in comparison to the other ones. Since Manor is getting so rich, I'm considering increasing the taxes over there. We don't need to have any more immigration for now. So getting that tax up, of course, reduces the approval. It's probably going to drop to the 60s, which is still absolutely fine for migration if we want that. But we can tax now all of that to get even more wealth out of it, right? And there's just the other thing. I think we actually postponed the export. No, the shields are there, the warbows are there. That's it. And there it is. Peace has been declared. And we took over Hangstrasse. And with that, by the way, this is an intact village. So, no, there's a lot of rubble here now. Wasn't it intact anymore? Is the rubble new? I'm not so sure about it. Okay, where? Now, just in general, I want to point out that, yeah, we have world domination. There are no more bandits, no more AI opponents, no more barons and whatnot. The whole map belongs to us, and there's no one stopping us now from basically colonizing it all. However, I'm not gonna do this. We're gonna end the series here because, yeah, at some point I just think we have seen it all now. Also what the update provides, we've built a big city out of that. I've enjoyed it, but the game still has a lot of bugs as well that you need to get over with as well at some point. I hope there's more patches coming in and more massive updates like this one here. That was really enjoyable and can't wait to see what this game still offers. It would be a shame if the developers let it come to, or let it die, you know, because it's still really is one of the most unique city builders we have at this point. And I'm pumped to see what it could bring in the future. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for watching. Wish you all the best. Let's end it with a nice showcase of the city. Stay tuned.